Chapter 117. If a saint bloodline powerhouse could even seize Tianshuang City, why would he want to snatch the Su family's territory? Su Yan did not believe that this saint bloodline powerhouse had manipulated the Wang family and the Gao family just to snatch the Su family's territory. However, Su Yan could not think of any other reason for this saint bloodline powerhouse's actions. Was it just for fun? Su Yan immediately rejected this idea. Every powerhouse was busy with cultivation. Who would be so bored as to wipe out a family for fun? Su Yan and Su Tiantu could not come up with anything after discussing it for a while, so they simply stopped thinking about it. After chatting with Su Tiantu for a while, they returned to their former residence. Although Su Yan had said before he left that the Su family would no longer have anything to do with him, Su Yan's room was still intact. Not only that, but as soon as Su Yan stepped into his former residence, he knew that Su Tiantu must have sent people to clean it every day, from the clean and tidy table and the spotless floor. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Su Yan could not help but smile as he looked at the clean and tidy room. However, his expression did not change. After all, Su Yan had still chosen to revive the Su family, so he would not take the past to heart. Su Yan and Su Tiantu had already reached an agreement. They would first wipe out the Su family that had recently provoked the Su family so that the Su family could regain its reputation. Of course, Su Yan did not intend to do this himself. Instead, he left it to Su Tiantu. Su Yan was now more concerned about the saint bloodline powerhouse. However, Su Yan did not think that there would be a saint bloodline expert. He did not think too much about it. Looking at his familiar room, the memories of the past surged into his mind. From the day Su Yan arrived at the Su family, he had never stopped to rest. He did not even have a good night's sleep. His nerves had always been in a tense state. Feeling the thin spiritual qi in the surroundings, Su Yan suddenly had an idea to have a good sleep tonight. Thinking of this, Su Yan did not hesitate and did not cultivate as hard as he did in the past. Instead, he cleaned himself up and lay down on the bed, abandoning all distracting thoughts in order to have a good night's sleep. Perhaps it was because Su Yan hadn't had a good rest for a long time, or perhaps it was because he had returned to a familiar place, but Su Yan didn't lie down for long before falling asleep. While Su Yan was sleeping, the Wang family and the Gao family, which were dozens of miles away from the Su family, could not sit still. Both of their patriarchs had lost their lives in Su Yan's hands today. How could their two great clans sit still? Fortunately, Su Yan had only taken the lives of the two family heads and did not harm the Wang family and the Gao family. The two families had been developing well in the past few years, and the younger generation of geniuses had emerged one after another. After learning that their families had fallen, a new generation of experts immediately replaced them. At this moment, the higher-ups of the two families were sitting together in a circle. In this group of people, there were two middle-aged men sitting opposite each other. One was called Gao Tsong, and the other was called Wang Lai. They were the new family heads of the two families after the fall of Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming. The new family heads of the two families would have been a joyous occasion in the past, but at this moment, there was not a trace of joy on their faces. This was not because they were reminiscing about Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming, but because they were worried. They were worried about how to deal with Su Yan. The elders of the two families sitting in a circle also looked worried. Although there were many people sitting in a circle in the hall, there was a deathly silence. After a long time, Gao Tsong finally could not sit still. He stood up and said, "Family head Wang, in my opinion, our two families should join forces again and mobilize the entire family to directly attack the Su family. That Su Yan has only demonized a little. Can't we subdue him?" When Wang Lai heard Gao Tsong's words, his heart also moved. However, he was calmer than Gao Kong. He frowned slightly as if thinking about something. After a long time, he slowly said, "We are not in a hurry. Let's wait for that person to appear." That person. When Gao Tsong heard this, he could not help but frown. He then muttered to himself, "That person appears and disappears like a ghost. Will he know about today's matter?" At this moment, a majestic spirit qi suddenly surged from the outside. Everyone present was shocked and hurriedly circulated their qi to resist. Unfortunately, no matter how they circulated their qi, they still felt their bodies tremble. At the same time, everyone saw a person in a black robe walk in. The majestic spirit energy was emitted from this person. He was wearing a black robe. Not only was his body covered, but his entire face was covered as well, making it impossible to see his face. The Wang family, the Gao family. So you're just trash. As soon as the person walked in, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. His disdainful voice caused the faces of everyone present to twitch. Gao Tsong had a violent temper. Moreover, the new head of the Gao family was even more domineering. When he heard the black-robed person's words, he immediately lost it and shouted sternly, "Who the hell are you? How dare you behave so atrociously in our family's territory?" Compared to Gao Tsong, Wang Lai was more observant. When he saw the black-robed person, he suddenly thought of something. This person was probably the person his previous head of the family had mentioned. This person was in the Saint bloodline realm. Wang Lai's body trembled as he thought of this. When he heard Gao Tsong's words, his heart twisted together. He kept praying in his heart, "Please don't be angry. Please don't be angry." Unfortunately, his prayers clearly did not come true. A voice came from the black-robed person, "What's the use of keeping trash like you around?" As he spoke, the majestic spirit energy emanated from the mysterious black-robed person. The spirit energy attacked like a sharp blade. There was a blood-curdling scream. The head of the Gao family's new head fell to the ground. When the Wang family and Gao family saw this scene, they all began to tremble. Someone reacted and screamed in horror before fleeing outside. Unfortunately, the mysterious black-robed person did not give them the chance. With a turn of his body, that person was immediately sent flying. Plop! He fell onto a stone pillar beside him and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already dead. When Wang Lai saw this scene, he hurriedly knelt and begged for mercy, "Saint, please spare my life. Saint, please spare my life." Unfortunately, the mysterious black-robed person completely ignored Wang Lai's pleas. His body floated up again as blood-curdling screams continuously sounded. Fresh blood constantly burst out and filled the air. There was a strong smell of blood. It was a massacre. It was an absolute massacre. The Wang family and the Gao family were more or less reputable families in Xianxia City. Unfortunately, all the disciples of the two families were killed overnight. Not a single one was left alive. This news quickly spread to the Su family the next day. Su Yan had a good night's sleep yesterday and woke up early the next day. When he woke up, he heard that the Wang family and the Gao family were destroyed overnight. When he heard this news, Su Yan could not help but frown. At the same time, he quickly reacted and said to Su Tiantu, "Head, let's go to the Wang family and the Gao family to take a look." Although Su Tiantu was still the head of the Su family, everyone knew that Su Yan was the true head of the family. When he heard Su Yan's words, Su Tiantu did not hesitate. He ordered the servants in the family to prepare horses and immediately followed Su Yan to the Wang family and the Gao family. Su Yan looked at the blood on the ground and the smell of blood permeating the air. He was furious at the cruel methods of the murderer. Although Su Yan had the intention to revive the Su family, and today Su Yan and Su Tiantu had discussed it and decided to use the Wang family and the Gao family as an example, Su Yan did not think of using such cruel methods. No matter what, these were all red lives. Apart from that person, there was no one else who could destroy the two great clans in a single night. A Saint bloodline expert? No matter what your purpose is, I will make you pay the price. Su Yan clenched his fists and turned to leave the Wang family and the Gao family. Su Tiantu and the others also followed him out. When the two returned to the Su family, they saw that the Su family was surrounded by many people. Countless voices of protest broke out in the Su family. "Su Yan, get the hell out here. Su Yan, get the hell out here and accept your death. Su Yan, you have done such a cruel thing. Come out here and accept your death." Those voices of protest were obviously directed at Su Yan. Su Yan also understood the meaning of those words. Obviously, these people had misunderstood that the Wang family and the Gao family were destroyed by him. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, The major families in Tianchuang City did not know that there was another person after the Wang family and the Gao family. It just so happened that yesterday, the patriarchs of the Su family and the Gao family were killed by Su Yan. It was not unreasonable for these people to suspect Su Yan. After being enlightened by Su Yan yesterday, Su Tiantu regained his former dignity. At this moment, seeing that the entire Su family courtyard was filled with countless people from other families, he was not afraid at all. He coldly shouted, "Who is so bold to come to our Su family and spread rumors?" As he spoke, Su Tiantu's majestic spirit qi burst out in an instant. The Su family's gate, which was originally packed with people, suddenly opened up and made a path. Su Yan and Su Tiantu walked in. When the people from other families saw Su Yan and Su Tiantu enter, they immediately surrounded them and shouted with righteousness, "Su Yan, you are so cruel. You actually destroyed the Wang family and the Gao family." The person who spoke was no stranger to Su Yan. He was the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Baidao. He was at the peak of the life-soul realm, the same as the Su family. The Qin family's status in Tianchuang City was comparable to the Su families in the past. Moreover, the Qin family did not participate in the family disputes in Tianchuang City. They had a good reputation in the city, especially Qin Baidao, who had always been righteous. Chapter 118. In fact, Su Yan wasn't very familiar with Tianchuang City. However, he knew Qin Baidao because Qin Baidao was an upright person. Su Yan didn't dislike him. However, even so, he couldn't allow others to point at him and scold him. Not to mention, he was wrongly accused. "Patriarch Qin, we still don't know who killed the Wang family and the Gao family. You came to my Su family to cause trouble. Are you trying to bully my Su family because there's no one left in my family?" Su Yan looked at Qin Baidao calmly. There wasn't the slightest change in his expression. No one could tell what was going on in his mind. However, although his words weren't loud, they were both respectful and dignified. In particular, the bright light that shot out from his eyes made people feel a slight sense of oppression. Qin Baidao intended to oppress Su Yan with his words. Moreover, he was an ambitious and ruthless person in Tianchuang City. However, when facing Su Yan at this moment, he felt a little guilty. However, Qin Baidao was still the older one. He smiled coldly and said, "Su Yan, yesterday, the Wang family and the Gao family had a dispute with your Su family. This is obvious to all. As for you killing Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming, this is something that everyone has witnessed. Yesterday, the Wang family and Gao family were suddenly annihilated. Let me ask you, other than you, who else in the entire Celestial Twin City has such strength? So, you're sure that I did it?" Su Yan smiled faintly. He wasn't angry and didn't deny Qin Baidao's words. He only asked back, "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" The calmer Su Yan appeared, the more Qin Baidao couldn't stay calm. His face was obviously filled with anger as he shouted at Su Yan. In particular, Su Yan's eyes, which had been staring at him, emitted a bright light, which made Qin Baidao feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, he sighed in his heart, as expected of a disciple from the hidden sword tomb. "Even I can't handle such a mind." From the first day that Su Yan came back and saved the Su family, if not for Wang Hongyan conceitedly revealing the person behind him, perhaps Su Yan would have thought that the whole thing was just a dispute between the powers in Heaven Twin City. If that was the case, Su Yan would only need to wave the flag again and make an example out of the Su family. He would be able to re-establish the prestige of the Su family in Tianchuang City and reclaim the status of the Su family in Tianchuang City. But ever since Wang Hongyan revealed that person, Su Yan knew that the whole thing wasn't so simple. Why would a saint bloodline expert covet a remote little city like Tianchuang City? Su Yan couldn't believe this matter. Not to mention, today's matter made Su Yan feel even more strange. Although Su Yan hadn't met him before, he had heard of his reputation. This person's reputation in Tianchuang City was quite resounding. He was called the embodiment of justice by the people of Tianchuang City. Moreover, Qin Baidao was very particular about his reputation. He had always been very careful in his work. Today, the Wang family and Gao family were exterminated. However, Qin Baidao didn't ask about the rights and wrongs of the matter. How could Su Yan not be suspicious? Especially when Su Yan repeatedly questioned Chen Baidao, he already knew that there was something wrong with Chen Baidao. However, Su Yan didn't show it. Su Yan wasn't interested in Chen Baidao or even the whole Tianshuang city. Su Yan was more interested in the Saint bloodline expert now. What was he trying to do? Since you want to slowly waste time, I'll play with you. Su Yan smiled faintly in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. He looked at Chen Baidao and said indifferently, Patriarch Chen, if I say that this matter wasn't done by me, what will you do? If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Chen Baidao shouted sternly. Perhaps his usual personality wasn't suitable for such things. When he said this, he couldn't help but pinch his eyes to hide the nervousness in his heart. Although this was only a weak performance, it didn't escape Su Yan's eyes. This made Su Yan even more certain that there was something wrong with Chen Baidao. Patriarch Chen, remember that you need evidence for everything. Since he knew that there was something wrong with Chen Baidao, Su Yan didn't want to be entangled with him. His calm face immediately turned gloomy. Evidence. When Chen Baidao heard Su Yan's words, he suddenly turned pale, especially when he saw the light emitted from Su Yan's eyes. It made him feel a deep sense of fear. However, when he thought about what that person had said, Chen Baidao gritted his teeth and shouted, Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. You are a disciple of the hidden sword tomb. Yesterday, everyone saw with their own eyes that you killed Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming. In the entire Sky Twin City, other than you, Su Yan, who else could destroy these two great families in one night? As Chen Baidao spoke, he quickly shouted to the people from the other families who had come with him, Everyone, don't you think so? Now that the strength of the entire Sky Twin City is here, who else do you think has such strength? The reason Chen Baidao was so anxious was that he was afraid that Su Yan would see through him. He wanted to use the power of the masses to pressure Su Yan. The people from the other families didn't see anything different about Chen Baidao. In their hearts, Chen Baidao had always been the embodiment of justice. Compared to Su Yan, who had suddenly appeared, they believed in Chen Baidao more. When they heard Chen Baidao's words, the surrounding people immediately shouted, That's right, Su Yan is the murderer. Yes, Su Yan is the murderer. A murderer must be punished severely. Kill Su Yan. Kill Su Yan. Return peace to Sky Twin City. Kill Su Yan, the devil. Many people gathered together and shouted loudly. Their voices were so loud that it shook the entire Su family's courtyard. At this moment, Su Yan was the patron saint of the Su family in the hearts of the Su family. When they heard someone blaspheme the patron saint of the Su family, a wave of anger surged in the hearts of all the Su family members. They stepped forward to confront these people. However, they were stopped by Su Yan. Compared to the Su family members, Su Yan's expression didn't change. He still maintained a calm expression and looked at those people without moving. He just let those people shout. Those people shouted for a while, but when they saw that Su Yan's expression didn't change, they finally closed their mouths. When Su Yan saw that they finally quieted down, he smiled and took a step forward. He patted his storage bag and immediately took out the astonishing immortal sword. The astonishing immortal sword jumped, and with a flash of white light, it directly attacked Chen Baidao's body. Chen Baidao didn't expect that Su Yan would suddenly attack him. He felt a huge pain in his throat and his whole body twisted together. He looked at Su Yan in disbelief. Unfortunately, Su Yan didn't give him a chance to speak. With a wave of the astonishing immortal sword, Chen Baidao's head was directly cut off. Everyone was shocked and looked at Su Yan in surprise. At the same time, a wave of fear surged in their hearts. However, after a short moment of shock, someone was the first to react. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted angrily, Su Yan, what about me? Su Yan smiled and didn't give those people a chance to speak. He pointed at Chen Baidao and said, Look carefully. Is this person still our Sky Twin City's Qin family patriarch? When everyone heard Su Yan's words, they all looked at Chen Baidao's corpse. Seeing the corpse's strange appearance, everyone's face was filled with horror. At this moment, the corpse lying on the ground wasn't Chen Baidao's body, but a monster beast. What's going on? Everyone looked at the corpse of a monster beast lying on the ground with puzzlement in their eyes. Su Yan couldn't be bothered to explain to these people. Instead, he leaped onto the roof of the house and activated his cultivation method. He pressed it against his throat and shouted, "Don't try to be mysterious here. Come out." Although his voice wasn't loud, it was mixed with majestic spiritual energy and spread throughout the entire Sky Twin City. When everyone in the city heard this voice, they were all shocked. When the people from other families saw Su Yan's sudden action, they were puzzled. Just when everyone was puzzled, a burst of laughter came from the horizon. "Ha, what a good Su Yan. You actually saw through it so quickly." When the laughter fell, a black figure had already landed in front of Su Yan. Under the black figure, there was a faint bright light. The light overflowed and a majestic spiritual energy condensed in the surrounding area. When the people in Sky Twin City saw this scene, they were all shocked. At the same time, they were secretly guessing who this mysterious black-robed man was. However, when they saw the spiritual energy surging from Su Yan and the mysterious black-robed man, the people on the ground kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to breathe loudly and just looked at Su Yan and the mysterious black-robed man. When Su Yan saw the mysterious black-robed man appear, he knew that the murderer of the Wang family and the Gao family was this person. Looking at the spiritual energy surging from the mysterious black-robed man, his face sank and he asked coldly, "Who are you?" Puma. The mysterious black-robed man's entire body and even his face were wrapped in a wide black robe. It was impossible to see what expression he had on his face. However, from his voice, one could still hear the disdain in his words. He raised his head slightly and looked at Su Yan, shouting, "Su Yan, you don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I'm here to take your life." As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, his body moved and suddenly turned into a long dragon that attacked Su Yan. He was so fast that it was like lightning falling from the sky. A two-pulse saint? When Su Yan saw this person, he couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he wasn't afraid at all. When he saw the mysterious black-robed man's body move, his eyes suddenly shrank. The shocking celestial sword in his hand suddenly attacked at the same time. Suddenly, the sword hummed and the sword light flashed. Everyone who saw this was afraid. Of course, under that fear, there was more surprise. Today, most of the people who came to suppress Su Yan were the geniuses of various families in Sky Twin City. Their strength was basically at the life-soul realm. Chapter 119. Yesterday, everyone had heard that Su Yan had killed Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming. Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming were both experts at the 8th level of Fate Soul. To be able to kill the two of them, Su Yan's strength was at least at the peak of Fate Soul. Even the Saint Bloodline realm that they had always looked up to. Now that they saw that Su Yan was only at the Spirit Channeling realm, there was an uproar. Spirit Channeling realm. This Su Yan is only at the Spirit Channeling realm. How did he kill Wang Hongyan and Gao Ming? Also, how could someone at the Spirit Channeling realm destroy the Wang family and Gao family do that? While the crowd was in an uproar, their gazes focused on the mysterious black-robed man. Most of them were shocked. A Saint Bloodline realm expert. That's right, a Saint Bloodline realm expert. When has a Saint Bloodline realm expert ever appeared in our celestial Twin City? Countless people looked at the surging spirit chi on the mysterious black-robed man, and all of them cast gazes of admiration towards him. Although there was only a difference of one level between a Saint Bloodline realm expert and a Fate Soul realm expert, there was an insurmountable gap between the two. Only by entering the Saint Bloodline realm could one be considered a saint, a true expert. Although Celestial Twin City was filled with families and talented people, the strongest person in Celestial Twin City was only at the peak of the Fate Soul realm. Now that a Saint Bloodline realm expert had suddenly appeared, how could they not be shocked? Of course, other than their shock, the Su family was also worried. Ever since Su Yan had resolved the crisis of the annihilation of the family yesterday, Su Yan had become the guardian of the Su family. Su Yan was the strongest person in the Su family. If Su Yan were to fall, then the Su family, which had just stood up again, would definitely fall apart. Especially after seeing the black-robed mysterious man's powerful attack, All the members of the Su family felt as if their bodies and minds were twisted together. Su Tiantu was even more alarmed as he shouted, "Yan, be careful." Compared to the shock and worry of the crowd, Su Yan's expression did not change. He activated the cultivation technique in his body, and the rich spiritual energy continuously flowed into the shocking celestial sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sound of the sword resonated loudly. It emitted a dense light and attacked the mysterious black-robed man's body. As expected, people from small sects can't be brought to the table. When the mysterious black-robed man saw Su Yan's attack, he coldly snorted in disdain. Suddenly, that leaping body of his suddenly leaped up. His entire body was still hovering above the ground. His hands rapidly formed hand seals, and at the same time he rapidly pushed forward. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy swept out, and the surrounding air exploded. But Su Yan was no match for it, and his body was directly hit by the powerful spiritual energy. With a blood-curdling scream, he was sent flying backward. Yan. When Su Tiantu saw this scene, he panicked. However, he reacted quickly and leaped up to catch the falling Su Yan. When Su Yan was caught by Su Tiantu, he unwillingly looked at the black-robed old man on the roof beam. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but unfortunately he did not manage to finish his words. Puchi, a mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. His head tilted to the side and he lost all signs of life. When Su Tiantu saw Su Yan fall, tears immediately flowed down his old face. Everyone in the Su family was shocked and looked at this scene in disbelief. Su Yan was dead. The Su family's guardian had fallen. Then, was the Su family going to be finished as well? The confidence that the Su family members had built up yesterday completely collapsed at this moment. They could not help but stagger backward. Heaven's pride? So you're just a piece of trash. The mysterious black-robed man looked at Su Yan's body with disdain, then turned to Su Tiantu and shouted, "Su Tiantu, the Su family's last hope has been destroyed by me. Hurry up and hand over the Su family's seal." As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, a majestic spiritual power surged from his body. Immediately, everyone in the Su family's courtyard felt their bodies tremble. When the other family members saw this scene, they were all shocked. Of course, under the shock, they were even more calm. Just now, Su Yan had only shown the strength of a spirit realm cultivator. With this strength, he was able to kill the Wang family and the Gao family's two powerhouses of the 8th level. This was enough to shock them and even topple their view of the spirit realm. Just now, when they saw Su Yan, who was only a spirit realm cultivator, face a saint bloodline cultivator with an expression that was neither arrogant nor humble, everyone's hearts froze as they held their breaths. Seeing Su Yan die at the hands of the mysterious black-robed man, everyone let out a sigh of relief. A saint bloodline cultivator was a supreme existence to them. If Su Yan, who was only a spirit realm cultivator, blocked it, then they would definitely feel that the world had gone crazy. Now that they saw Su Yan killed by the mysterious black-robed man in one move, their hearts were calm, but they were even more afraid of the mysterious black-robed man. Under the pressure of the mysterious black-robed man's majestic spiritual power, everyone felt their hearts tremble. Of course, there were also people who quickly reacted and quietly retreated towards the Su family's courtyard. Before they could even take a step, they heard a mocking laugh come from under the black robe. "What? Since you're already here, you still want to leave?" Although this mocking laugh wasn't loud, when it reached everyone's ears, they all felt their bodies tremble. Those who wanted to escape all stopped in their tracks. When the mysterious black-robed man saw everyone stop, another devilish laugh came from under the black robe. Although they couldn't see what kind of expression the person under the black robe had, they could still feel the spiritual power of the saint bloodline. However, he could still feel the pressure emitted from his body. Under those cold eyes, he emitted a domineering aura that seemed to be in charge of all living things. Su Tiantu, hand over the Su family seal. The mysterious black-robed man looked at Su Tiantu once again and shouted. At the same time, a powerful wave of spiritual power rushed towards Su Tiantu's body. Su Tiantu's body trembled and he suddenly retreated a few steps. Due to the powerful spiritual power, The Su family members standing behind Su Tiantu were also affected and retreated. Those who were weak even directly vomited blood. This majestic spirit chi pressure not only brought about pressure on the body, but also brought about a strong sense of awe in the heart. Under this powerful pressure, the Su family members couldn't help but feel a strong sense of fear. They all trembled and some even knelt on the ground. Although Su Tiantu was much better than the Su family members, from his distorted expression, he wasn't much better. However, when he saw the Su family members kneel down, he shouted loudly. Su Tiantu shouted, "As a disciple of the Su family, you should have the pride of a disciple of the Su family. Why are you so disappointing?" Su Tiantu's shout immediately caused the entire Su family members to tremble. They all recalled the words that Su Yan had said yesterday. As a member of the Su family, they should have the pride of a member of the Su family. Each and every one of them thought. Although their hearts and bodies were still suffering from the pressure of the spiritual power, each and every one of them had an unswerving determination in their eyes. "Yan, our Su family won't lose face for you." Su Tiantu saw that the Su family members had pulled themselves together and turned to look at Su Yan's body with a faint smile. Suddenly, the spiritual power in his body surged. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the mysterious black-robed man. Although he was suppressed by the powerful spiritual power, he didn't feel any fear. The pressure of the patriarch of that generation appeared on his slightly aged face in an instant. "If you want my Su family seal, then you'll have to kill me first." Su Tiantu looked at the mysterious black-robed man and said word by word. Although he was suppressed by the spiritual power and couldn't speak clearly, the unswerving determination that was emitted from his body made everyone feel respect for him. When the mysterious black-robed man saw Su Tiantu's appearance, he couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "A member of the Su family should have the pride of a member of the Su family. I'd like to see how long you can last." As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he suddenly waved both of his hands. A boundless spiritual power burst forth and directly surged towards Su Tiantu's body. When Su Tiantu saw the powerful spiritual power surging towards him, his body didn't move at all. He stood on the spot and shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, a bright light was emitted from Su Tiantu's body. When the spiritual power came into contact with the bright light on Su Tiantu's body, it was buffered. The remaining power entered Su Tiantu's body. Su Tiantu suddenly felt a surge of turbulence in his body. However, it was forcefully suppressed by Su Tiantu. He staggered a few steps back before stabilizing himself. Su Tiantu steadied himself and smiled. He looked at the mysterious black-robed man and said coldly, "Is this all the Saint Bloodline realm can do?" When the mysterious black-robed man saw Su Tiantu's appearance, he didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded in appreciation and said, "Not bad, not bad. I underestimated the members of the Su family. However, do you really think you can stop me?" As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he suddenly leaped forward. His body suddenly turned into a long rainbow and attacked Su Tiantu. Not good. Su Tiantu was shocked. He wanted to use his chi to block the attack. Unfortunately, the mysterious black-robed man's speed was too fast. A black shadow flashed and Su Tiantu's storage bag had already fallen into the mysterious black-robed man's hand. When Su Tiantu saw his storage bag being snatched away, his face immediately filled with anger. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. He could only watch the mysterious black-robed man forcibly open his storage bag. The mysterious black-robed man forcibly opened Su Tiantu's storage bag and took out a square seal. The eyes of the Su family suddenly turned cold. This was because they all recognized that it was the Su family seal. "Give me back my Su family seal." When Su Tiantu saw his family's seal being taken away by the mysterious black-robed man, he shouted angrily. Immediately, the spiritual power in his body surged, and he stepped forward to attack the mysterious black-robed man. Chapter 120. Family Head. When the Su family members saw Su Tiantu being sent flying, they hurriedly rushed forward to catch him. The mysterious black-robed man didn't even look at Su Tiantu. Instead, he stared at the Su family's palm print for a long time. His hands moved as he formed a seal, and a wisp of spirit energy was instantly absorbed into the palm print. At the same time, the palm print suddenly emitted a dense fog. Within the fog, one could faintly smell a strange scent. When the scent spread out, everyone in the Su family's courtyard smelled it. Their faces were filled with joy. When the mysterious black-robed man smelled the fragrance, he was intoxicated. His eyes that were exposed outside the black robe suddenly shot out a bright light. The supreme demon ancient seal is indeed in the Su family. The mysterious black-robed man looked at the shining Su family's palm print. As he spoke, his entire body trembled with excitement. Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. With this Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, I can truly control the Supreme Demon Secret Skill. When that time comes, let's see if anyone in the Monster Palace dares to touch me. Ha! As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was strange as it spread out, causing the hearts and minds of everyone in the Su family's courtyard to shake. Supreme Demon Secret Skill. Demon Empress, just you wait. As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, the cultivation technique in his body suddenly revolved. A majestic and strange spirit energy erupted from his body, directly enveloping the entire Su family's courtyard. When the spirit energy was emitted, it shone brightly and attacked like countless bolts of lightning. Everyone in the Su family's courtyard suddenly felt a burst of pressure in their bodies. Their hearts trembled under the pressure of the spirit energy. Invisible fear constantly shot out from the mysterious black-robed man's mournful eyes. Run, quickly run. It was unknown who took the lead to shout, but the entire Su family's courtyard suddenly erupted into chaos. Countless people who were once ambitious and ruthless in Tianchuang City put down their pride and began to run outside. Their eyes were filled with endless fear as they looked at the mysterious black-robed man. This fear came from the bottom of their hearts, and they couldn't resist it at all. But, do you think it's that easy? The mysterious black-robed man sneered and shouted, "Explode!" Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The black robe of the mysterious black-robed man exploded, and a body appeared. It had the body of a human and the head of a snake. Its crimson eyes looked at the crowd, and its entire body trembled. A monster! Seeing this scene, countless people were so scared that their faces turned pale. They hurriedly fled out of the Su family's courtyard. The mysterious snake-headed man, who had just taken off his black robe, was not worried at all when he saw everyone fleeing. His snake-like mouth slowly cracked open, revealing a strange smile that was not a smile. Bang! Under this smile, the people who were fleeing, no matter which direction they fled in, felt as if they had been struck by lightning when they had just taken a few steps. But, bang, after a few loud bangs, everyone was bounced back. An ancient inscription spread outside the Su family's courtyard, and a strong sense of pressure came once again. Under this strong pressure, countless people spat out blood from their mouths. Suddenly, a bloody mist filled the air, and miserable screams rang out. Ha ha! When the mysterious black-robed man saw this scene, he let out a strange laugh from his snake-like mouth. His crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, but his body did not move. It was as if everything was under his control. He liked this feeling. He liked the feeling of being in control of everything. Ignorant people of Celestial Twin City, do you really think that a person from a small sect can destroy the Wang family and the Gao family? No, all of this is my doing. I want all of you to gather here and witness me activating the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. As long as I activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, there will be no one in the Monster Palace that can threaten me. I will dominate the entire Monster Palace. It's your honor that ants like you can witness such a magnificent feat before you die. Ha! As the mysterious black-robed man spoke, he let out another burst of laughter. At the same time, his hands moved, and the Fong family's palm seal in his hand leaped up. It floated in midair and emitted a strange light. That light instantly wrapped the mysterious black-robed man's entire body. A strong smell of blood wafted from his body. When the people of Celestial Twin City saw this scene, their hearts sank. Looking at the mysterious black-robed man's mocking smile, they all felt powerless. They were all famous people in Celestial Twin City, But they never thought that they would be fooled by an outsider. They were angry, but they were powerless to resist. Under the strong smell of blood emitted from the mysterious black-robed man, each and every one of them became dispirited. Their eyes suddenly lost their light. As a member of the Su family, I should have the pride of a member of the Su family. I can't just give in like this. Su Tiantu looked at the bewitching light that was constantly being emitted and roared in his heart. The cultivation technique in his body followed, and he tried to resist. However, the bewitching light emitted from the mysterious black-robed man's body was too strong. Su Tiantu just stood up and fell down. It's useless. Don't make a meaningless struggle. When the mysterious black-robed man saw this scene, he laughed sinisterly. With a wave of his hand, the strong smell of blood on his body suddenly turned into a rain of blood that sprinkled over the entire Su family's courtyard. Under the rain of blood, everyone standing in the Su family's courtyard felt a sense of fear. It was the fear of death. When the mysterious black-robed man saw the fear in those people's eyes, the smile on his snake head became even wider. Haha, enjoy the feast of death. Enjoy the struggle of hell. The rain of blood continued to fall. Everyone in the Su family's courtyard began to twitch. After a few breaths, everyone's blood vessels seemed to have been opened. Fresh blood gathered and the strong smell of blood spread throughout the entire Su family's courtyard. Seeing the blood gathering, the smile on the black-robed man's face abruptly disappeared. A greedy light flashed in his scarlet eyes. His entire body began to tremble with excitement. The Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is about to open. The Supreme Monster Palace will be mine. Monster Palace Master, just you wait. Wait for me to ravage you. Ah, Monster Palace Master, you never thought that the Snake King Chao you chased out of the Monster Palace would have such a day. Ha. The mysterious black-robed man, Snake King Chao, laughed ferociously. The spiritual energy in his body burst out. He activated the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and shouted, "Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, open." Snake King Chao opened his hands and squinted his eyes. He was waiting for the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal to give him endless power. However, after waiting for a few breaths, there was no change at all. Snake King Chao was stunned. He made another hand sign and shouted, "Supreme Demon Ancient Seal." Before he finished speaking, Snake King Chao looked at the person in front of him and was stunned. His face twitched and he shouted, "Where is the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal? Where is my Supreme Demon Ancient Seal?" Ha! At this moment, a hearty laugh came from the horizon. When the Snake King Chao heard this voice, his snake face immediately showed a sad expression. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white figure floating not far away. He couldn't help but tremble. You didn't die." The white robes of the person standing nearby fluttered in the wind. A faint smile appeared on his handsome face. His eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Snake King Chao. This person was none other than Su Yan, who had just been killed by Snake King Chao. "I won't die before you." Su Yan looked at Snake King Chao with contempt and said, How is this possible? I tested you just now. You didn't have any signs of life. How can you not die?" Snake King Chao looked at Su Yan in shock. "Haven't you heard of the nether grass?" Su Yan looked at Snake King Chao with disdain and said, "Nether grass." Snake King Chao's body trembled when he heard this. Nether grass was a mysterious grass that existed between heaven and earth. Once swallowed, it could make a person lose all signs of life for a short period of time. This grass grew in cold places, so its production was very low. After swallowing it, other than temporarily losing one's life, there was no other effect. Very few people would go out of their way to find it. Even though Snake King Chao had heard of it, he didn't expect Su Yan to have it. In fact, Su Yan didn't go out of his way to find it. He found it in the scripture pavilion of the hidden sword tomb. At that time, Su Yan didn't care about it. However, after meeting Snake King Chao, Su Yan had a plan. Su Yan was more interested in Snake King Chao's secret in Tianshuang City. If he killed Snake King Chao in one fell swoop, he wouldn't be able to get the secret. So Su Yan thought of faking his death. As expected, the Snake King Chao had been fooled. Su Yan didn't expect Snake King Chao to be from the Monster Palace, and that the Su family seal was the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal. Monster Palace was located in the south of the 5 counties, in the south of the South Sea. Its power was far beyond the hidden sword tomb. It was rumored that Monster Palace was filled with monsters and ghosts. Monster Palace had always been low-key, never interfering with the affairs of other sects in the South Sea. How did the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal end up in the Su family's hands? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but take another look at the palm print in his hand. Snake King Chao also noticed the seal in Su Yan's hand. His whole body trembled. "It's you. You're the one who stopped my plan. I was just one step away from opening the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, but all of this was ruined because of you. I betrayed Monster Palace to find the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal. It took me 100 years, but I didn't cultivate in seclusion during that time. I didn't stop for 100 years to find the Supreme Devil Ancient Seal." Chapter 121. 100 years. Su Yan, I've spent 100 years on this, and now it's all gone. Su Yan, I want you to pay with your life. Snake King Chao's eyes were red as he clenched his fists tightly. His long hair was scattered, and his body was trembling. His face was twisted as if he had gone mad. Snake King Chao looked at the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal in Su Yan's hand. His heart was bleeding, as if an invisible sword had torn open his chest and pierced his heart. His arrogance of destroying all living beings was destroyed. Pucci, Snake King Chao's body was trembling violently. His mind was roaring, and the blood in his body was boiling. He had paid a huge price, and even betrayed the Monster Palace. He had even stopped cultivating for 100 years just to get the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Now, everything was ruined because of this person in front of him. Pucci, a mouthful of blood spurted out from the snake's mouth and dyed the robe on his body red. It was a ghastly sight. It was as if he had paid a huge price and spent countless days to win the heart of a beautiful woman, and had even hugged her in the bridal chamber. The moment his clothes were taken off and he was about to pounce on her, he found that someone had taken it away from him. Moreover, it was taken away right in front of him, by a person who he thought was dead. This was unforgivable. Su Yan, I'm going to kill you, kill you. Snake King Chao's face was twisted together as he roared crazily. The spirit energy in his body exploded, and with a wave of his hand, his body suddenly turned into a rainbow and rushed towards Su Yan like a phantom. At this moment, he was like a crazy beast, without the slightest move. His red eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to tear Su Yan to pieces to release the resentment in his heart. Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Supreme Demon's secret technique. He had worked hard for 100 years. For this, he did not hesitate to live in seclusion in this remote town, and did not hesitate to play tricks with a group of ants. All for today, to open the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal and inherit the Supreme Demon's secret technique. But now they were all destroyed. The secret technique had been activated, but it was interrupted. The secret technique of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seals would definitely be resealed. If he wanted to undo the seal, he, the Snake King Chao, could no longer do so. The essence blood of the Demon Empress that he stole from the Monster Palace was gone. Unless he obtained the Demon Empress blood essence again. But how was that possible? A single drop of blood had almost cost him his life in the Monster Palace. Now that he was a traitor of the Monster Palace, how was it possible for him to obtain the Demon Empress blood essence? 100 years of hard work, 100 years of foundation, all destroyed. Su Yan, I'm going to tear you apart, tear you apart. Snake King Chao roared crazily. His leaping body suddenly formed a hand seal and slapped towards Su Yan's chest. Although Su Yan had stopped the Snake King Chao from unlocking the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, he was not careless. After all, the Snake King Chao was a saint with 2 bloodlines. Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed. He patted his storage bag and took out the pagoda sword. It was not the shocking celestial sword that he used when he returned to the Su family. It was the pagoda sword. Although the pagoda sword was not a divine item, because it was the sword of the pagoda inheritance, it naturally had the pagoda light. It was best to use it to slay demons and devils. Su Yan now knew why the Snake King Chao wanted to destroy the Su family, and why he used those methods. Naturally, he did not hold back. Immediately, he stepped on the sword dragon. His body was like lightning. The sword flashed and the sword hummed. Suddenly, a wave of turbulent waves surged in the void, attacking the Snake King Chao. The secret technique of unlocking the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal was blocked by Su Yan. Everyone in the Su family courtyard slowly woke up. As the crowd watched the battle between the two, they were all stunned. When they saw the rapidly leaping white figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Su Yan, that person is actually Su Yan. How is that possible? He's not dead. No way, isn't he only in the spirit realm? How can he be so fast? Compared to the shock of these people, the Snake King Chao's eyes were filled with killing intent. He did not care about Su Yan's spirit realm at all. He only wanted to kill. Only by killing Su Yan could he vent the hatred in his heart. The Snake King Chao seemed to have fainted at this moment. He did not use any techniques, and only relied on his strength. As he waved his hands, he continuously chopped down on Su Yan. This gave Su Yan a lot of advantages. Su Yan used his eyes to avoid the Snake King Chao's attacks, and occasionally, he would even stab the Snake King Chao with his sword. Although it was not enough to kill the Snake King Chao, it greatly consumed his strength. Die together, die together. The Snake King Chao actually stopped his attacks after missing Su Yan several times. He landed in the courtyard and laughed sinisterly. His hands formed a seal, and he was about to attack Su Yan's dantian. Self-destruction. Seeing this, Su Yan's heart could not help but twitch. He never thought that the Snake King Chao would be so crazy. Before the outcome of the battle was decided, he wanted to self-destruct his dantian. The self-destruction of a saint bloodline expert was enough to destroy the entire Su family. Perhaps before Su Yan left the Su family, if a saint bloodline expert wanted to self-destruct, the entire Xianxia city would be destroyed. That Su Yan would only look at them coldly and would definitely not stop them. But now that Su Yan had returned to the Su family, the grudges between them had long been resolved. The Su family was the birthplace of Su Yan. Su Yan naturally could not watch the Su family be destroyed. Everyone back off. Su Yan shouted and immediately floated down with the sword dragon, blocking in front of the Snake King Chao. The self-destruction of a saint bloodline expert was far more powerful than that of a fate soul expert. When Snake King Chao moved, the surrounding Ling Qi started to move crazily and rushed into Snake King Chao's body. At the same time, a powerful force burst out and attacked Snake King Chao. The beams and pillars of the entire Su family's courtyard also emitted loud cracking sounds. Inside the Su family's courtyard, all the people of the Xianxia city were stunned when they saw this scene. Why are you still not backing off? Su Yan saw that these people were still in a daze and shouted angrily. Under this angry shout, these people finally reacted and retreated out of the Su family's courtyard. All of you must die, all of you must die. At this moment, a sinister laugh came from the horizon. The Snake King Chao's body suddenly compressed together. Pudong. With a loud sound, an invisible wave rushed out and destroyed everything in the surroundings. Su Yan's entire body started trembling as well. However, Su Yan still managed to endure it. He quickly circulated the cultivation technique within his body and shouted out, "Invincible golden body." Suddenly, a gorgeous ray of light descended and bloomed. Unfortunately, not long after, before the light could shine, it was covered by an invisible giant wave that poured out. Even the invincible golden body can't withstand this self-destruction? An invisible force penetrated the golden light, and Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body began to tremble under this power. Am I going to die? Su Yan felt this force and laughed at himself. He didn't regret it. After all, the Su family couldn't be separated from him. Xiao. At this moment, a majestic force suddenly surged from his dandan and rushed into the invincible golden body. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. The invisible wave weakened a lot under Su Yan's resistance, giving the other people in Heaven Twin City a chance to escape. The people in Heaven Twin City looked at the Su family's courtyard that had turned into ashes behind them and were shocked. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the explosion lasted for a few breaths of time before it stopped. The entire Su family's courtyard had turned into ashes, leaving only a thick fog in the air. Su Tiantu looked at the Su family's courtyard with sadness on his face. The various forces in Heaven Twin City who wanted to crusade against the Su family also showed sadness on their faces when they saw this scene. Everyone was silent for a long time. Suddenly, someone from an unknown family knelt down in front of the Su family's courtyard. As soon as this person knelt down, all the forces in Heaven Twin City followed suit and knelt down one by one until everyone was left standing. Regardless of whether it was the elders or the patriarchs of the various families in Heaven Twin City, they were all kneeling in front of the Su family's courtyard with sadness on their faces. Many experts from Heaven Twin City knelt down quietly. After a long time, they slowly stood up and an old man walked towards Su Tiantu. He cupped his hands and said, "Su family patriarch, Su Yan is the hero of our Heaven Twin City." Su Tiantu's face was filled with sadness. Why would he care about these titles? The old man looked at Su Tiantu and sighed. He then turned to the others and said, "Everyone, I believe everyone knows what happened today. Su Yan is not the murderer, but the hero of our Heaven Twin City." Hero, that's right. Su Yan is the hero of our Heaven Twin City. Following the old man's words, countless voices echoed, all calling for Su Yan to be the hero. Cough, cough, cough. Just as everyone was shouting, a weak cough was heard from the ruins of the Su family's courtyard. Everyone was stunned as they looked towards the ruins. When they saw the handsome face of the white-robed figure, everyone was stunned. Su Yan. It's actually Su Yan. He's not dead. He's not dead. He actually blocked the attack of a Saint Vane realm expert. This is too amazing. Chapter 122. The Su family is not something you can invade. It was just a simple sentence, but it was mixed with a powerful aura. It was also this simple sentence that re-established the Su family's position in Xianxia City. Back then, the Su family had fallen into a state of depression because of Su Tiantu and Su Kuang's wrong decision. The Su family's strength in Xianxia City had been steadily declining. They had almost walked the path of destruction. However, because of Su Yan's return, the Su family's image in Xianxia City had been re-established. This image was not only a symbol of strength, but also because of Su Yan's performance that he had received the recognition of all the major forces in Xianxia City. Su Yan believed that after this incident, as long as the Su family no longer remained muddle-headed and stubborn, the Su family's position in Xianxia City would be greatly guaranteed. Su Yan had returned to the Su family mainly to see how the Su family was developing. He had decided to stay because he wanted to re-establish the Su family. Now that he had achieved his goal, Su Yan naturally chose to leave. This was because Su Yan had more important things to do. Why had the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal appeared in the Su family? Su Yan had always felt that this secret was fishy. Although Su Yan did not understand the Monster Palace, he was no stranger to the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, which was the Monster Palace's most precious treasure. It was rumored that whoever grasped the secrets of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal would have grasped the lifeline of the Monster Palace. Why would such an important item be in the hands of the Su family in a small, remote city like Xianxia City? Moreover, after all these years, had the Monster Palace not looked for the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal? The Hidden Sword Tomb was the #1 sect in Jingzhou City. However, compared to the Monster Palace, it was probably not even comparable to a corner of the Monster Palace. Why would such a powerful force allow the sect's most precious treasure to fall into the hands of the Su family without looking for it? Strange, there must be something strange about this. The more Su Yan thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was definitely not so simple, and it was precisely because of this matter. Su Yan, who had just left the Hidden Sword Tomb and didn't know where to go, suddenly had his own goal, which was to go to the Monster Palace. This was because Su Yan had a faint feeling that this Supreme Demon Ancient Seal was related to his father. After returning to the Su family this time, Su Yan inquired about his father's situation. With Su Yan's current status in the Su family, Su Yan could not help but ask about his father. Su Tiantu naturally didn't hide anything from Su Yan and told him everything about Su Yan's father and Su Yan's father. When Su Yan heard this, he couldn't help but feel deep respect for his father. Su Lin and Su Yan were the same. They had entered the Hidden Sword Tomb by taking first place in the trial. After entering the Hidden Sword Tomb, they had met Su Yan's mother. The two of them had left the Hidden Sword Tomb and returned to the Su family to give birth to Su Yan. That had been the most glorious days of the Su family. However, the good times didn't last. When Su Yan was 1 year old, Su Yan's parents had both left for some unknown reason. Ever since then, no one had heard any news about Su Lin. Everyone had also heard rumors that Su Yan's parents had passed away. After all, it had been such a long time, so everyone was right to think so. However, for some reason, when Su Yan obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, Su Yan felt that his father wasn't dead and that he was still alive in this world. Su Yan suspected that the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal was also brought by his father. Since that was the case, no matter what happened to his parents, the Monster Palace was worth a trip for Su Yan. However, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry. This trip to the Monster Palace was definitely not a place that Su Yan could casually enter with the monstrous strength of the Monster Palace. If he wanted to enter the Monster Palace, he had to increase his strength. Su Yan had entered the legendary level, the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm. He had crossed the life-soul realm and could directly form a holy vein. However, Su Yan also knew that there was a huge gap between the two. If he wanted to cross this gap, he definitely wouldn't be able to cross it so quickly. Therefore, after leaving the Su family, Su Yan wasn't in a hurry to go to the Monster Palace. Instead, he traveled all the way from Wuxia City to the territory of the 5 counties subduing Demon region. The Gan territory was divided into 5 counties and 9 prefectures. These 5 counties and 9 prefectures weren't divided into 5 counties and 9 prefectures. Instead, they were divided into 2 continents, the 5 counties continent and the 9 prefectures continent. Jingzhou City was a small city on the 5 counties continent. The subduing demon region also existed on the 5 counties continent. However, the subduing demon region wasn't like the major cities on the 5 counties continent. There weren't any family forces in the subduing demon region, nor were there any sects established. There were only martial artists who had gone through this before. The subduing demon region was located in the center of the 5 counties continent. If one wanted to reach the other cities in the 5 counties continent, they had to pass through the subduing demon region. Because of this, although there weren't any family forces or sects in the subduing demon region, the subduing demon region was filled with people. The hidden devil region was a boiling cauldron of voices. Every day, there would be countless cultivators shuttling back and forth. Where there were people, there would naturally be merchants. The daily flow of people caused the subduing demon region to become the largest underground black market in the 5 counties continent. In the subduing demon region, in addition to the warriors who set up stalls every day, there were also regular auctions. The right to control the auctions was in the hands of the Monster Palace. Although the Monster Palace was located in the South Sea of the 5 counties continent and didn't care about worldly affairs, the auctions in the subduing demon region were in the hands of the Monster Palace. It was funny to say that the Monster Palace was mostly filled with demons and ghosts, but this place was called the subduing demon region. This was also the purpose of Su Yan's visit. Now that he couldn't enter the Monster Palace immediately, and the auctions in the subduing demon region were in the hands of the Monster Palace, it was naturally the best place to observe the forces of the Monster Palace. As soon as he entered the subduing demon region, Su Yan felt the splendor of the place. There were many magic weapons, spiritual medicines, and spiritual swords on display in every stall. However, Su Yan didn't observe these things. Spiritual swords. Who in the world could carry tens of thousands of spiritual swords in one go? Who else could do it except for Su Yan? Su Yan was a swordsman. He was only interested in swords. Now that he had so many hidden swords, why would he look at those ordinary swords? Immediately he found an inn to stay in. As soon as he stayed in the room, Su Yan operated his cultivation method. However, he didn't absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Instead, he inspected his dantian. That day, Su Yan blocked the Snake King Chao's self-detonation attack. Su Yan clearly remembered that his invincible golden body wasn't enough to block that powerful self-detonation attack. Just when he thought he was going to die, he clearly felt a powerful force coming from his dantian. That powerful force resolved his crisis. Unfortunately, after a round of inspection, Su Yan didn't find any power in his body. This made Su Yan feel strange. He clearly felt that strange power, and the power contained in that power would always surpass his invincible golden body. However, why couldn't he feel it now? After a few more tests, he still couldn't find the strange power in his body. Su Yan could only give up and look at this not-so-luxurious room. Su Yan suddenly remembered the records he had read about the hidden demon area. The hidden demon area wasn't just a place where many merchants gathered. It was also the largest black market in the 5 counties. Many warriors, after killing people and robbing them, would sell them in the black market to avoid being hunted down by the sections. Within the hidden demon area, there was also an unwritten rule. This rule could be traced back to who knows how many years ago. However, it had been around for a long time and no one dared to disobey it. The rule was actually very simple. Within the hidden demon area, one couldn't form a gang. All the competitions could only be fought by one person. This also caused the entire hidden demon area to have no power. Even the people of the Monster Palace didn't directly participate except for the auction. This place is suitable for me. Su Yan had always liked to be alone. Thinking about this unwritten rule, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but raise a smile. Ever since I entered the hidden sword tomb, I haven't set foot in other places. Now that I've reached the peak of the 13th level of spirit channeling, unless I condense a holy vein in my body, it's useless to absorb spirit energy. I might as well go out and walk around. Maybe there really is something I want in the hidden demon area. Su Yan muttered. Thinking about going out to buy things, he naturally thought of the spirit stones he obtained in the mysterious ice-cold pond in the sword well. Under the mysterious ice-cold pond, the spirit stones he obtained could be measured with a mountain. A mountain of spirit stones, at least several million. With several million spirit stones in his hands, Su Yan naturally felt rich when he went out. Su Yan still remembered the time when he was forced by Lu Hong to ask for spirit stones in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, because of the hidden sword tomb, he ate and lived in the hidden sword tomb. He didn't realize the importance of spirit stones. However, after leaving the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan realized the importance of spirit stones. Without spirit stones, it could be said that it would be difficult to move an inch. Not only that, spirit stones could even be used to hire some experts to do things that were inconvenient for him. Especially for some families that did business, perhaps there were no experts in the family, but they had spirit stones. With spirit stones, they could hire assassins to become the family's guards. Such a rich family was also indispensable in this society. The beauty of spirit stones was indescribable. Fortunately, there are spirit stones in the mysterious ice-cold pond, otherwise, I'm afraid I would still be worried about spirit stones. Su Yan muttered. Thinking of the spirit stones he obtained in the mysterious ice-cold pond, he felt like a rich man. Thinking that he really didn't carefully look at how many spirit stones there were, Su Yan wanted to take out and carefully count them. If there was an auction in the hidden demon area, he would have the confidence to participate. Patting the storage bag, a spirit stone suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. Patting again, another spirit stone appeared. Patting again, another spirit stone appeared. Patting again, another spirit stone appeared. Now that Su Yan knew the benefits of spirit stones, he naturally enjoyed this feeling, so he didn't take out all the spirit stones at once, but one by one. Enjoying this feeling, but after Su Yan patted a dozen times, there were no more spirit stones in the storage bag. How is this possible? Su Yan remembered clearly that he had at least several million spirit stones, but there were only a dozen spirit stones. Su Yan patted the storage bag a few more times, but there were still no spirit stones. Su Yan suddenly panicked, and a spirit entered the storage bag to search. There was no trace of spirit stones. Chapter 123. Back in the hidden sword tomb, Su Yan ate and lived in the hidden sword tomb. At that time, other than cultivating wholeheartedly, he did not care about spirit stones. Now that he was out of the hidden sword tomb, there was no need to mention the benefits of spirit stones. In this world, besides being a world of the strong, it was also a world of spirit stones. As long as you had spirit stones, you would have unparalleled wealth. Even if you were a piece of trash, there would still be strong people willing to risk their lives for you. Of course, in many cases, spirit stones were linked to strength. Without strength, there would be no spirit stones. 1,000,000 spirit stones was definitely a fortune. This amount of wealth was enough to contend with many families and even some small sections. Su Yan did not worry about spirit stones when he came out. He did not even look at the storage bag because he had 1,000,000 spirit stones in his storage bag. However, at this moment, Su Yan looked at the dozen spirit stones in his hand. His face was twisted and ugly. Who is it? Although Su Yan muttered softly, his ugly face was enough to see the anger in Su Yan's heart. This was like standing at the top of the world, but when you looked down at the world, you found that the whole world was empty. Even if Su Yan had a good mind, he would not feel good about the feeling of falling from the edge of the sky into the abyss. He stared at the dozen or so spirit stones in his hand, and his eyes were almost bloodshot. He stared like this for a long time. Su Yan calmed down and suppressed the anger in his heart. The storage bag has always been with me. It was definitely not stolen by others. Su Yan calmed down and quickly found the key to the matter. A storage bag was all the wealth of a martial artist. Not only did it store spirit stones, but it also stored all kinds of heavenly materials and rare treasures. Su Yan had always hung the storage bag at his waist. Because this storage bag was a high-grade storage bag, Su Yan deliberately added his bloodline seal when he took it. Under this bloodline restriction, only a Peak Saint bloodline expert would be able to forcefully erase the restriction on their own storage pouch. Only then would they be able to obtain the items inside. However, Su Yan had yet to encounter a Peak Saint bloodline expert. If they were at the peak of the Saint bloodline, they would not do such a thing. Furthermore, they did not know how many spirit stones they had in their storage pouches. Even if he knew that the heaven-destroying sword and the scarlet parting sword case were in the storage pouch, apart from the spiritual stones, the value of these two items was much higher than the 1,000,000 spiritual stones. If a saint bloodline cultivator were to open his storage pouch, he would definitely recognize these two rare treasures. Therefore, the spirit stones were definitely not stolen by anyone. If it wasn't stolen by someone, then why did the spirit stones suddenly disappear? Su Yan frowned and looked at the dozen spirit stones that he had already placed on the table, at a loss of what to do. Could it be from the storage pouch? Su Yan was in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately activated the cultivation method in his body and sent a strand of divine thought into the storage pouch. After searching every corner of the storage pouch, he realized that there was nothing else in the storage pouch other than the items that he had stored in it. Where did the spirit stones go? Su Yan muttered to himself as he retracted his divine thought in disappointment. Just as the last strand of divine thought left the storage pouch. Suddenly, a bright light shone from those dazed eyes. The light instantly flowed into the storage pouch along with the divine thought. In the corner of the storage pouch, Su Yan saw a familiar yet unfamiliar ancient jade. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend. Su Yan looked at the purple, slightly bloated ancient jade lying in the corner. It was very different from the ancient jade of the celestial fiend that Su Yan had obtained previously. However, other than the appearance of the ancient jade being bloated, it was the same as the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend seemed to have felt Su Yan's divine thought and suddenly jumped up. It jumped up and down in the storage pouch as if it was expressing its joy. Looking at the appearance of the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. He slapped the storage pouch and immediately took out the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend was given to him by Mu Zijin. Su Yan had never figured out the mystery of this jade, but Su Yan knew that this jade was cunning and intelligent. After taking out the ancient jade, Su Yan didn't dare to let go. He held it tightly in his hand and shouted, Speak, did you steal my ancient jade? After speaking, Su Yen waited for a long time and didn't see any movement from the ancient jade of the celestial fiend in his hand. He shouted again, "Stop pretending. Tell me, did you steal my spirit stones? Hurry up and give me an explanation." After speaking, Su Yan's tightly clenched fist became even more intelligent. If someone were to see his current appearance, they would definitely think that Su Yan was a madman. Making a big fuss over an item was like playing the lute to a cow. However, Su Yan knew that this ancient jade of the celestial fiend was extremely intelligent. Not only did his tightly clenched fist become tighter, it also continued to shout, "Hurry up and tell me, did you steal my spirit stones?" Going from a millionaire to a pauper in an instant, the anger was naturally indescribable. At this moment, Su Yen vented all of his anger on the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. "If you don't speak, I'll crush you today," Su Yen shouted with a pale face. He clenched his fist even harder. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yen tried and how hard he shouted, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend seemed to have completely disappeared. Su Yen couldn't feel any movement from it at all. Su Yen couldn't help but wonder, did I really use too much strength and crush the spirituality of the celestial fiend jade? Even though Su Yen didn't know what was so special about the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, it was given to him by Mu Zijian. Furthermore, Mu Zijian had spent so many years trying to subdue this ancient jade of the celestial fiend. Therefore, Su Yen believed that this ancient jade of the celestial fiend was definitely not an ordinary item. Even though Su Yen was furious at this moment, he didn't want to destroy the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. He had no more spirit stones. If he destroyed the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, he would suffer a double loss. As Su Yen thought about it, his clenched fist slowly opened up. He wanted to check it out. Just as Su Yen loosened his fist, whoosh, suddenly, a huge force rushed out from Su Yan's palm. Su Yen was startled. He hurriedly clenched his fist, but it was too late. A flash of light could be seen. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend had already jumped out of Su Yan's palm. What a cunning thing! Su Yen looked at the ancient jade of the celestial fiend and gritted his teeth. Whoosh, whoosh. Looking at Su Yan's angry face, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend spun in the air continuously, as if it was expressing the joy in its heart. After a while, a laughter came out from its body. He. It was a laughter like that of a young girl. Su Yen was already angry when he saw the ancient jade of the celestial fiend like this. But when he heard the laughter, he was stunned. Su Yen didn't believe it at first. But when he looked around, he didn't see anyone. The laughter came from the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. This jade can actually laugh like a human. Su Yen looked at the ancient jade of the celestial fiend in astonishment. All the anger in his body was replaced by shock. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend looked at Su Yen and laughed for a while. Its small body turned and suddenly stopped. What is it going to do now? Su Yen looked at the ancient jade of the celestial fiend and frowned. Suddenly, he thought of something and said in his heart, "Not good." He hurriedly used his chi to grab the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. Unfortunately, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend was not slow. It jumped out and immediately rushed towards the spirit stones that Su Yen had placed on the table. It was so fast that it was like a flash of lightning. Before Su Yen had time to react, several of the pitiful spirit stones on the table had already fallen into the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. Seeing this, Su Yen finally knew where his 1,000,000 spirit stones went. But at this moment, Su Yen couldn't be bothered to care about the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. The cultivation method in his body quickly circulated and he grabbed the few remaining spirit stones on the table. His speed was so fast that in an instant, all the spirit stones on the table were in his hands. Su Yen opened his hand and suddenly had the urge to cry. Originally, there were only a dozen spirit stones, but after being destroyed by the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, only 3 were left. Out of the 1,000,000 spirit stones, only 3 were left. Su Yan's face immediately darkened. Looking at the ancient jade of the celestial fiend, his eyes suddenly surged with a murderous intent. He. Seeing Su Yan's expression, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend let out a cheerful laugh. This laugh was as pleasant as a young girl's. But to Su Yan, it was extremely ear-piercing. Ancient jade of the celestial fiend, if I don't crush you today. Su Yan originally wanted to say that his surname was not Su, but he remembered that it was such a spiritual item. If Su Yan really destroyed it, Su Yan would really be reluctant. He could only grit his teeth and reach out to grab the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. His speed was so fast that his hand shot out like an arrow from a bow. However, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend was not slow at all. When Su Yan reached out, its small body turned slightly and dodged Su Yan's attack. It floated in the air and let out a pleasant laugh. Its entire body was jumping continuously, as if it was mocking Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan's heart was filled with anger. The skill in his body suddenly revolved, and he once again reached out to grab the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. His speed was clearly faster than before. Unfortunately, the ancient jade of the celestial fiend still managed to escape. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend was only separated by Su Yan's palm, and it continued to laugh happily. Under this laughter, Su Yan did not panic this time. Instead, he smiled faintly. When the ancient jade of the celestial fiend saw Su Yan's expression, it was slightly stunned. At this moment, Su Yan's hand that had not yet retracted swept out, and once again reached out to grab the ancient jade of the celestial fiend. The ancient jade of the celestial fiend was shocked. However, its reaction was lightning fast. It jumped up and tried to escape from Su Yan's grasp. Trying to run? Su Yan had already predicted that the ancient jade of the celestial fiend would escape. He smiled faintly, and his pupils suddenly shrank, emitting a scarlet light. Chapter 124. When the jade landed in Su Yan's hand, it was no longer as calm as when it first came out of the storage bag. Instead, it was constantly struggling. You also know how to struggle. Su Yan smiled coldly and threw it into the storage bag without hesitation. Let's see where you can run to now. When Su Yan saw the jade fall into the storage bag, he smiled proudly. However, when he saw the 3 remaining spirit stones in his hand, his entire face twisted. He gritted his teeth and almost took the jade out of the storage bag to beat it up again. However, he remembered that no matter how spiritual the jade was, it was still a tool. If Su Yan were to argue with Mu Zijian, he would only end up being angry at himself in the end. What's more, this celestial fiend jade was so intelligent, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Furthermore, it was given to him by Mu Zijian, so how could Su Yan really destroy it? He had already lost his spirit stones, so if he really destroyed it, wouldn't he suffer a double loss? Forget it. Now that Su Yan knew that the spirit stones were devoured by the jade, he was no longer as angry as before. However, he was puzzled. How could the jade devour spirit stones? Su Yan carefully recalled the books in the Immortal Sword Peak's scripture pavilion. However, he still couldn't remember the characteristics of some spiritual items that could devour spirit stones. The spiritual items in the world are divided into 6 levels: ordinary, spirit, mysterious, immortal, saint, and divine. Although I have heard that some spiritual items can increase their level by merging with their master's bloodline. However, I have never heard of spiritual items being able to devour spirit stones. As Su Yan muttered, he still couldn't figure out the mystery of the jade. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure it out. Although Su Yan wanted to take out the jade to study it, he thought that it was extremely cunning. It was like a naughty child. If he took it out and continued to chase after it, it would only cause more trouble for him. Su Yan had no choice but to give up. The world is so big, nothing is too strange. Su Yan sighed and could only comfort himself with his own ignorance. However, when he thought of the remaining 1 million spirit stones in the Xianbing cold pond, he thought about it. Su Yan still felt a stab of pain in his heart. After a long time, he calmed down. He took a deep breath and said, Forget it. I'll just pretend that I never received these spirit stones." Su Yan smiled helplessly and threw the 3 spirit stones into his storage bag. Just as it was about to be thrown, Su Yan's heart trembled. Luckily, he reacted quickly and grabbed the spirit stone in a panic. These 3 spirit stones were the last of Su Yan's wealth. When Su Yan had arrived at the inn, he had clearly heard the inn waiter say that he would have to pay 1 spirit stone for a day's stay. 3 spirit stones could only sustain him for 3 days at most. If he were to put them into his storage bag, based on how greedy the immortal fiend Jade was when it saw the spirit stones, these 3 spirit stones would definitely become the immortal fiend Jade's meal. If that was the case, not to mention 3 days, Su Yan would probably be kicked out of the store right now. Su Yan was going to the Monster Palace to investigate the secret of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Su Yan was well aware of the strength of the Monster Palace. With his current strength, it would be disastrous for him to enter rashly. Although Su Yan was anxious to find out the secret of the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal, Su Yan knew that no matter what, he had to protect his own life. Su Yan's purpose in coming to the Hidden Demon region was not only to obtain more secrets about the Monster Palace, but also to condense his holy bloodline here. The peak of the spirit channeling stage would enter the life-soul stage, and the peak of the life-soul stage would form the Holy Meridian. When one stepped into the Holy Meridian realm, one would become a saint in one go. Su Yan had profited from his misfortune, breaking the norm. The Tao of Life Abandonment and the Tao of Soul condensed at the 10th level of the spirit channeling realm, the Tao of Observing the Human Heart. When one reached the peak of the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, one would be able to form a holy vein. At this point, Su Yan was already at the peak of the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm. Absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was useless unless he could form a holy vein and break through the realm of holy veins. A single bloodline would allow one to become a saint and leap into the realm of experts. How could it be so easy to condense a holy meridian? There were people at the pinnacle of the life-soul realm who were unable to condense a holy meridian for 100 years. In the end, they died with regret. Furthermore, Su Yan's Tao of Life Abandonment and Tao of Soul were Taos that focused on one's heart. He had reached the 13th level of spirit channeling, which was already against the will of the heavens. It was even more difficult for him to condense a saint meridian compared to others. No matter how ambitious Su Yan was, he knew that forming a saint bloodline was not something that could be done in a day. He did not know how long he would have to stay in the Hidden Demon region. The Hidden Demon region was not the Hidden Sword Mound. Here, whether it was food or lodging, everything required spiritual stones. However, at this moment, Su Yan only had 3 spiritual stones left. These 3 spiritual stones were only enough for 3 days of rent, not including food. When one reached the life-soul realm, one could enter the fasting realm. Of course, this fasting realm was not truly fasting. With the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, one could go months without eating a meal. However, Su Yan was not in the life-soul realm. He was only in the spirit channeling realm. Although he could absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to alleviate his hunger, this could only last for a dozen days without eating. After a long time, his stomach would still feel hungry, and then he would have to eat. In the world of warriors, when one reached the life-soul realm, one could enter the fasting realm and go months without eating a meal. This was why the food in the various inns was extremely expensive. A meal could cost as little as a few spiritual stones, and as much as a few hundred or even tens of thousands of spiritual stones. All of this required spiritual stones. Right now, Su Yan only had a pitiful 3 spiritual stones. 3 spiritual stones were not enough for Su Yan to eat a meal. Looking at the 3 spiritual stones, Su Yan suddenly smiled bitterly. At the same time, he discovered a very serious matter. He had come down from the Hidden Sword Tomb and returned to the Su family. He had been in the Hidden Demon area for more than 10 days. And he had not eaten for many days in the Hidden Sword Tomb. According to this calculation, in a few days, Su Yan would definitely feel hungry. At that time, he would have to eat. Otherwise, Su Yan would very likely become a warrior who would starve to death. Spiritual stones, I want spiritual stones. Su Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. He regretted that when he left the Su family that day, when Su Tianta gave him thousands of spiritual stones, he refused. Not only did he refuse the spiritual stones, but he also refused Su Tiantu's offer to treat Su Yan to a full meal before leaving. Now that Su Yan thought about it, he regretted that he could not wait to go back to the Su family. However, the Su family was at least hundreds of thousands of miles away. It was definitely impossible to go back to the Su family. And if he could not go back to the Su family, in the hidden demon area, Su Yan was alone. Where could he get spiritual stones? Since that day in the hidden sword tomb, when Lu Hong forced him to ask for spiritual stones, Su Yan had never been short of spiritual stones. At that time in the mysterious ice-cold pond, he obtained 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Su Yan did not even think about the spiritual stones. How could he have thought that he would fall into such a situation? Forget it, forget it. Let's go out of the room first and then make plans. Su Yan shook his head helplessly. Holding the 3 spiritual stones, he went downstairs. He gritted his teeth and put on a generous look. He threw out the only 3 spiritual stones in his hand and said, "Waiter, I'll pay for the room upstairs for 3 days first." The waiter was obviously also a warrior, and his strength was not weak. Su Yan could tell at a glance that he was a master at the peak of the life-soul realm. With such strength, he would be a genius in the sects in the hidden sword tomb. Su Yan did not understand why he was a waiter in this inn. However, Su Yan could not even protect himself now, so he paid the only 3 spiritual stones. Su Yan really did not know where to go to get food. He did not think about why the waiter was a waiter here. He shook his head and turned to leave the inn. At this moment, the waiter suddenly called out from behind, "Senior, you're staying in a superior room. These 3 spiritual stones are only for 1 day. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to say 3 days." In the world of warriors, those who reached the top were first. Aside from the sects and families, as long as one's strength was stronger than others, regardless of status, they would be addressed respectfully. Su Yan hid all the spiritual qi in his body as soon as he entered the hidden demon region. The waiter could not see Su Yan's strength. Although Su Yan was young, he still addressed Su Yan as a senior. However, Su Yan did not feel anything about this greeting. Instead, when he heard that the superior room cost 3 spiritual stones a day, his already depressed face immediately sank. He beat his feet in his heart. Superior room, superior room. When I entered the inn, what was wrong with me? How could I stay in a superior room? At that time, Su Yan had always felt that he was a millionaire. Since he had so many spiritual stones, he naturally wanted to enjoy it. After all, the superior room had many advantages compared to other rooms. Even the location of the room had the densest spiritual essence in the entire shop. How could Su Yan have thought that there would be such a moment? He sighed helplessly in his heart. However, his expression did not change. He waved his hand and said, "1 day it is. Then I will pay for 1 day in advance." The waiter glanced at Su Yan but did not say anything. There was no expression of disdain in his eyes. After all, he was the waiter of this hidden demon region inn. In 1 day, he had seen countless passers-by. Among these passers-by, there were all kinds of strange guests. Who knew if this was a master or a rich man hiding his strength? The waiter nodded and was about to leave. Just as he was about to leave, a customer sitting in the main hall let out a disdainful laugh. Changing it to 1 day after 3 days, how extravagant! After this laugh, another voice immediately sounded, "I don't think so. It's more like a poor man pretending to be rich." When Su Yan heard this voice, the depressed look on his face that was originally worried about the spiritual stones suddenly disappeared. A bright light suddenly gushed out from his dim eyes toward the 2 diners who were sitting, faintly exuding a power. At the same time, he saw the appearance of the 2 people clearly. One was quite tall, skinny like firewood, with a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. At first glance, he felt that he had a face that deserved a beating. The other person was the opposite. He was fat. Although he was not as fat as Lu Fei, the number 1 fatty in the hidden sword tomb, he was not far behind. If he had a simple and honest appearance like Lu Fei, it would be fine. Unfortunately, he had thick eyebrows, big ears, and a pair of almost invisible eyes, which showed that he was timid. Seeing the appearance of the 2 people, Su Yan could not help but smile. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that it is just two fat and thin dogs barking. But Chapter 125. As the fat and thin men spoke, a surge of spiritual energy surged from their bodies and bloomed in the hall. Some of the weaker people in the hall couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw the spiritual energy emitted from the two men. Su Yan smiled contemptuously. Just a saint of one bloodline. When the thin man heard Su Yan's words, he immediately flew into a rage and pointed at Su Yan. What did you say? How dare you look down on the two of us? If you have the guts, why don't you show your strength and challenge me to a duel? In the Hidden Devil region, there were tens of thousands of people passing by every day. Among them, there was no lack of powerhouses. Of course, most of them were in the life-soul realm. The saints of this bloodline, since they were saints, they had the right to be arrogant. However, Su Yan didn't even look at him. After checking out the two men's strength, he turned and walked out. His main purpose of this trip was to get the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. He didn't want to waste time arguing with these two men. When the fat and thin men saw Su Yan leave, they immediately mocked him again. Their words were as unpleasant as they could be. When Su Yan heard this, his footsteps paused slightly. However, when he thought of the rules of the Hidden Devil region and his current predicament, he endured it. Instead of arguing with these two men, I might as well think of a way to find some spiritual stones. Su Yan murmured. He smiled faintly and directly ignored the words of the fat and skinny man. Then he walked out directly. There were many unwritten rules in the Hidden Devil region. One of them was that no one could snatch the goods of the merchants in the Hidden Devil region. It was this unwritten rule that made the Hidden Devil region a paradise for many merchants. In this place, no matter how strong one was, as long as one had something good, one could boldly display it and sell it without fear of it being snatched away. Of course, it was a different story after leaving the Hidden Devil region. Su Yan walked on the streets of Hidden Devil region's market, listening to the constant shouts coming from the surroundings, and thought in his heart, should I also set up a stall and do some business? When he was at the Immortal Sword Peak in the Sword Storage Mound, Su Yan had taken away many of the rare herbs and rare treasures that Elder Tong Jian had left behind in the Immortal Sword Peak's scripture pavilion. If he set up a stall, he would be able to earn some spirit stones. However, when he thought about those items, Su Yan couldn't bear to part with them. Although he was willing to take out some ordinary items, they were everywhere on the streets. Furthermore, their prices were extremely low. There were some that could only be exchanged for one spirit stone after taking out a dozen of them. This immediately made Su Yan lose interest. However, other than setting up a stall, Su Yan couldn't think of any other way to earn spirit stones. Could it be that he had to work like the waiter in the inn? But when he thought about it, it wasn't a good idea. Not to mention the meager profits, most of the large businesses in the Hidden Devil region, such as inns, medicine shops, and sword shops, were already occupied. If he rashly went to work, the shops might not accept him. Of course, Su Yan also thought of a faster way, which was to kill people and rob their belongings. However, as soon as this idea came out, it was immediately rejected by Su Yan. Not to mention that Su Yan didn't want to cause trouble in Hidden Devil region. A gentleman was greedy for wealth, and he obtained it in the right way. Su Yan, a dignified swordsman, would not fall to such a point. However, apart from these methods, Su Yan really couldn't think of any other way to earn spirit stones. Spirit stones, spirit stones. Su Yan roared towards the sky with a burst of pity in his heart. Who would have thought that he would fall to such a point after leaving the sword storage mound? Senior, senior. Just as Su Yan was in melancholy, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Yan was in melancholy, but he didn't pay attention to the voice. Just as he was about to continue walking forward to familiarize himself with the Hidden Devil region, a figure appeared in front of him. This person was 7 feet tall. Although his face couldn't be considered handsome, his facial features were extremely regular. However, the clothes on his body were extremely shabby. When Su Yan saw him standing in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. The cultivation method in his body suddenly started to operate slowly. It wasn't that Su Yan was afraid. It was that in the Hidden Devil region, there were too many people, and this person suddenly appeared in front of him. It was hard to know what a person's heart was, and it was better to be cautious. However, in the next moment, Su Yan knew that his caution was unnecessary. This person completely ignored Su Yan's gloomy face and acted as if they were familiar with each other. He touched his nose and revealed a simple and honest smile like Lu Fei in the sword storage mound. "Senior, hello, my name is Buttface." Buttface. When Su Yan heard his name, he frowned slightly. He didn't understand why this person would have such a lowly name. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. Looking at that simple and honest smile, he recalled the first time he came to the hidden sword tomb. Lu Fei's simple and honest smile reminded him of the time he spent with Lu Fei. Thinking about the time he spent with Lu Fei, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, I wonder how this fatty is doing in the hidden sword tomb. But Face didn't care whether Su Yan spoke or not. He opened his mouth again and said, "Senior, this is your first time in the hidden devil region, right?" Su Yan was pulled back to his memories by Buttface's words and re-examined him. However, he still didn't speak, although this Buttface had the same simple and honest smile as Lu Fei. However, Su Yan clearly remembered the trouble that fatty Lu Fei had caused in the sect in the end. He had always had to clean up after him. Moreover, the more familiar Su Yan was with Lu Fei, the more he found that Lu Fei was treacherous and cunning. Therefore, Su Yan wouldn't be deceived by this smile. Seeing that Su Yan didn't speak, but Face didn't mind and continued, "Senior, do you know who the two people in the inn were?" As Buttface spoke, he guessed that Su Yan wouldn't speak. Without waiting for Su Yan's response, he continued, "Senior, those two people are the tyrants of the hidden devil region. The tall one is called Pang Chen, and the fat one is called Lu Shang. These two rely on the fact that they are saints and often kill and rob people in the hidden devil region." As Buttface spoke, he couldn't help but snort. Obviously, he despised the two of them. However, he just snorted and didn't wait for Su Yan's reaction. He continued to boast. "These two people say that they are saints, but they are actually the scum of our hidden devil region. If it weren't for the Guyu sect behind them, I'm afraid they would have been destroyed many times over." Hearing Buttface say this, Su Yan's unchanging expression finally changed a little. Su Yan was no stranger to the Guyu sect. It was the sect closest to the hidden devil region. It was similar to the hidden sword tomb in that it was a sword cultivation sect. Although it wasn't considered a large sect, the Guyu sect was located in a superior location near the hidden devil region. There were people from the Guyu sect who did business in the hidden devil region all year round, so they had accumulated a lot of wealth. In terms of strength, they were comparable to the hidden sword tomb. But Face still didn't care about the change in Su Yan's expression and continued, "Senior, so you have to be careful after offending these two. Don't step out of the hidden devil region. Otherwise, there will be trouble." As Buttface spoke, he put on a fearful expression. Obviously, he had suffered a lot at the hands of these two people in the past. After listening to Buttface say so much, Su Yan looked at Buttface for a long time and finally said, "Buttface, why are you telling me this? What's your purpose?" Buttface was stunned when he heard Su Yan's words, then he smiled embarrassedly and said, "Senior, to be honest, I hate those two people. Just now, I saw your disdainful look towards them. I know you are a powerful person, so..." Buttface didn't finish his words, but Su Yan understood. As Buttface spoke, Su Yan kept staring at him. From his eyes, he didn't see any intention of lying. And when he saw Buttface's honest smile again, Su Yan felt that this person was interesting. Although he knew some things about the hidden devil region. After all, this was his first time in the hidden devil region. Judging from Buttface's appearance, it was obvious that he had stayed in the hidden devil region for a long time. Now that he was short of spirit stones, maybe he could ask Buttface for some good ideas. Su Yan thought about it and nodded immediately. Without any hesitation, he asked Buttface directly, "Buttface, do you know how to get spirit stones quickly in the hidden devil region?" "Haha, you are really a pauper." This time, before Buttface could speak, the disgusting sound was heard again. Su Yan didn't need to turn around to guess who it was. These two people were the fat and thin people he had met in the inn just now. They were Pang Chen and Lu Shang, whom Buttface had mentioned. "Buttface, what are you doing here?" Are you talking bad about us again? The thin man, Pang Chen, stepped forward and saw Buttface. He immediately shouted with a gloomy face. Buttface was startled and hurriedly hid behind Su Yan. Su Yan didn't say anything. He just looked at the fat and thin people and smiled slightly. I was wondering who it was. So it's the fat and thin dogs. Kid, what did you say? The thin man, Pang Chen, obviously had a bad temper. When he heard Su Yan's words, he immediately clenched his fists and activated the cultivation method in his body, ready to fight. The fat man, Lu Shang, was calmer than him. He pulled Pang Chen back, but his mouth was as foul as the thin man's. He turned to look at Su Yan and laughed coldly. Popper, let me tell you. In the Hidden Devil region, if you want to get spirit stones quickly, it is naturally the martial arts arena in the Hidden Devil region. Martial arts arena. When Su Yan heard Lu Shang's words, his eyes narrowed slightly, and suddenly a ray of light bloomed in his eyes. Su Yan disdained to kill people and rob them. However, if he could earn some spirit stones through martial arts competitions, it was a good choice. At least it could solve his urgent needs. However, Su Yan obviously trusted Buttface more than the other two, even though this was the first time he, the fat man, and the thin man had met Buttface. However, compared to Buttface, Su Yan felt that Buttface was more honest. He looked at Buttface and saw Buttface nod. Su Yan made up his mind and asked the fat man and the thin man, "Where is the martial arts arena?" Chapter 126. It turned out that all of this was just Lu Shang's scheme. The reason why Lu Shang had mentioned the martial arts arena to Su Yan was entirely to see if Su Yan was really short of spirit stones. As long as Su Yan was really short of spirit stones, then Lu Shang had enough schemes to make Su Yan take the bait. Lu Shang touched the ordinary storage bag at his waist, cleared his throat, and said, "Poor boy, you need to pay a deposit for the martial arts arena." After Lu Shang finished speaking, he smiled evilly. Without waiting for Su Yan's response, he glanced greedily at Su Yan's high-grade storage bag and continued, "I see that you're so poor that you probably don't have any spirit stones to pay a deposit, so don't even think about the martial arts arena. However, I can recommend you to go somewhere." Senior, don't, then. Buttface was from the Hidden Demon region, so he naturally knew the ins and outs of Lu Shang and Pang Chen. When he saw Lu Shang's evil expression, he knew that something was amiss. Knowing that the two of them were up to something, he hurriedly reminded Su Yan. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he saw Pang Chen's face darken. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual chi pressure pressed down on Buttface. Buttface was suddenly speechless and could only shake his head at Su Yan. Su Yan had just stepped into the world, but with his cultivation in his previous life and his 100 years of experience in the endless corridor in the pagoda, who could compare to him in terms of tricks? Moreover, how could Su Yan not see through Lu Shang's clumsy technique? However, Su Yan had never pointed it out because he wanted to see what Lu Shang and Pang Chen were up to. Most importantly, Su Yan was really short of spirit stones. Just now, Su Yan had thought of several ways to earn spirit stones, but none of them were feasible. He had originally thought that Lu Shang wanted to use the martial arts arena to extort a sum of money from him, but he said that the martial arts arena required a deposit. Clearly, the martial arts arena wasn't Lu Shang's true goal. He definitely had other plans. Su Yan understood this in his heart. However, when he saw that Buttface wanted to tell him this, he was touched. He smiled slightly and stood in front of Buttface. The pressure of Pang Chen's powerful spiritual energy was immediately reflected by Su Yan. Buttface's pale face immediately regained its color. Although this happened in the blink of an eye, it greatly alarmed both Lu Shang and Pang Chen. Since the two of them were able to become saints, they were naturally not stupid people. Although Pang Chen's spiritual pressure seemed simple, if one did not have a peak life soul, they would definitely be suppressed. However, Su Yan was able to resolve the spiritual pressure so easily. In that case, Su Yan's strength was probably not just at the peak of the life-soul realm. He was very likely a saint. Saints were definitely the new origin of the martial arts world. As long as one was a saint, it meant that one had a position in the entire martial arts world and a position in the entire sect. Pang Chen and Lu Shang looked at each other in surprise. They were obviously shocked by Su Yan's scene. The two of them were smart people. In the hidden demon region, who could be provoked and who could not be provoked, because the two of them were cautious. The two of them had always been swindling people in the hidden demon region. Of course, the Guyu sect behind them was also inseparable from the fact that they were still alive today. However, the most important thing was that the two of them were cautious. They had originally thought that Su Yan, a poor kid, was at most at the life-soul realm. However, looking at Su Yan's poor appearance, he was definitely not from any sect. This kind of person was what Lu Shang and Pang Chen liked to kill the most. When Su Yan was in the inn, the two of them had their eyes on Su Yan and followed him here. Looking at Su Yan's storage bag, Lu Shang even thought that it was already in his bag. However, Su Yan's performance made the two of them hesitate. The two of them looked at Su Yan and continued to judge. In the end, they could not resist the temptation of the storage bag at Su Yan's waist. Lu Shang gritted his teeth and said to Su Yan, "Kid, we have a good place to earn spirit stones. I just don't know if you have the guts to go." Although he was a little afraid of Su Yan's strength at the moment. However, he believed that even if Su Yan was a saint, he was at most a saint of a single bloodline. If he was a saint of a single bloodline, then as long as Su Yan dared to go to the place he said, he would have a way to subdue him. Buttface was frightened by the pressure of the spirit chi just now and did not dare to speak casually. He just kept tugging at Su Yan's clothes, wanting to remind Su Yan that this was a conspiracy. However, Su Yan did not pay attention to him. He just smiled and said, "What good place do you have? As long as I can earn spirit stones, there is no place that Su does not dare to go." Lu Shang had just judged from Su Yan's age and Su Yan's predicament that even if Su Yan was a saint, he would definitely only be a saint of a single bloodline. After all, Su Yan was too young. Such a young saint was enough to make people suspicious. Moreover, this was the world of the strong. How could the saint of a single bloodline fall to a place where they had to worry about spirit stones? Based on these points, Lu Shang could conclude that Su Yan was only at the peak of the life-soul stage. It was just that his willpower was a little stronger, which was why he could resist the pressure of Pang Chen's spirit chi just now. Since he had come to this conclusion, Lu Shang was naturally worried that Su Yan would not fall for it. When he heard Su Yan's forthright words, he immediately squeezed out a smile on his chubby face. He looked at the storage bag hanging at Su Yan's waist and continuously emitted rays of greedy light. He thought that the storage bag would soon be his. Only then did Lu Shang calm down a little. He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Good lad, you have guts. Since that is the case, go to the eastern district of the demon-subduing region tomorrow morning. There will be many bounty missions there tomorrow. You will be rewarded with spirit stones if you complete them." As he spoke, a sinister smile flashed across Lu Shang's chubby face again. He looked at Su Yan and said mockingly, "I just don't know if you have the guts to accept these missions." "Tomorrow? I will go." The corners of Su Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at Lu Shang with disdain and turned to walk in the direction of the inn. Lu Shang looked at Su Yan's disdainful eyes and felt a surge of anger in his heart. However, he had some self-control and forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. He shouted at Su Yan, "Poor lad, don't speak loudly now and be a coward tomorrow." Su Yan ignored Lu Shang's shouts and walked straight in the direction of the inn. His purpose in coming here was to earn some spirit stones. Now that he had found a way to earn spirit stones, there was no need to stay on the demon-subduing street. Senior. Not long after Su Yan walked out, Buttface caught up with Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan stop, Buttface cautiously looked back. It was obvious that Buttface was often bullied by Lu Shang and Pang Chen. When he saw Pang Chen, Lu Shang and Pang Chen couldn't hear him. Just now, he whispered to Su Yan, "Senior, there is something fishy about the reward mission tomorrow. You must not go." Su Yan naturally knew that Lu Shang and Pang Chen didn't have any good intentions. There was definitely something fishy about the reward mission. However, when he saw Buttface's flustered expression, Su Yan's interest in him was piqued. He pretended not to know anything and said, "Buttface, why can't we go on this bounty mission?" Alas! Buttface sighed slightly and said, "Senior, there is something you don't know. The reward missions are basically issued by the Guyu sect. In the past few years, the two of them have made use of their relationship with the Guyu sect to do some shady business of killing and robbing people in the reward missions. As Buttface spoke, he looked meaningfully at Su Yan's storage bag and continued, "Senior, I think the two of them are eyeing your storage bag." "Is that so?" Su Yan smiled slightly. He naturally knew what Pang Chen and Lu Shang were up to, but he still didn't point it out. It wasn't that Su Yan was pretending, but Su Yan wanted to know more about Buttface. Su Yan's main purpose in coming to the demon-subduing region was to observe the Supreme Demon Palace and get closer to the Supreme Demon Palace, in addition to forming his own saint bloodline. Since the Monster Palace was an existence that surpassed the Sword Catacomb, it was enough to know how powerful the Monster Palace was. From this perspective, it wouldn't be easy to enter the Monster Palace. He didn't know how long he would stay here. If he stayed for a long time, it would be easier for him to move around in the demon-subduing region if he got to know some indigenous people. It was like when Su Yan had first arrived at the Sword Catacomb, he had made friends with Lu Fei and Fatty Lu. Because of his relationship with Lu Fei, Su Yan had saved a lot of trouble. Now, Su Yan didn't know how long he would stay in the demon-subduing region. If he made friends with someone in the future, it would be convenient for him to do things. Obviously, Buttface was the best choice now. However, after all, people's hearts were sinister and they weren't from the same sect. Su Yan had to find out who Buttface was. Buttface naturally didn't know what Su Yan was thinking. He thought that Su Yan really didn't know about the scheme of Lu Shang and Pang Chen. Therefore, he once again displayed his ability to talk big when he saw Su Yan. He talked about the relationship between Lu Shang and Pang Chen and the Guyu sect. Then, he talked about the conspiracy behind tomorrow's bounty mission. "Senior, in short, you can't go on that bounty mission. Even if you want to go, don't accept the Guyu sect's mission." Buttface talked for a full hour before he looked at Su Yan with a serious expression. Looking at Buttface's serious expression, Su Yan was amused. However, Su Yan didn't say anything. He just smiled and continued to walk in the direction of the inn. Buttface saw Su Yan's expression and hurriedly chased after him. He asked anxiously, "Senior, did you hear what I said?" Su Yan still had that mysterious smile on his face. He looked at Buttface's serious expression and said, "Buttface, you'll know tomorrow." "You'll know tomorrow." Buttface was taken aback by Su Yan's words. He didn't understand what he meant. Su Yan didn't explain. From Buttface's concerned expression, Su Yan knew that he wasn't disgusting and that he was someone worth making friends with. Chapter 127. The Hidden Demon Region was the hub that connected the 5 counties. Countless warriors would enter here every day, causing the Hidden Demon Region to be a huge hindrance. At the same time, it also caused the decadent nightlife in the Hidden Demon Region. Although this was a world of the strong, and everyone chased after the strong, no matter what, warriors were still humans. They had desires and lives. Therefore, this was also one of the reasons for the rise of the Hidden Demon Region's nightlife. In the entire 5 counties, no matter the state or city, the Hidden Demon Region's nightlife was the most luxurious and decadent. Those who enjoyed the nightlife here, no matter what their cultivation was, as long as they had enough spirit stones, they could be a big boss here. Of course, without spirit stones, it would be difficult to move an inch. Su Yan had long heard of the luxurious nightlife in the Hidden Demon Region. Naturally, he wanted to see it for himself. Unfortunately, his storage bag was empty. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't do it. He could only lie in the inn and cultivate. Rather than cultivating, it was better to say that he cultivated his body and nature. At this moment, Su Yan had already reached the peak of the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, which was the same as the peak of the life-soul realm. No matter how much spirit energy he absorbed, if he couldn't condense his own holy vein, it would be useless. Under this kind of bottleneck, it was easy for people to become dispirited, especially on such a luxurious and intoxicating night like the subduing devil region, listening to the music of the geisha outside and the occasional joyous laughter. It was a constant impact on people's hearts. Although Su Yan had experienced many things, but no matter what, he was only a young man in his early 20s. Especially when he still maintained the body of a virgin, he still retained the love of a man and a woman from his previous life. Now that he heard the gentle voice of the geisha from time to time, he couldn't help but feel a ripple in his heart. Thankfully, Su Yen had experienced many things in the sword storage mound, and had also gone through the endless winding corridor. His mind was not something that ordinary people could compare to. After a short period of cultivation, he quickly calmed down from the temptations coming from outside. But when he heard the laughter of the geisha, Su Yan's mind was filled with the image of the graceful figure in red. Ever since he entered the hidden sword tomb, other than pursuing strength, Su Yen had never thought about anything between a man and a woman. However, in the end he left the hidden sword tomb. Because of the ambiguous scene in the well of swordsmanship and Qin Hao's jealousy, Su Yan's heart, which had never been moved before, rippled at the last moment. Su Yen recalled the scene at the Well of Swords that day. He recalled how the red-clothed figure had stood in front of him several times to protect him. He also recalled how he stood in front of the stone tablet in the hidden sword tomb and did not see her for a long time. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I wonder how she is doing now," Su Yen muttered to himself. He was stunned for a while before shaking his head helplessly and sighing. "Su Yen, oh Su Yen, what we have to do now is so heavy. The secret of the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is to revive the Futu Sword sect. I haven't even taken a step forward in all of these matters. How can I have the time to think about such matters?" As Su Yen muttered, he forcefully suppressed the yearning in his heart. As the yearning in his heart subsided, he quickly returned to the matter that he had encountered today. Not to mention that Buttface had been constantly reminding him today. How could Su Yen not see through Lu Shang and Pang Chen's intentions? If it had been any other time, Su Yen would not have bothered with these two people. But it just so happened that Su Yen was not only short of spirit stones in the hidden demon area, but he also lacked an opponent. As a swordsman, a sword cultivator, he was always looking forward to a life and death struggle. Only by constantly fighting, only by constantly challenging one's limits, could he grow and become stronger. Now that Lu Shang and Pang Chen had set their sights on him, Su Yen was not worried at all. Instead, he was looking forward to it. Although a saint of one bloodline was very strong, Su Yen was now at the 13th level of spirit channeling, which was beyond the legendary stage. Moreover, he also had the blood dragon pupil. A saint of one bloodline was obviously not enough to stimulate Su Yan's limits. But if there was another one, it would be enough for him to fight with all his strength. Su Yen thought about the bounty mission tomorrow and licked his lips. His eyes suddenly burst with a bright light, and he was full of anticipation for the bounty mission tomorrow. For the entire night, because Su Yen was penniless, he was unable to enjoy the luxurious nightlife of the devil-subduing region. He did not leave even a single step and listened to the joyous laughter coming from outside. It was rare for him to have a good sleep. Time always passed so quickly in sleep. The night passed quickly. Poor boy. Not long after Su Yen woke up, he heard a shout coming from downstairs. Just by hearing the name, Su Yen knew that Lu Shang and Pang Chen had come. These two are really attentive, but I don't know if they will let me down. Su Yen smiled slightly. He simply tidied himself up and turned to go downstairs. Su Yen was staying in the best room in the inn, and it cost 3 spirit stones a day. The 3 spirit stones he paid yesterday were obviously enough for yesterday's room. Su Yen was not the kind of person to eat and stay for free. Since he did not have any spirit stones on him, he naturally had to check out. Just as he walked in front of the waiter, before he could speak, he heard the waiter say, "Senior, there is no need to check out. As long as you come back alive, you can stay in the room." Su Yen was stunned when he heard this. However, he saw that the waiter had already asked someone to tidy up his room and the way the waiter was looking at him. Su Yen turned his head and looked at the other people in the inn. They were looking at him with the same expression as the waiter, as if they were looking at a dead man. He immediately understood what was going on. However, Su Yen was not angry. He shook his head and smiled. It seems that Lu Shang and Pang Chen have some tricks up their sleeves in the hidden demon region. Looking at the gazes of the crowd, Su Yen did not have the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he looked forward to today's bounty mission even more. The moment his eyes surged, a ray of light immediately flowed out. "Poor boy, why are you so slow? Are you afraid to go?" Lu Shang immediately teased when he saw Su Yan come out. "If you don't have the guts to go, then obediently leave the hidden demon region. Don't join in the fun." Although Lu Shang said this, his gaze fell on the storage bag on Su Yan's waist and constantly emitted a greedy light. Trying to goad me with such a clumsy scheme. When Su Yan heard Lu Shang's words, the glimmer of hope he had for him yesterday immediately dimmed. However, Su Yan did not point it out. Instead, he followed Lu Shang's words and pretended to be angry. He shouted, "Who said I don't dare to go? Let's go." "Good, you are indeed brave." When Lu Shang saw Su Yan agree, the corners of his mouth immediately curled into an evil smile. He waved at Pang Chen and said, "Pang Chen, lead the way." "Okay." Although Pang Chen and Lu Shang were both saints, when the two of them were together, it was obvious that Lu Shang was the leader. Hearing Lu Shang's words, Pang Chen did not say anything. He glanced at Su Yan and immediately walked forward. Su Yan smiled and did not say anything. He followed by Lu Shang. It was as if he was watching Su Yan and was afraid that he would escape. Although the hidden demon region was only a pass, it was vast and even larger than the Jing State City. Other than the place where Su Yan lived, which was in a glorious state, the other streets were also filled with houses and bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, the entire hidden demon region was not only filled with streets, houses, and shops. It should be known that in addition to being famous for business, the Hengduan Mountain in the hidden demon region was also famous in the 5 prefectures. The Hengduan Mountain was located in the southern suburbs of the hidden demon region. The mountain was named Hengduan Mountain because there were many continuous mountains that separated the 5 prefectures and the 9 prefectures. It was so vast that it was said that no one could cross the Hengduan Mountain by themselves. From this, one could see the vastness of the Hengduan Mountain. The vastness of the Hengduan Mountain also caused the mountain to be filled with countless demonic beasts and spiritual herbs. The Hengduan Mountain was not only a dangerous place, but also a treasure trove. Of course, in the hidden demon region, many people regarded the Hengduan Mountain as a huge business. In the southern suburbs of the hidden demon region, there were many shops set up at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain. These shops were set up by various big businesses who had their eyes on the resources in the Hengduan Mountain. Every day, there were countless bounty missions at the foot of the mountain, attracting many experts to gather here. They would enter the Hengduan Mountain to capture demonic beasts or collect some spiritual herbs to refine medicine in exchange for spirit stones. Of course, the so-called gathering of experts were mostly experts in the Fate Soul realm. This was because once one became a saint, one would have leaped into a new beginner realm. No matter where one was, a saint was the most respected existence. They were geniuses in any sect. With such a status, how could they lack spirit stones? Saints entered the Hengduan Mountain to hunt demonic beasts and collect spiritual herbs, but only for their own use. They would not enter the Hengduan Mountain through bounty missions. Although the hidden demon region was vast, there were many teleportation formations set up in the hidden demon region that led to various places in the region. Of course, these teleportation formations were not like the ones in the hidden sword tomb, which could be used at will. Instead, there was a fee. Su Yan was penniless, but Pang Chen and Lu Shang were generous. Without any nonsense, they directly paid the fee for Su Yan's teleportation formation. Through the teleportation formation, the 3 of them quickly arrived at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain. At this moment, countless experts who had accepted the bounty missions had already gathered at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain. All the shops were tightly packed. However, when Lu Shang and Pang Chen appeared, when the crowd saw the 2 of them, they all made way for them. No matter what, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were saints, so their status was naturally extraordinary. As the crowd made way, they also noticed Su Yan behind Lu Shang and Pang Chen. When everyone saw Su Yan, a mocking expression surged on their faces. There were even people in the crowd who began to mock him. Heh, another one who's not afraid of death has been targeted by Lu Shang and Pang Chen. Yeah, I wonder what Lu Shang and Pang Chen have taken a fancy to this kid this time. Chapter 128. Su Yan listened to the discussions around him. They had the same expression as the waiter at the inn. Su Yan couldn't help but sneer. Of course, he was looking forward to what would happen next. I wonder what kind of tricks Lu Shang and Pang Chen have up their sleeves. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and quickened his pace. Soon, he arrived in front of the Bounty Mission Bulletin Board. Bounty missions were also divided into many levels, ranging from level 1 to level 10. The higher the level, the more difficult the mission. Among the martial artists who came to Hengduan Mountain to accept missions, the highest they could receive was a level 6 mission. As for level 7 and above missions, not to mention that no one had issued them for several months, even if someone issued them, no one would accept them. One had to know that Hengduan Mountain was not only full of business opportunities, but also full of dangers. Of course, this Bounty Mission Bulletin Board was set up very humanely. Not only did it indicate the level of the mission and the reward, but it also indicated the recommended strength. The level 6 mission indicated that the recommended strength was at the peak of the life soul stage. It was to capture a type of demonic beast, and the reward was 1,000 spirit stones. It was the highest reward in the entire bounty mission. If Buttface hadn't said those words to him yesterday, Su Yan would have definitely accepted this mission. After all, Su Yan lacked spirit stones. If he could get 1,000 spirit stones, he would definitely be able to solve his current urgent need. However, thinking of what Buttface had said to him yesterday, Su Yan didn't accept the level 6 mission. Instead, he continued to check the Bounty Mission Bulletin Board. He soon noticed a level 4 mission. The recommended strength was at the 5th stage of the Life Soul stage, and the reward was 3,000 spirit stones. 3,000 spirit stones for a level 6 mission. If it were a normal mission, this mission would definitely be a hot one and would be accepted in minutes. However, this mission was displayed on the mission bulletin board. Clearly, this meant that this mission had not been accepted by anyone yet. Senior. At this moment, Buttface appeared out of nowhere and walked up to Su Yan. He was about to persuade Su Yan, but Lu Shang and Pang Chen glared at him. Buttface was so scared that he didn't dare to make a sound. He looked at Su Yan for a while before he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, remember what I said yesterday." Buttface. Hearing Buttface's words, Lu Shang flew into a rage. But before he could get angry, he heard a ding. The level 4 mission on the Bounty Mission Bulletin Board was accepted. LV Shang's angry expression immediately calmed down. She looked at Su Yan and revealed an evil smile. Buttface was also stunned by the sound. Regaining his senses, he looked at Su Yan and sighed. "Senior." Buttface was obviously very angry that Su Yan didn't listen to his advice. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had accepted the mission. Whether it was success or failure, he had to carry it out. When the surrounding crowd saw this, some kind-hearted people looked at Su Yan and felt pity. Of course, compared to these feelings of pity, there were more sounds of ridicule. This kid is really not afraid of death. Look at Buttface's expression. It's obvious that he has already told him that there is something fishy about this mission. He actually still dares to accept it. Hey, who doesn't care if Buttface said anything? Who doesn't know about Lu Shang and Pang Chen's clumsy plan? I think this kid is just arrogant. I think so too. Let's wait and see. Maybe this kid can really complete this mission? Amidst the mocking voices of the crowd, a middle-aged man quickly walked up to Su Yan. That middle-aged man glanced at Su Yan and said directly, "Report your name and sect." Su Yan. Su Yan said his name directly. However, when he said his sect, Su Yan hesitated. If it had been in the past, he would definitely have said that he was from the Hidden Sword Tomb without hesitation. However, now that Su Yan had been expelled from the Hidden Sword Tomb, he was no longer a member of the Hidden Sword Tomb. His real identity was now the successor of the Buddha Sword sect. However, the Buddha Sword sect was obviously not something that Su Yan could shoulder. Thinking of Su Yan, he smiled bitterly and said, "I'm a disbanded cultivator." A disbanded cultivator meant that he didn't belong to any sect or family. When he heard Su Yan say that he was a disbanded cultivator, the middle-aged man looked at Su Yen with burning eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it and said calmly, "Sign the contract." After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and a domino immediately appeared in front of Su Yen. This domino was a contract domino that contained all sorts of information about the bounty mission. It also contained a life and death contract. This life and death contract meant that after Su Yen signed it, it meant that if anything happened to Su Yen during the mission, it would have nothing to do with the person who issued the mission. Su Yen signed the contract without hesitation and returned the domino to the middle-aged man with a wave of his hand. Now that he had accepted the mission, it was time to complete it. Su Yen walked into the Hengduan mountain. Suddenly, Lu Shang acted like a good person and said to Su Yen, "Su Yen, I wish you good luck." Su Yen smiled faintly and ignored Lu Shang as he walked into the Hengduan mountain. How arrogant! Lu Shang sneered when he saw that Su Yen was ignoring him. He waved his hand and shouted, "Activate the mission image." As soon as Lu Shang's voice fell, a huge image appeared in the void. This image showed the scene of Su Yen entering the Hengduan mountain. Seeing Su Yen walk in, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "Lu Shang, Pang Chen, I heard the two of you say yesterday that this person was able to withstand Pang Chen's spiritual pressure. He has some ability. If this person is really at the peak of the Fate Soul stage, then the share of the two of you this time will be, Elder, look at what you're saying. With our relationship, there's no need to talk about sharing. It's fine as long as we can work for the Guyu sect." Lu Shang interrupted the middle-aged man with a laugh before he could finish. He looked at the mission image and his eyes immediately shone brightly. He was like a completely different person compared to the scheming merchant from before. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Arrogant brat, do you really think that I led you here just to take the storage bag in your hand? Naive." Bang! At this moment, a loud sound came from the mission image. A Yao beast blocked in front of Su Yen. It was a low-level Yao beast. Its strength was only at the spirit realm. Anyone present could easily defeat it. Su Yen in the mirror image also began to make his move. The cultivation method in his body surged and his cultivation spread out. Spirit realm, everyone was in an uproar. What? This brat is only at the spirit realm. He dares to accept a mission with only the spirit realm? He really has guts. Compared to everyone's shock, Lu Shang and Pang Chen's expressions were even uglier. Spirit realm, how is this possible? Lu Shang's face was the color of pig liver. He looked at Su Yen in the mirror image and immediately became angry. He's only at the spirit realm. If I had known, I wouldn't have spent so much effort. Lu Shang suddenly thought of something in his anger and turned to look at the middle-aged man. Seeing the middle-aged man's increasingly ugly expression, Lu Shang couldn't help but tremble. Lu Shang, Pang Chen. A pair of sharp eyes on the middle-aged man's square face stared at the two. Suddenly, a murderous aura surged in his eyes. Spirit realm, but you put a spirit realm cultivator into this mission. You too, Elder, please calm down. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were so scared that their bodies trembled. They immediately knelt on the ground and said, "Elder, we brothers will compensate for this loss." "I hope so." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and turned to a follower beside him. "Send someone into the mission and kill them. Don't let them taint the sacred beast." The middle-aged man waved his sleeve and left. Seeing the middle-aged man leave, Lu Shang and Pang Chen's faces regained some color. They looked at Su Yen in the mirror image with faces full of disbelief. How can this brat only be at the spirit realm? How can a spirit realm cultivator hide his strength? How can he block Pang Chen's spirit chi? Lu Shang didn't understand and could only accept his bad luck. He shook his head and turned to leave. "Young master, let's go as well. This person is only at the spirit realm. He definitely won't be able to draw out the things set up in the Guyu sect." As Lu Shang and Pang Chen left, not far away, a few masked men in white were watching the scene in the mirror image. One of them spoke to a youth in purple standing in front of him. This youth was also masked, making it impossible for others to see his face. However, the pair of purple eyes outside the veil constantly shot out rays of bright light. Hearing the words of his subordinates, he turned to leave. For him, there was nothing to see today. The middle-aged man left, Pang Qin, Lu Shang, and the masked man left, but this didn't stop the others from looking forward to Su Yan in the mission. They didn't know what the middle-aged man, Lu Shang, and the masked man knew. They only thought that Lu Shang and Pang Qin were scamming them for money. Thus, they continued to watch with great interest, their faces carrying mocking smiles. A spirit realm cultivator dares to accept this mission. What an arrogant brat. Ha! As soon as these words were spoken, it immediately caused a roar of laughter. Hearing the laughter of those people, Buttface didn't know where he got the courage to roar, "What do you know? This senior might have some extraordinary skills." Ha! Buttface's words caused a roar of laughter. Buttface, you're a member of the subduing demon area. Don't you know that even a person at the peak of the life-soul stage can't escape unscathed after entering this place? Do you think a spirit realm cultivator can come out? That's right. Sigh, actually it's not anyone's fault. Buttface, you already told him so clearly, but this brat still dared to enter. He can only blame himself for being greedy. Shut up all of you. Hearing them talk about Su Yan in such a manner, Buttface was instantly enraged. He roared angrily and suddenly displayed a domineering aura that had never been seen before. This caused everyone to be stunned. Chapter 129. Although Buttface was born in the hidden demon area, he was a native of the area. However, because Buttface's parents abandoned him on the day he was born, Buttface became an orphan. It was fortunate that he was able to survive until now. Although Buttface had cultivated to the third stage of the life-soul stage through his continuous efforts, in the hidden demon area, where the life-soul stage was as common as straw dogs, Buttface's third stage of the life-soul stage was still unable to win him a position in the hidden demon area. Furthermore, Buttface was a true independent martial artist. Without a strong backer, his position in the hidden demon area, a place where all kinds of experts mixed in, was even lower. Buttface was a smart person. He was well aware of this reason. He had always been humble and had never been angry with anyone, let alone have any dignity. However, at this moment, with this angry shout, his eyes were like torches, and there was a faint aura of dignity trembling. How could this not shock people? Of course, this shock was short-lived. Very quickly, some people came back to their senses and stepped forward to mock Buttface. The dignified aura of dignity on Buttface's body was like an epiphyllum, disappearing in a flash. Buttface, did you take the wrong medicine today? In any case, you are at the life-soul stage. How could you call a spirit channeling stage senior? That's right. How dare you be fierce to us? Are you really not afraid of death? Countless mocking voices rang in Buttface's ears. Of course, other than the mockery, no one did anything to Buttface. After all, this was still the territory of the hidden demon area. At the end of the mockery, the words shifted to Su Yan. Spirit channeling stage. This kid is indeed possessed. He dares to accept this mission when he is merely at the spirit channeling stage. Not to mention that this is a trap set up by Lu Shang and Pang Qin. Even a normal level 4 mission is not something a spirit channeling stage cultivator can accept. Yes, there is nothing to see. This kid will definitely die today. Compared to these people's mockery of him, Buttface was even more furious when he heard these people's contempt for Su Yan. He didn't know why it was like this. Buttface's eyes were like torches as he stared at the mission mirror. Even though no one believed in Su Yan, Buttface did. He didn't know why. When Buttface's eyes fell on Su Yan, he sensed a familiar aura. It was this aura that convinced Buttface that Su Yan wouldn't die here. Under the disdain of the crowd and the trust of Buttface, Su Yan had already dealt with the demonic beast that had been blocking their path. It was only a spirit realm demonic beast, and although it had been killed by Su Yan, it didn't cause much of a stir. Hengduan Mountain. Due to the vastness of the area, no one knew what level of demonic beasts lived in Hengduan Mountain. It was said that there were even divine beasts in the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Of course, this was only a legend. No one dared to step into the depths of the Hengduan Mountains. Similarly, no one was able to cross the Hengduan Mountains. This also caused the 5 counties to be completely separated from the 9 states. Even though Su Yan had browsed through the books in the hidden sword tomb, he still hadn't seen many records regarding the 9 states. However, there were many records regarding the 5 counties, including the introduction of Hengduan Mountain. Therefore, although this was the first time Su Yan had come to Hengduan Mountain, he wasn't unfamiliar with it. He was even more clear about the dangers that were hidden here. This was also the reason why Su Yan didn't hide his strength as soon as he entered Hengduan Mountain. However, Su Yan hadn't expected that when he revealed his strength, it would attract so many people's attention and cause so many people to laugh at him. Of course, Su Yan couldn't hear these laughs. He was more concerned about what tricks Pang Chen and Lu Shang were playing on him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, a few demonic beasts suddenly rushed out from the surrounding bushes. Black Flower Cheetah. When Su Yan saw these demonic beasts, he immediately recognized them as Black Flower Cheetahs. This cheetah got its name because its entire body was covered in black flowers. This beast's strongest attack was its speed. An adult Black Flower Cheetah's speed was comparable to a 5th-level Fate's Soul expert. Of course, in addition to its speed, the Black Flower Cheetah's attack was also not to be underestimated. The 2 huge fangs in the cheetah's huge mouth opened and closed. If one was bitten by it, it would be enough to pierce through a 6th-level Fate's Soul expert. Therefore, if this Black Flower Cheetah were to be compared to a warrior, its strength would be at least at the 7th-level Fate's Soul. Furthermore, there were 5 of these cheetahs. Even if one was at the peak of the Fate's Soul realm, if they were to fall into this environment, they might not be able to escape unscathed. When the Black Flower Cheetahs appeared, mocking voices immediately sounded from the bottom of Hengduan Mountain. 5 Black Flower Cheetahs against a spirit-channeling realm cultivator. This kid's life is over. He's definitely dead. Not to mention 5, even 1 Black Flower Cheetah would be enough to take his life. Under the mocking laughter, Su Yan looked at the 5 Black Flower Cheetahs from within Hengduan Mountain and smiled. Lu Shang and Pang Chen, don't tell me you two want to use these monsters to restrain me? As he spoke, the cultivation method in his body suddenly activated. The awakening celestial sword leaped out and was already in Su Yan's hand. Although the awakening celestial sword did not have the shocking light of the Buddha sword and the Ghost Howl sword, it still did not have the power of the Ghost Howl sword. However, at this moment, as it leaped out, under the spiritual chi fluctuations, the sound of the sword immediately rang out. Su Yan held the awakening celestial sword in his hand and swept it out. In an instant, only a cold light could be seen flashing past. In an instant, a few screams rang out. The people standing in front of the mission mirror thought that there was nothing to see. They were all preparing to leave or do other things, but they were all stunned. They did not even have time to react to what had happened. Their eyes stared fixedly at the mission mirror and the Black Flower Cheetahs lying on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. How is this possible? Someone finally came to his senses. Of course, the moment of realization was exchanged with even more shock that came from the bottom of his heart. He raised his head and roared, "How is this possible? How is this possible? This can't be real." This person's roar immediately resonated with the others. Yes, this can't be real. The spirit realm, this kid is at most at the peak of the spirit realm. How could he kill 5 Black Flower Cheetahs? And it was an instant kill. Someone must be helping this kid, it must be like this. The crowd's shouts caused Lu Shang and Pang Chen, who were about to leave, to also notice the scene. The 2 of them looked over with the same shock on their faces. The masked people who were about to leave also stopped in their tracks and turned back to look at the Black Flower Cheetahs lying on the mission mirror. Although their expressions behind the veils could not be clearly seen, it was still possible to see the shock and astonishment in their eyes. "Young master." The person standing behind the purple-clothed youth was about to say something, but the purple-clothed youth waved his hand, not allowing him to speak. Su Yan naturally did not know that anyone outside the Hengduan Mountains could see his performance. What he wanted to do was to force Pang Chen and Lu Shang to use their true strength. Although the Black Flower Cheetahs seemed very strong, they were not enough to stir up the hot blood in Su Yan's body. Pang Chen recovered from his shock and turned back to ask Lu Shang, "Should we go inform the elders?" "Then go quickly." Lu Shang reacted at the same time and hurriedly ran in the direction that the middle-aged man had left. Is this all they have? Su Yan followed the information provided by the domino and wandered around the Hengduan Mountains. The reward for a level 4 mission was 3,000 spirit stones, which was even higher than a level 6 mission. Moreover, the mission only required him to find a spirit-gathering grass. The spirit-gathering grass was a necessary ingredient to refine the spirit-gathering pill. Due to the spirit qi in the world, there were thousands of types of spirit-gathering grass. It could be said that they were almost everywhere. Not only in the Hengduan Mountains, but even some clans and sects also grew spirit-gathering grass. However, the mission only required him to find a spirit-gathering grass in the Hengduan Mountains. Who did not know the conspiracy behind it? The reason why Su Yan knew it was a conspiracy was not only because he wanted to obtain the high reward of spirit stones, but also because he longed for Pang Chen and Lu Shang's methods. Su Yan had the boiling blood of a swordsman flowing in his veins. He longed to be in battle all the time because he knew that only by constantly fighting could he continue to grow stronger. Pang Chen and Lu Shang were obviously Su Yan's best opponents. Therefore, after Su Yan obtained the spirit-gathering grass, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he continued to wait in the Hengduan Mountains. When they saw Su Yan waiting there, they became anxious. The people watching outside were anxious for him. What's this kid doing? He killed 5 black flower cheetahs and obtained the spirit-gathering grass. Why hasn't he come out yet? With his speed just now, if he rushes out now, he will definitely be able to escape. Yes, he will definitely be able to escape. But why isn't he running? Is he still waiting for death inside? This was a world of the strong. Only the strong could attract the respect of others. Clearly, Su Yan's shocking performance had attracted the respect of everyone. They were all in the life-soul realm. Some of them were even at the peak of the life-soul realm. However, they knew that they would not be able to escape unscathed under the siege of 5 black flower cheetahs. Young master, what is this kid waiting for? The masked men could not help but be puzzled when they saw Su Yan sitting there and waiting. He's just an arrogant kid, the purple-clothed man who was addressed as the young master said coldly. When the masked men in white heard him say that, they frowned in confusion. However, they did not say anything and looked at the mission mirror again. Bang! With a loud bang, a few more figures suddenly appeared in the mission mirror. When the figures appeared, a powerful spirit qi burst out as if it was about to break out of the mission mirror. An expert at the peak of the life-soul realm. Chapter 130. This Lu Shang and Pang Chen really have some tricks up their sleeves. They actually sent a few powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage to deal with a spirit realm cultivator. A peak Fate Soul stage cultivator against a spirit realm cultivator. This brat is definitely finished. Sigh, what a pity. That brat just now was so fast. If he had been careful and cultivated properly, he would have definitely become a powerful figure in the future. What a pity, what a pity. When the powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage appeared, the crowd immediately had the same expression they had when the black flower cheetah appeared. They concluded that Su Yan was definitely going to die this time. They weren't the only ones. When the purple-clothed youth in the distance saw this scene, he couldn't help but sneer. 3 powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage against a spirit realm cultivator? The people from the Guyu sect sure think highly of this brat. As he spoke, the purple-clothed youth waved his hand. Let's go. This brat is too arrogant. He will definitely die here today. When the masked people heard the purple-clothed youth's words, although they still wanted to see what kind of miracle would happen next, when they heard the purple-clothed youth's words, they didn't take another look and left with him. Within the Hengduan Mountains, Su Yan didn't know what was happening outside. He only looked at the powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage and smiled slightly. Peak Fate Soul stage. Not bad. Stronger each time. As he spoke, Su Yan looked at the 3 powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage and narrowed his eyes. But it seems that just the 3 of you aren't enough. Death is at hand. When the leader of the powerhouses at the peak of the Fate Soul stage heard Su Yan's words, he immediately shouted angrily. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, he looked in front of him with a shocked expression. Where is he? It wasn't just the three of them. Everyone outside of the mission mirror was also stunned. Where is he? Where did Su Yan go? He disappeared. How is that possible? Amidst the puzzled voices of the crowd, 3 screams rang out. Immediately, everyone was stunned once again. As the 3 screams rang out, the purple-robed young man who was about to leave turned his head around at the same time. When he saw this scene, a sharp glint immediately appeared in his eyes. Of course, most of them were equally shocked. Looking at the 3 powerhouses at the peak of the life-soul realm lying on the screen, they muttered to themselves, "Impossible, impossible. This kid is only at the spirit realm. How could he kill powerhouses at the peak of the life-soul realm?" Although everyone couldn't believe what they were seeing, they couldn't help but believe it because it was happening right in front of their eyes. Lu Shang and Pang Chen had just returned from chasing after the middle-aged man, and they just so happened to witness this scene. The 3 of them were also stunned on the spot. How could this be? The middle-aged man's lips quivered as he stared at the scene before him in disbelief. If word got out that a spirit realm cultivator had killed 3 cultivators at the peak of the Fate Soul realm, he would definitely become the biggest joke in the entire Gone realm. However, this scene had truly happened in front of everyone, causing them to have no choice but to believe it. Elder, what do we do now? Lu Shang looked at the middle-aged man in horror and asked carefully. After all, no matter what, Su Yan was just fooling himself. If Su Yan was at the peak of the life-soul realm, then it wouldn't matter. Unfortunately, Su Yan was only at the spirit realm and had no value at all. However, because he was at the spirit realm, he was able to kill 3 powerhouses at the peak of the life-soul realm. Lu Shang was truly afraid that the middle-aged man would blame him. The middle-aged man looked at Su Yan in the mission mirror. He stared at him for a long time without saying anything. He just looked at him quietly. The spirit realm. This kid's aura is indeed at the spirit realm, but why does it feel like it's not? The middle-aged man thought. Suddenly his eyes flashed. Could it be that this kid has entered that realm? How is this possible? The middle-aged man suddenly felt his entire body tremble. Looking at Su Yan's figure, he suddenly had an idea. He turned to Pang Chen and Lu Shang and said, "Pang Chen, Lu Shang, the 2 of you enter the Hengduan Mountains and kill Su Yan." What? When Lu Shang heard the middle-aged man's words, his entire body suddenly trembled. "Elder, we don't have the aura of your Guyu sect." Then what? The middle-aged man laughed coldly. "Pang Chen, Lu Shang, you brought this kid back. Now, the people I arranged inside have all died. Do you want me to do it myself?" As the middle-aged man spoke, a majestic spiritual qi pressure suddenly pressed forward. Lu Shang and Pang Chen's bodies trembled and they hurriedly said, "We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare." "You wouldn't dare? Hurry up and enter." The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Although Lu Shang and Pang Chen were afraid of the monster inside, Lu Shang and Pang Chen knew that if they refused, they would probably die a worse death than if they entered. Now, Lu Shang and Pang Chen could only hope that after entering, they would quickly kill Su Yan and escape. They hoped that they wouldn't encounter the monster. The moment Lu Shang and Pang Chen entered, the purple-clothed youth standing in the distance also trembled. His eyes flashed as if he had thought of something important. He turned around and said to the several masked men behind him, "You guys go in as well. You must take down that person. If you can't, kill him." "Yes, young master." The masked men nodded. With a leap, they had already entered the Hengduan Mountain. Although they were fast, they still couldn't escape the middle-aged man's eyes. When the middle-aged man saw the masked men enter, his wide and thick eyebrows immediately wrinkled. Then, he saw the direction the masked men rushed in and immediately smiled. "The people from the Monster Palace are also here? Very good, very good. You'll be a little nourishment for my Guyu sect's sacred beast." After saying that, the middle-aged man waved his hand and the huge mission mirror image at the foot of the Hengduan Mountain disappeared. "Hey, what's going on? Why did the mirror image disappear?" The spectators were very excited. When they saw the mirror image disappear, they all shouted. However, no matter how they shouted, the mirror image didn't appear again. Even a pinnacle life soul has appeared. If it appears again this time, it should be a sacred bloodline expert. Su Yan couldn't help but lick his lips as a bright light condensed in his eyes. The 13th level of the spirit channeling realm was an existence that transcended the legendary realm and the life-soul realm. At this moment, in front of Su Yan, the life-soul realm was not enough to arouse Su Yan's desire to fight. Only a saint would be able to reignite the boiling blood in Su Yan's body. Bang! Just as Su Yan was looking forward to it, the figures of Pang Chen and Lu Shang suddenly appeared in front of Su Yan. When he saw the two figures, the corners of Su Yan's mouth curled into a smile. The two of you are finally willing to appear. Su Yan, give me your life. When Lu Shang and Pang Chen appeared, they didn't waste any words with Su Yan. With a cold shout, the spiritual qi in their bodies suddenly burst out and directly attacked Su Yan. Lu Shang and Pang Chen were both saints. The spiritual qi contained in the sacred bloodline in their bodies was not something a pinnacle life soul could compare to. Just as he was about to make a move, the spirit qi flew past. Immediately, the surrounding grass and trees trembled, forming a powerful hurricane that attacked. When Su Yan felt the pressure of this powerful spiritual qi, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. His eyes suddenly narrowed and shot out a blood-red light. He shouted loudly, "Come at me!" At the same time, Su Yan suddenly jumped up. The thrilling sword in his hand had been replaced by the pagoda sword. No matter what, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were both saints. Su Yan didn't want to fail miserably. Su Yendai. Lu Shang and Pang Chen weren't sword cultivators, but magical treasures. However, although the two of them wanted Su Yan's life, Su Yan was only in the spirit channeling realm after all. To the two of them, he was just an ant-like existence. Therefore, when the two of them attacked, they didn't use their magical treasures. They only used their fists and feet to attack. Even so, they were still ferocious. Seeing this, Su Yan didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and directly met Pang Chen's attack with his sword. With a loud sound, the two of them collided. Su Yan's sword collided with the spiritual qi condensed in Pang Chen's palm. In an instant, a ray of light jumped up. Die! Pang Chen saw that Su Yan dared to meet him head-on and smiled evilly. However, just as his smile rose, he felt the dense spiritual qi coming from his palm. Pang Chen's face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes blurred. How is this possible? How can a spirit channeling realm block my attack? Su Yan saw Pang Chen's twitching face and smiled coldly. He activated his cultivation method, and suddenly, a majestic spiritual qi leaped out. With a loud bang, the spiritual qi condensed in Pang Chen's palm was immediately broken. The Buddha sword swept past like a swimming dragon. As it bloomed, a bloody mist immediately surged. Ah! Pang Chen screamed. His palm was directly pierced by the Buddha sword, and a bloody mist surged. However, no matter what, Pang Chen was still a saint. He quickly reacted. As he activated his cultivation method, his body quickly flew back, dodging Su Yan's next attack. When Lu Shang saw this, he was also shocked. However, the speed of his attack towards Su Yan didn't slow down. He directly slammed his palm towards the top of Su Yan's head. Die Su Yan! Lu Shang let out a loud roar. Suddenly, boundless spiritual qi surged, and her palm landed on the top of Su Yan's head. Her pupils shrank, and a scorching heat erupted from her. As long as Su Yan died in his hands, he could immediately leave this place. Then he wouldn't have to worry about anything. There's one more. How could Su Yan not see Lu Shang? The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He turned his head to look at Lu Shang, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Lu Shang's speed immediately slowed down. At the same time, Su Yan patted his storage bag. The sword dragon had already arrived at Su Yan's feet. It activated its cultivation method and jumped up. Chapter 131. There's nothing impossible about it. While Pang Chen and Lu Shang were still in shock, Su Yan had already arrived in front of them on the sword dragon. Seeing Su Yan's cold smile, the corners of his mouth curled up. Both Pang Chen and Lu Shang immediately felt a surge of anger. They were saints, yet they were being ridiculed by a spirit realm martial artist. This was an insult to them. Bang! With a loud bang, Lu Shang and Pang Chen both sacrificed their Dharma treasures at the same time. Lu Shang's Dharma treasure was a huge steel ring, while Pang Chen's was a small coffin. When the two Dharma treasures appeared, the sky suddenly changed color. It was obvious that they were both extraordinary items. A mere spirit realm martial artist actually forced the two of us to sacrifice our Dharma treasures. Su Yan, you're quite capable. The moment they sacrificed their Dharma treasures, Lu Shang looked at Su Yan with a sharp light in his eyes. Su Yan looked at the Dharma treasures in their hands. They glowed brightly, and he knew that they were definitely not ordinary items. People who cultivated Dharma treasures were different from sword cultivators. Su Yan didn't know this before, but after becoming the successor of the Buddha sword sect, Su Yan knew that in ancient times, swords were only a type of Dharma treasure. And it was because of the appearance of the Buddha sword sect that the entire Gan territory became popular with sword cultivators. As a result, more and more sword moves and sword styles appeared. Sword cultivators became the mainstream of the entire Gan territory. However, sword cultivators who reached the Saint bloodline realm couldn't use sword techniques or sword moves. If they met someone who cultivated Dharma treasures, they would obviously have an advantage. This was why when Lu Shang and Pang Chen sacrificed their Dharma treasures, the way they looked at Su Yan immediately changed. The shock that Su Yan had given them today was simply too much. First, he killed 5 black flower cheetahs, which was enough to shock them. And if that wasn't enough, then Su Yan killed 3 peak Fate Soul Realm martial artists in one fell swoop. It could be said that it had already reached a point of disbelief. Now, Su Yan was only in the spirit realm, yet he was able to injure Pang Chen. This gave Lu Shang and Pang Chen the illusion that Su Yan was not in the spirit realm. When had the spirit channeling realm become so powerful? Of course, no matter what, everything had changed after Lu Shang and Pang Chen took out their magic treasures. As long as they had the magic treasures, they believed that no matter how strong Su Yan was, Su Yan would not be able to escape death today. At this moment, Su Yan was a dead man in their eyes. They were more worried about the demon in the middle. Su Yan die. When Lu Shang thought about the monster, his entire body trembled. He didn't waste any more time talking nonsense with Su Yan. Suddenly, he raised his magical treasure and the spirit chi in his body surged. His wishful Vajra ring suddenly emitted a bright light that overflowed in all directions. It quickly condensed in the air and Lu Shang shouted, "Wishful Vajra ring, golden serpent ray." Under this stern shout, the radiance that overflowed in all directions swiftly condensed in the air, transforming into a long snake that directly hacked towards Su Yan. As the light flickered, the surrounding air also condensed and attacked like a gale. At the same time, Pang Chen, who was holding the coffin, also made his move. Blackwood corpse coffin come out. As Pang Chen's spirit chi surged, the coffin in his hand quickly released a black fog. The moment the black fog appeared, the surrounding vegetation started to tremble and wither in an instant. At the same time, the black fog quickly condensed in the air and turned into a ghost soldier. The ghost soldier held a huge blade in its hand and slashed downwards. In an instant, the sky and earth trembled and countless explosions rang out. What a powerful attack! Su Yan was shocked when he saw the two attacks. However, he didn't slow down in the slightest. His pupils suddenly shrank as he leaped up on the sword dragon. Su Yan knew that it was impossible to avoid the two attacks at the same time. Since he couldn't avoid them, he could only face them head-on. The great solar glazed sword well in his body started to circulate rapidly. All the spirit chi in his body surged out and rushed towards the pagoda sword in his hand. In an instant, the pagoda sword flashed and a sword cry rang out. Su Yan hadn't reached the Saint bloodline realm, so he hadn't cultivated a sword art. However, when the long sword was drawn, the light that overflowed and its power was swift and violent. It was comparable to a sword art. Break! Su Yan gritted his teeth and suddenly clashed with the light that Lu Shang had turned into. When the two collided, countless flashes of light immediately appeared in the air. With a loud bang, a deep pit was immediately blasted open. At the same time, a cloud of fog rushed down and enveloped Su Yan. "Boy, let's see how you can survive this time." Lu Shang looked at the surging fog with a wicked smile on his face. At the same time, Pang Chen's attack didn't stop. Although Pang Chen also believed that Su Yan was dead, he didn't stop attacking. The ghost soldier that had emerged from the coffin raised its blade and slashed at the fog. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with another loud bang, the dust on the ground surged and exploded, enveloping Su Yan. Su Yan's figure couldn't be seen at all. Boy, you asked for it. Lu Shang smiled faintly. He didn't dare to stay here any longer and said, Pang Chen, let's go. If that monster comes out, the two of us won't be able to escape. Pang Chen nodded and was about to leave with Lu Shang. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a soft sound, several masked men appeared in front of Lu Shang and Pang Chen. When Lu Shang and Pang Chen saw the masked men, they looked at each other and confusion appeared in their eyes. One of the masked men looked at Lu Shang and shouted, Where's Su Yan? Although Lu Shang didn't know why these masked men suddenly appeared here, he was still a saint. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of these masked men. Looking at the fog that had yet to recede, he sneered, Are you here to save Su Yan? I've already killed that boy. Killed him? The masked man frowned as he glanced at the fog that had yet to recede. He then turned to look at Lu Shang and Pang Chen and said, Since the two of you killed that kid, the two of you can accompany them in death. What arrogance! Pang Chen shouted when he heard the masked man's voice. Suddenly, a surge of spirit chi surged out and rushed into the black wooden coffin that hadn't been completely collected. Suddenly, a thick black chi surged out of the black wooden coffin again. The black chi turned into a ghost soldier again. The ghost soldier raised a large blade and charged at the masked man. The ghost soldier took a step forward and surged forward like a huge wave. Not a bad treasure. When the masked man saw the ghost soldier charging at him, he smiled slightly and didn't panic. At the same time, a burst of spirit chi erupted from his body. The spirit chi surged and surpassed Pang Chen and Lu Shang's spirit chi. Lu Shang and Pang Chen couldn't help but tremble. Two pulse saints. You're actually two pulse saints. It's good that you know. Although the masked men had their faces covered, the light in their eyes was enough to see their disdain for Lu Shang and Pang Chen. One had to know that in the life-soul realm, perhaps an 8th-level life-soul could kill a 9th-level life-soul powerhouse with their own treasure. However, once a saint entered the life-soul realm, there was an insurmountable gap between every saint bloodline. A 2-pulse saint could definitely kill a 1-pulse saint with ease. It was no wonder that Lu Shang and Pang Chen were so shocked when they saw that the masked man was a 2-pulse saint. A saint is indeed powerful. In the midst of the confrontation, a voice suddenly sounded from the mist. At that moment, the mist slowly descended. Su Yan's slightly battered figure walked out of the mist. What? You're not dead? When Lu Shang and Pang Chen saw Su Yan, they were shocked. It was even more terrifying than when they saw the masked man's 2-pulse saint bloodline strength. It's not that easy to kill me. Su Yan looked at Lu Shang and Pang Chen and smiled. At the same time, he noticed the masked men. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he sensed the powerful spirit chi ripples from the masked men. 2-pulse saints, and there are 3 of them at once. Su Yan looked at the spirit chi ripples from the 3 of them and a thought immediately surged in his mind, run. Although Su Yan wanted to fight, he wasn't a reckless person. If it was only a 2-pulse saint, Su Yan might be able to fight with all his might. However, if it was 2 2-pulse saints, he definitely wouldn't have any chance of survival. Moreover, there were 3 2-pulse saints and 2 1-pulse saints. Su Yan definitely wouldn't have any chance. He could only run. With that thought, Su Yan didn't hesitate at all. He rode the sword dragon and immediately rushed forward. You want to run? Lu Shang and Pang Chen saw that Su Yan wanted to run. They roared and chased after Su Yan. As for the masked men, they had long forgotten about them. Only by killing Su Yan would they be able to vent the hatred in their hearts. Only then would they be able to cultivate without any regrets in the future. Lu Shang and Pang Chen ignored the existence of the masked men, but the masked men didn't ignore them. When the 2 of them gave chase, they saw the masked men smile. You want to run? Suddenly, the spirit chi within the masked men surged. They leapt into the air and blocked Lu Shang and Pang Chen. Only when Pang Chen and Lu Shang saw the masked men did they suddenly remember that apart from them, Su Yan and the masked men were also present. They could feel the spirit chi pressure from the masked men. Lu Shang and Pang Chen immediately shivered. They looked at the masked men and trembled. What do you want? His life is mine. The masked man pointed at Su Yan. Lu Shang immediately reacted and nodded. Yes, we'll leave immediately. Chapter 132. The mission image at the foot of Hengduan Mountain disappeared. Everyone could only see the scene of Su Yan completing the mission if they entered Hengduan Mountain. Unfortunately, no one dared to step in and could only stand at the foot of the mountain and complain. Really, it's removed just as we were enjoying it. That's right, we want to protest. Yes, protest, we want to see the mission image. Amidst the commotion, there was one person who was comfortably watching everything in the mission image. This person was none other than the middle-aged man who had issued the mission to Su Yan. When the middle-aged man saw what was happening on the mission screen, a cold smile appeared on his lips. To be able to block the combined attacks of Pang Chen and Lu Shang, it seems that this kid has really stepped into that legendary realm. Thinking about it, the smile on the middle-aged man's face grew wider. When he saw the masked people, his entire body trembled with excitement. 3 saints of 2 bloodlines, 2 saints of 1 bloodline, and the legendary realm. This time, we will definitely be able to awaken the blood beast Taotai. As long as the blood beast Taotai is awakened, my ancient Yu sect will no longer fear the monster palace. My ancient Yu sect will control the entire hidden devil region. The middle-aged man's laughter grew more and more excited. When he saw that Lu Shang and Pang Chen were about to leave, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Ignorant people, you actually want to run. My ancient Yu sect nurtured the 2 of you and let you reach the Saint Realm so that you can serve the ancient Yu sect at any time. Now, you still want to leave? The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, a ray of light burst out from Hengduan Mountain. Ping, ping, ping. At this moment, the escaping Su Yan, Lu Shang, and Pang Chen, who wanted to leave, suddenly seemed to be restrained by something. Their flying speed was suddenly blocked. What's going on? Su Yan's heart shook. He stood up and touched it. Suddenly, an electric current flowed. Su Yan's body trembled. Looking at the countless runes under his feet, he immediately understood what was going on. Forbidden. Someone actually set up a forbidden zone in Hengduan Mountain. By the time Su Yan came to a realization, Lu Shang and Pang Chen exchanged glances. They had also thought of something, and sorrow welled up in their hearts. Prohibition? Elder Gu Jian actually activated the prohibition. Does he want us to die here as well? Elder Gu Jian, us 2 brothers have always been loyal and devoted to the Gu Yu sect. Why can't you tolerate the 2 of us? Lu Shang thought of that terrifying monster and let out a mournful cry towards the sky. Outside Hengduan Mountain, the middle-aged man, Elder Gu Jian, heard Lu Shang's shout, and a mocking sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Idiot, my Gu Yu sect doesn't lack 2 saints of 1 bloodline. Elder Gu Jian sneered and turned to look at Su Yan's side. When he saw the spiritual energy of the masked men trembling, he smiled. Blood beast Taotai, it's time for you to come out and wreak havoc. Saying that, Elder Gu Jian waved his hand, and suddenly, a low roar reverberated throughout Hengduan Mountain. This loud roar reverberated in the ears of everyone in Hengduan Mountain, and everyone couldn't help but tremble in body and mind. Lu Shang and Pang Chen were even more frightened. The 2 looked at each other and saw that the masked men were still looking at Su Yan. They suddenly thought of something. The 2 of them no longer cared about their usual dignity and stumbled towards the masked men. As they walked, they shouted, "Stop fighting, the blood beast Taotai is about to come out." The masked men naturally noticed this strange phenomenon. When they heard Lu Shang and Pang Chen's words, their eyes suddenly turned cold. They looked at Lu Shang and Pang Chen and shouted, "What the hell is going on? What blood beast Taotai?" Hearing the loud roar, Lu Shang didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly recounted how the Gu Yu sect had captured the blood beast Taotai and how they had used the 2 of them to lure others in and feed the blood beast Taotai. Su Yan frowned when he heard what the 2 said. He previously thought that Pang Chen and Lu Shang were only coveting his storage bag. How could he have thought that there were so many things involved in this scam? However, after thinking about it, Su Yan came to a realization. No matter what, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were both saints. How could a saint be coveting his storage bag? Of course, Su Yan didn't understand that Lu Shang and Pang Chen were also coveting his storage bag. It was just that they were working for the Guyu sect. When the masked man heard Lu Shang's words, he suddenly frowned and asked Lu Shang, "Do you mean that this place has been sealed? Once the blood beast Taotai comes out, all of us will die here." Lu Shang nodded repeatedly and said anxiously, "That's right. Therefore, we have to work together and open this seal before the blood beast Taotai comes out." The masked men looked at each other and nodded. Clearly, they agreed with Lu Shang's idea. One of them looked at Lu Shang and waved his hand. "In that case, we will believe you for now. However, if we find out that you are plotting against us, the two of you know the consequences." "Yes, yes." Lu Shang nodded hurriedly. "Seniors, let's hurry up and open this seal. It will be too late if we wait for the blood beast Taotai to come out." "Yes." The masked men nodded one after another. Spirit chi surged in their bodies and they broke the seal around them. Since Su Yan's strength was low, the few of them had ignored him. Su Yan, on the other hand, was happy and at ease. He had no intention of helping. It wasn't that Su Yan wasn't worried about not being able to leave this place, but that Su Yan knew that it was useless even if he worried. If Lu Shang and the other saints couldn't open this seal, then even if he helped, it would be useless. Not only that, Su Yan also had some expectations for the blood beast Taotai in his heart. Su Yan was clear that if he really opened the restriction and left this place, he would have to face the pursuit of 3 saints. If he couldn't open the restriction, perhaps when the blood beast Taotai appeared, he would have a chance of survival while the blood beast Taotai was entangled with the saints. In front of the mission mirror image, Elder Gujin wasn't worried at all when he saw the masked men trying to open the seal. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Don't even think about opening the seal I set up with just the few of you. Enjoy the havoc of the blood beast Tao." Amidst the laughter of Elder Gujin, bang, a loud noise erupted from the Hengduan mountain. As a loud roar rang out, the bodies of the masked man, Lu Shang, Pang Chen, and Su Yan could not help but tremble. The blood beast Taotai was dozens of feet tall. Its entire body stood upright like a human, and its huge head was covered with countless lumps. Its bell-like eyes looked down at them, and a foul stench of saliva immediately left its mouth. "Blood beast Taotai, it's the blood beast Taotai." Pang Chen saw the huge beast in front of him and trembled in fear. He suddenly screamed, "Ah!" He completely forgot about the seal and rushed forward in a panic. Bang! With a loud sound, he was immediately bounced back. However, Pang Chen didn't seem to feel any pain and ran in another direction. At this time, the blood beast Taotai suddenly lifted its foot. But, with a loud sound, Pang Chen's entire body was stomped by the blood beast Taotai and turned into meat paste. When the blood beast Taotai saw the blood flowing out of Pang Chen's body, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed Pang Chen's body. The blood beast Taotai continued to move its teeth as it swallowed Pang Chen's corpse. Fresh blood flowed out from its disgusting mouth and turned into a foul stench. Pang Chen. When Lu Shang saw this scene, tears streamed down his face. He thought about how his brother, who had always been with him, had died in the blood beast Taoya's mouth. Lu Shang forgot the fear in his heart and shouted, "Tao, I'll fight you to the death today." As he spoke, Lu Shang performed the wishful Vajra fist and jumped up. Immediately, spirit energy surged and a powerful light burst out from the wishful Vajra fist. It turned into a rainbow and slashed at the blood beast Tao. However, the seemingly powerful light hit the blood beast Taoya's body like a stone sinking into the sea. It didn't cause the slightest ripple. Instead, it angered the blood beast Tao. The blood beast Taotai let out a low roar and opened its mouth. "Ah!" Lu Shang suddenly screamed and flew into the blood beast Taoya's mouth. With a gulp, the blood beast Taotai swallowed Lu Shang. Saints. 2 famous saints in the hidden demon region were swallowed by the blood beast Taotai in a breath's time. Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw this. The three masked men looked at each other. Although they were also surprised, they quickly recovered and nodded to each other. The three of them shouted at the same time and each took out a long rope. When the long rope appeared, it immediately emitted a bright light. One of them shouted and the three of them jumped up at the same time. As they operated their cultivation methods, majestic spirit energy surged out and the three long ropes were thrown out. The moment the long rope was thrown out, it immediately turned into a long rope. Countless golden lights trembled and formed runes that surged toward the blood beast Tao. Suddenly, the blood beast Tao Tai let out a painful roar. However, the three masked men didn't stop because of this. Instead, they kept making hand seals and sending wisps of spirit energy to the long rope. Soon, the long rope was attached to the blood beast Tao Ye's body and tightened. The Monster Palace is indeed a place where a group of demons and ghosts gather. It has such a method, but what can it do? Elder Gujian looked at the mission screen and smiled. Bang! Just at that moment, the blood beast Tao Tai that was restrained by the long rope let out a low roar. Suddenly, it waved its hands and the long rope that bound it was immediately shaken off. Chapter 133. With a bang, a powerful force erupted from the blood beast Tao Ye's body. This power was not the power of spiritual power, but an extremely strange power. When demonic beasts reached a certain level, they would also absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth just like martial artists to increase their strength. Demonic beasts that absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, although the power they emitted was completely different from that of warriors, there would still be traces of spiritual power in it. However, the blood beast Tao Tai did not have any. The power it emitted was extremely strong, but also extremely strange. The Tao Tai blood beast shattered the long rope and let out a furious roar. It swung its head, and before the three masked men could land on the ground, it opened its mouth and swallowed them into the Tao Tai blood beast's stomach. Although they were saints, experts of this world and the favored sons of the major sects, they did not even have a chance to struggle in front of the blood beast Tao. The masked men, Lu Shang and Pang Chen were all saints, but they were all devoured by the blood beast Tao Tai in a few breaths. Su Yan looked at this scene with a shocked expression. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is it my turn now? At the thought of the tragic deaths of the saints, Su Yan couldn't help but smile mockingly. They were all at the Saint Vane realm, but they couldn't escape the devouring of the blood beast Tao. What about me? Su Yan looked at the huge blood beast Tao Tai and felt a chill in his heart. Seeing the greedy eyes of the blood beast Tao Tai looking at him, Su Yan suddenly trembled. No, even if I die, I will make you lose some skin. Su Yan looked at the greedy eyes of the blood beast Tao Tai and the blood of Lu Shang and the others at the corner of its mouth. A surge of anger suddenly surged in his body. The fear he had towards the blood beast Tao Tai was completely suppressed at this moment. Looking at the blood beast Tao Tai, there was no longer any fear in his eyes. Suddenly, a bright light burst out from his eyes. Bastard, even if I, Su Yan, die here today, I will make you lose a layer of skin. Under the attacks of the blood beast Tao Tai, the saints were powerless to resist. Although Su Yan was conceited, he was not so arrogant as to think that he could kill the blood beast Tao. However, Su Yan was unwilling to accept his fate just like that. Even if Su Yan died, he would use his last bit of strength to fight. Su Yan gritted his teeth, and the sun-colored glazed sword scripture was quickly activated. A majestic spiritual chi immediately surged out from his arm. The pagoda sword in his hand emitted a dazzling radiance. At the same time, a series of sword cries rang out. Su Yan used all his strength. His eyes flashed as he looked at the blood beast Tao. He did not hope to kill the blood beast Tao. He only wanted to let this beast know that humans were not to be bullied by a beast like him. Well, does this kid still want to struggle? Elder Gujian, who was watching from outside the mission mirror, saw Su Yan's appearance and immediately sneered. Struggling, is there any use? Accept the baptism of the blood beast Tao. Ha! Elder Gujian thought of so many people becoming nutrients for the blood beast Tao Tai and suddenly laughed. He looked at the horns on the blood beast Tao Ye's head, which seemed to have grown a little longer. Elder Gujian's eyes immediately blazed. The heavens are really helping my Wuxia sect. I really didn't expect this kid to step into the legendary realm. And this kid is only in his early 20s. If he is allowed to grow for a few more years, he will definitely become a formidable person in the future. TSKSK, it's a pity that you have fallen into my hands. Haha. Elder Gujin laughed again. For him, at this moment, it seemed that he was already standing at the peak of the Hidden Demon region. The entire Hidden Demon region would soon become the territory of his Wuxia sect. Su Yen naturally didn't know that there were people watching from outside at this moment, so he didn't pay attention to the blood beast Taoye's horns that had grown longer. There was only a glimmer of light in his eyes. This was the only word in Su Yan's heart. No matter what happened today, he would definitely not let the blood beast Taodai have an easy time. ****, I'll let you experience the strength of us humans. Su Yen shouted coldly. Without any hesitation, his body suddenly surged out. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. The Buddha sword in his hand slashed horizontally. Suddenly, a sword cry resounded and countless rays of bright golden light bloomed from the Buddha sword. As the golden light overflowed, a powerful force followed, attacking the blood beast Taotai like a raging storm. Seeing this, the blood beast Taotai growled and narrowed its bell-like eyes slightly. Obviously, it didn't put Su Yen in its eyes and showed a lazy look. Seeing this, Su Yen was even more furious. He shouted coldly, "Die!" The sword slashed towards the blood beast Taoye's head like a raging storm. Unfortunately, such a powerful attack was nothing more than a small wave in front of the blood beast Tao. The blood beast Taotai let out a low roar and swung its head. Suddenly, a powerful force surged out and Su Yan's body trembled. Then, his body was sent flying. Pucci, immediately, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. This beast is indeed strong, but I don't believe that I, Su Yen, can't hurt you. Su Yen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing without a trace of fear. Suddenly, Su Yen launched another attack. This time, he didn't use the Buddha sword. Instead, he patted his storage bag and the redly sword case flew out from it. Myriad swords return. Su Yen shouted. The moment his spiritual energy surged, several flying swords leaped up and turned into unparalleled rays of light to attack the blood beast Tao. There were countless spiritual swords in the redly sword case, but Su Yan's current strength could only control a few of them. Of course, these flying swords were ferocious. Suddenly, countless sword cries rang out and sword light flashed as they attacked the blood beast Tao. "Die, you bastard!" The moment the flying swords leaped out, Su Yen didn't stop. Instead, he shouted coldly. Suddenly, a powerful wave of spiritual energy spread out from his palm. The spirit chi was released and directly poured into the several spirit swords that flew out. Suddenly, the speed of the flying swords increased by a bit. They were like countless bolts of lightning. Even a two-veined saint wouldn't dare to take the attack head-on, but the blood beast Taodai had no intention of retreating. Su Yen immediately smiled. "Let's see if you dare to be arrogant now." The blood beast Taotai seemed to have understood Su Yan's words. It let out a low roar as it lifted its huge palm and swung it out. Immediately, the few flying swords that were flying towards its body were struck down. When Su Yen saw this, he did not react at all. Instead, he smiled coldly. With a wave of his hands, a spiritual sword suddenly appeared behind the blood beast Tao. Whoosh! The moment the spiritual sword appeared, it struck like a bolt of lightning. Before the blood beast Taotai could react, it felt a huge pain in its back. Roar! The blood beast Tao immediately let out a mournful cry, and its huge face fell. Endless anger condensed in its huge eyes. Haha, a beast is indeed a beast. Although Su Yen knew that the sword couldn't do anything to the blood beast Taotai, he was also very happy to see the blood beast Taotai get hit. With Su Yan's current strength, although he couldn't really launch the innumerable swords, he could still launch 5 spiritual swords. And just now, Su Yen had already sent out 4 flying swords from the front. Su Yen had long known that it would be useless to attack the blood beast Taotai head-on. Therefore, when Su Yen launched the spiritual sword attack, He left a flying sword behind and circled to the blood beast Tao Ye's back in order to hit it. He wanted to let it know that Su Yan wasn't someone a mere beast could easily bully. Haha. Su Yan looked at the angry appearance of the blood beast Tao Tai and laughed heartily. But before Su Yan's laughter fell, the blood beast Tao Tai let out a loud snort from its huge nostrils. Its whole body began to move. As it took a step, the whole Hengduan mountain seemed to tremble like an earthquake. Although the blood beast Tao Ye's body was unusually large, its speed was not slow at all. With a step, it immediately stepped on Su Yan's body. Su Yan was shocked. His pupils suddenly shrank, and a red light surged out. He stepped on the sword dragon and leaped to avoid the attack of the blood beast Tao. Beast, it's not that easy to hurt me. Su Yan evaded the attack of the blood beast Tao Tai and immediately sneered. But Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. The red light in his eyes surged, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture was quickly activated at the same time. Although Su Yan was clear that he might still not be able to escape death today, the pride that was emitted from Su Yan's bones made him absolutely not submit like this. Even if he was going to die today, he wanted to let this beast know his strength. Beast, eat my sword again. Su Yan looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and shouted coldly. He gripped the Buddha sword in his hand and was about to attack. Seeing the furious blood beast Tao Tai, a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. Su Yan was stunned. He stopped and looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on?" Su Yan frowned, and his pupils shrank. Suddenly, a red light leaped out of his eyes and his figure closed in on the blood beast Tao. Roar! When Su Yan took a step, the blood beast Tao Tai suddenly let out a miserable howl. Its whole body retreated, trembling as if it was afraid of Su Yan. Chapter 134. Why is this beast suddenly afraid of me? Su Yan looked at the blood beast Tao Ye's terrified appearance and frowned, not knowing why. Could it be that this beast is frightened by my strength? Su Yan pondered, but the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately rejected by him. From the way the blood beast Tao Tai dealt with Lu Shang and the others just now, this blood beast Tao Tai was at least at the peak of the sky phase. Why would a demonic beast comparable to the peak of the sky phase be afraid of Su Yan, who was at the 13th layer of the spirit realm? This was obviously unrealistic. But other than this, Su Yan still couldn't figure out why the blood beast Tao Tai would suddenly reveal a look of fear. Not only was Su Yan puzzled, but Elder Gu Jin, who was standing in front of the mission mirror, was also stunned when he saw this strange scene. Seeing the blood beast Tao Ye's entire body trembling, he couldn't help but shout, "What's going on? Why don't you swallow this brat? As long as you swallow this brat, you will be the ruler of this world." Elder Gu Jin's words were obviously directed at the blood beast Tao Tai. Unfortunately, the blood beast Tao Tai didn't move at all. It was still trembling as it looked at Su Yan. At the same time, Su Yan was also constantly thinking about why the blood beast Tao Tai would suddenly be afraid of him. Just now, I used all my strength to attack, but I didn't see the blood beast Tao Tai being afraid. It was when the blood beast Tao Tai was about to step on me that I ran away, and then, Su Yan sorted out the entire process. When he thought of this, his entire body suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something. He looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and muttered to himself, "Could it be that this blood beast Tao Tai is afraid because of my blood dragon pupil? The reason this blood beast Tao Tai is afraid is because I used the blood dragon pupil just now." Su Yan thought and immediately understood. When he was under the sword well, he had used the double dragon pupil to create the current blood dragon pupil. Dragons were the kings of the demon beasts in the world. They were divine beasts. Naturally, it was not something that the blood beast Tao Tai, a mere heavenly phenomenon realm demonic beast, could compare to. As Su Yan thought about this, he immediately became excited. He looked at the blood beast Tao Tai and suddenly narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, a bright red light surged out. As the red light surged, roar! The blood beast Tao immediately let out a ferocious roar. Its trembling body directly rushed out. Bang! The barrier that the masked man, Lu Shang and the other four had tried for a long time but were unable to break through. As the blood beast Tao Tai charged forward, the barrier was shattered with a bang. The blood beast Taodai rushed out of the barrier and ignored Su Yan. It ran directly into the depths of Hengduan Mountain, roaring from time to time. As for the blood beast Taodai, it was so fast that it disappeared in front of Su Yan in just a short while. When Su Yan saw this scene, he couldn't help but be stunned in place. After a long time, he recovered and revealed a trace of a smile. Heh, this blood beast Tao was actually scared away by me. While Su Yan was in a daze, Elder Gujian, who was standing in front of the mission mirror, was also dumbfounded. He stared at the Taotai blood beast disappearing from the mission mirror. Elder Gujian's body trembled and he staggered a few steps back. Looking at the mission mirror, he shook his head and said, "It's gone. Everything is gone. 100 years. I spent 100 years to trap the Taotai blood beast here. But now, there's nothing left. There's nothing left." Elder Gujian's lips trembled slightly. His entire person seemed to have aged dozens of years. 100 years. How many 100 years did one have in life? However, in order to nourish the blood beast Taodai, Elder Gujian had spent a total of 100 years. Before the blood beast Taotai gained sentience, Elder Gujian had brought it back and trapped it in the Hengduan Mountains. He had set up countless restrictions. In order to attract some experts to enter and become the blood beast Taoyu's food, Elder Gujian worked day and night to let the blood beast Taotai grow. He wanted the blood beast Taotai to become the sacred beast of the Guyue sect. Coupled with the secret technique that he had obtained by chance, the blood beast Taotai could evolve again. At that time, the Guyue sect would shine brightly. At that time, he would become the master of the entire Hidden Devil region. However, when he was only one step away from success, all his dreams and hopes were destroyed. One step, only one step. As long as the blood beast Taotai could devour Su Yan, who had transcended the legendary realm, he could become the master of all. But now, the Taotai blood beast had broken through his restraints and escaped his control. Everything had turned to ashes. As Elder Gujian thought about it, he suddenly became so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha! Elder Gujian laughed ferociously. Gone, gone, all gone. Elder Gujian laughed miserably. He looked at Su Yan in the mission mirror and suddenly thought of something. His eyes immediately filled with killing intent. Su Yan, everything is ruined because of you. I'm going to rip you to shreds. Rip you to shreds. As Elder Gujian spoke, he leaped out and flew toward the Hengduan Mountain. Su Yan naturally didn't know that a crisis was coming towards him. At the moment, he was still immersed in the joy of scaring away the blood beast Tao. He saw the masked man, Lu Shang, and several other saints die in the blood beast Taoya's mouth. Although Su Yan was unwilling, he knew that he would definitely die today. Now, the blood beast Taotai was scared away by his blood dragon pupil. How could Su Yan not be excited about the feeling of surviving a disaster? Of course, Su Yan didn't have the intention to chase after the blood beast Taotai. If he could kill the blood beast Taoi, he would be able to exchange it for a lot of spirit stones with the beast core it contained. Spirit stones were what Su Yan lacked the most right now. Although Su Yan wanted to chase after the blood beast Taotai, he knew that even if the blood beast Taotai was scared away, with his current strength, he might not be able to kill it even if he caught up with it. Blood dragon pupil. Su Yan didn't have the intention to chase after the blood beast Taotai. He narrowed his eyes and felt more and more satisfied with his blood dragon pupil. Soon, Su Yan thought of a problem. If the blood dragon pupil could scare away the blood beast Taotai, wouldn't it be able to scare away other demonic beasts as well? This meant that he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Hengduan mountain range in the future. Su Yan looked into the depths of the Hengduan mountain range with a glint in his eyes. However, it was quickly covered up because Su Yan knew that dragons weren't the only divine beasts in this world. Who knew if there were any divine beasts in the Hengduan mountain range? Even if it wasn't a divine beast, would a sacred beast be afraid of the blood dragon pupil? Su Yan dismissed the idea of sweeping through the Hengduan mountain range. He remembered that the purpose of his trip was mainly for spirit stones. Su Yan had collected the spirit gathering grass and placed it in his storage bag the moment he entered. Now was the time to turn in the task and exchange it for spirit stones. Turn in the task. Su Yan thought about what Lu Shang and Pang Chen had said before the blood beast Taotai had appeared. A sinister smile immediately appeared on his face. Gu Jian has a good idea. I wonder how he will feel when he sees this scene. Su Yan's face turned cold as he thought about it. When the blood beast Taodai had appeared, Su Yan had thought that he wouldn't be able to leave this place. At the time, Su Yan hadn't thought too much about it. After all, what was the point of thinking too much if he couldn't leave? However, things were different now. Su Yan wasn't dead and could leave this place. He thought about what Lu Shang had said and what Elder Gu Jin had done. Su Yan immediately felt a surge of anger. This was a world of the strong, where the weak were prey to the strong. Countless people died here every day. Human lives were like grass in this world. Su Yan didn't have any pity for these people, but what Elder Gu Jin had done had crossed Su Yan's bottom line. Raising a monster beast and using a reward to lure others in. Su Yan couldn't tolerate such despicable means. Gu Jian, I'd like to see what kind of expression you have now. Su Yan smiled coldly and immediately jumped out of the Hengduan mountain range. Of course, Su Yan didn't know that this scene had already been seen by Elder Gu Jin. Not only Elder Gu Jin, but the entire Guiyue sect also knew about this matter. Su Yan was now the biggest enemy of the Guiyue sect. Asterisk bang. Asterisk before Su Yan could take a few steps, there was a loud noise and a figure immediately appeared in front of Su Yan. This person was none other than Elder Gu Jin. When Su Yan saw Elder Gu Jin suddenly appear, he couldn't help but be stunned. However, looking at Elder Gu Jin's twisted expression, he suddenly thought of something and smiled slightly. Elder Gu Jin, your wishful thinking is not bad. What a pity, huh? Elder Gu Jin looked at Su Yan's laughter, and his entire face couldn't help but twitch. He looked at the once familiar place, the cultivation place that he once dreamed of. At this moment, it was empty. A burst of anger immediately surged in Elder Gu Jin's body. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, today I will definitely tear you to pieces. As he spoke, a powerful spirit chi surged out from Elder Gu Jin's body. Peak Celestial Stage. The moment Su Yan saw Elder Gu Jin's spirit chi surge, his entire body couldn't help but tremble. Those in the saint bloodline realm were called saints, while those in the celestial stage were called sovereigns. Sovereigns ruled all things in the world. This meant that those in the celestial stage had the ability to rule all things in the world. It was not something that saints could compare to. Furthermore, Su Yan was only at the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm and was not yet a saint. Under the pressure of Elder Gu Jin's powerful spirit chi, Su Yan felt the chi and blood in his body surge, and the cultivation method that he was using was also suppressed at this moment. Chapter 135. The higher one's strength was, the harder it was to surpass it. In the world, the spirit channeling realm and the life-soul realm were as common as stray dogs. However, the Saint Vein realm was only in existence like a genius, and there were very few who could enter the celestial phase realm. Those who could enter the celestial phase realm were all elders of the various large sections. They were all monsters who had lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. From this, one could see how powerful the celestial phase realm was. Once one entered the celestial phase realm, they could see all the phenomena of the world, condensing into the stars, the moon, and the sun. And even the most common star was a one-star emperor. Even if dozens of saints at the peak of the 9 meridians fought against him, they would not be able to find an advantage. Moreover, Su Yan was not a saint. Even if he had stepped into the legendary existence, the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, he was still not a saint. Now, facing the powerful spiritual pressure of Elder Gu Jin, a one-star emperor, Su Yan could not resist at all. Under the pressure of Elder Gu Jin, Su Yan's cultivation method was completely suppressed. His entire body began to tremble. Even though Su Yan's eyes were still emitting a determined light, under the pressure of this spiritual power, he did not have the slightest ability to resist. 100 years, my 100 years of foundation has been destroyed in your hands. Su Yan, give me your life. Elder Gu Jin thought about how his 100 years of hard work had been destroyed because of Su Yan, and the anger in his heart continued to rise. Under this anger, when the cultivation method in his body was activated, the majestic spiritual power continuously surged into Su Yan's body. Su Yan did not have the slightest ability to resist. Am I going to die? Under the pressure of this powerful spiritual qi, Su Yan felt that his internal organs were churning. Although he wanted to resist, although he was unwilling, he was unable to do so. But no matter how much he struggled in his heart, his body could not use the slightest bit of strength under the pressure of this spiritual power. This was not the first time Su Yan had been pressured by a powerful spiritual aura. At that time, when Su Yan had snatched Xiang Tianba's cloud beast, he had been suppressed by Xiang Tianba's spiritual qi, which was at the pinnacle of the saint bloodline. Under the erosion of the spiritual qi, it was like being bitten by thousands of ants. This made Su Yan feel that this was an expert at the peak of the saint realm. However, at that time, Su Yan's strength was at least weak, and he could faintly use a trace of spirit qi to resist. Under the pressure of the one-star celestial phenomenon Elder Gu Jian, Su Yan could not muster up the slightest bit of resistance, although his body did not suffer the pain of being bitten by 10,000 ants. His entire body felt like it was about to explode. There was no pain, and he could only watch as his life slipped away under the pressure of the spiritual energy. Su Yan was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Die, die. Elder Gu Jian laughed sinisterly. He thought about how he had worked hard for 100 years and was about to become a king, but Su Yan had ruined it. Endless anger surged in his body. He looked at Su Yan's gradually narrowed eyes. Elder Gu Jian suddenly thought that even if Su Yan died, it would still not be able to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Su Yan, do you want to die so easily? Elder Gu Jian sneered. He suddenly waved his hand, and a powerful wave of spirit qi surged out. Su Yan's entire body suddenly jumped up and was controlled by Elder Gu Jian in midair. Su Yan, you ruined my plans. Today, I will let you suffer the pain of being burned by fire. As Elder Gu Jian spoke, he waved his hand again. Suddenly, a scorching flame came out from his palm. As soon as the flame came out, the surrounding vegetation instantly withered. It burned Su Yan's body, and Su Yan's clothes were burned. Looking at Su Yan's body burning in the fire, Elder Gu Jian laughed sinisterly again. Haha, you dare to ruin my plans? You dare to ruin my plans? Elder Gu Jian controlled the flame to burn Su Yan's body. He seemed to have gone crazy. From time to time, he would laugh, frown, cry, and curse. Only when he saw Su Yan burning in the fire did his expressions soften a little. Of course, at this moment, he knew that Su Yan was not suffering in the fire at all. Under the powerful spiritual energy pressure of Elder Gu Jian, Su Yan clearly felt his life slipping away. He felt that his dantian was about to explode. Su Yan even fell into despair. Death was always the most frightening thing. What's more, dying in such a baffling way was even more unacceptable to Su Yan. Su Yan did not deny that he was not afraid of death, but he was not the kind of person who was afraid of death. It was just that Su Yan simply could not accept dying in such a situation. As Su Yan watched his life slipping away, his heart was filled with unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. This made Su Yan fall into despair. In this moment of despair, Elder Gu Jian suddenly withdrew the powerful spiritual qi pressure and replaced it with the blazing fire. Su Yan couldn't deny the power of the blazing fire. But how could these flames compare to the earth fire when the divine artifact was unearthed? Su Yan was not even afraid of the earth fire, so how could he be afraid of these flames? His body emitted a faint red light that blocked all the flames, so Su Yan did not feel any discomfort. However, Su Yan did not dare to move. The celestial phenomenon stage, the emperor stage, made Su Yan feel the power of the celestial phenomenon stage. Just like what Su Yan had said when he was in the Su family, a member of the Su family must have the pride that a member of the Su family should have. Su Yan was a sword saint at the peak of a region, so he naturally had his own pride. However, having pride did not mean that he was arrogant. Celestial phenomenon stage. That powerful spiritual energy made Su Yan unable to breathe. Perhaps one day, Su Yan would become a saint and reach the peak of the saint bloodline, and he would still be able to survive under the pressure of the celestial phenomenon stage. However, Su Yan did not have the slightest chance now. Su Yan was very clear about the gap between him and Elder Gu Jian. So even though Su Yan did not feel any discomfort in the flames, he still did not dare to move. If he moved, he would let Elder Gujin know that the flames had no effect on him at all. At that time, he would fall into despair. No, I have to think of a way to leave this place. Su Yan thought to himself. Even though his clothes were burned, Su Yan still did not move. How do I leave this place? Su Yan's mind raced. At the celestial phenomenon stage, Su Yan had no chance to resist at all. If Su Yan wanted to leave this place, he had to defeat Elder Gujin. Perhaps if Su Yan was given some time to defeat Elder Gujin, Su Yan was confident that he could defeat Elder Gujin. Now, it was simply a fool's dream to say that he could defeat Elder Gujin, a one-star ruler. If he could not defeat Elder Gujin, if Su Yan wanted to leave this place, unless Elder Gujin took the initiative to let Su Yan go. Other than these two methods, there was no other choice. However, these two methods were clearly not feasible. Am I, Su Yan, destined to die here today? Su Yan felt a wave of unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Elder Gujin also noticed the strange phenomenon of Su Yan being burned by the flames. Although Su Yan did not move at all, Elder Gujin still noticed it. Looking at Su Yan, who was wrapped in the flames, Elder Gujin frowned slightly. What's going on? Under my heavenly demonic beast fire, even if I lower the temperature now, even a saint will be burned to death within dozens of breaths. As for this Su Yan, why does he still have a complete body? Elder Gujin thought and frowned again. Could it be because this kid has crossed the legendary stage? After saying that, Elder Gujin shouted softly. All of a sudden, the burning flames became even more vigorous. Looking at the increasingly vigorous flames, Elder Gujin sneered, Su Yan, enjoy the pain of being eroded by the heavenly demonic beast fire. Enjoy this feast of death. The burning flames became even more vigorous. Although they did not burn the surrounding vegetation, the temperature of the flames turned the vegetation into ashes in an instant. In order to vent the hatred in his heart and let Su Yan experience the pain of being burned by the flames, Elder Gujin deliberately lowered the temperature of the heavenly demonic beast fire. Although the heavenly demonic beast fire could not be compared to the flames of heaven and earth, it was still the hottest existence among all flames. This fire was obtained from the heavenly demonic beast. The heavenly demonic beast was a fire-type demonic beast. The beast core within its body contained flames, and this flame could be refined and used by martialists. Many blacksmiths and alchemy grandmasters were unable to obtain the flames of heaven and earth, so the flames of various demonic beasts were their first choice. Although there were many demonic beasts in the world, demonic beasts with attributes were extremely rare. This was especially true for fire-type demonic beasts. For example, the heavenly demonic beast was rarely seen among all beasts. Furthermore, demonic beasts with attributes were stronger than normal demonic beasts. For example, the heavenly demonic beast. An adult heavenly demonic beast's strength could even reach the Spirit Sea Sovereign King realm. It was even stronger than Elder Gujin. The reason why Elder Gujin was able to obtain the heavenly demonic beast fire was due to a coincidence. Elder Gujin had always been very confident in the heavenly demonic beast fire. When the heavenly demonic beast fire was fully displayed, Elder Gujin believed that Su Yan would definitely die from the pain of being burned by the flames. It had to be known that even a peak saint bloodline expert would not be able to resist being burned by the heavenly demonic beast fire like this, let alone Su Yan, who was only at the 13th layer of the spirit realm. Even if he was at the legendary stage, Elder Gujin believed that Su Yan would definitely suffer the torment of the flames. Chapter 136. As Elder Gujin thought about it, he waved his hand and immediately withdrew the heavenly demonic beast fire. Su Yan's body instantly fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Su Yan was thinking about how to escape from Elder Gujin's hands. The moment Elder Gujin withdrew the heavenly demonic beast fire, Su Yan's body landed. Immediately, he circulated his cultivation technique and slapped his interspatial bag, putting on a white robe again. Following that, he stepped on the sword dragon and without any thought, he poured all the spiritual power in his body into the sword dragon. His body flashed forward like a bolt of lightning. Su Yan's lightning-fast reaction stunned Elder Gujin. Nevertheless, when he saw Su Yan's figure flashing forward, he quickly understood. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile, "This fella is indeed not afraid of my heavenly demonic beast fire." He thought that if the heavenly demonic beast fire burned his body directly, he might not have an easy time. Moreover, Yangming was only at the 13th level of the spirit channeling realm, yet he was not afraid of the heavenly demonic beast fire. Elder Gujin could not help but feel a wave of shock in his heart. This fella looks to be in his early 20s. Not only has he entered the legendary level, but he's also not afraid of the heavenly demonic beast fire. If I don't get rid of him today, who knows how powerful he'll be in the future. After the crying and laughing moments just now, Elder Gujin's anger toward the Taotai blood beast's escape had lessened a lot, and his mind naturally became much clearer. At that time, Elder Gujin only wanted to kill Su Yan to vent the hatred in his heart, so he did not think too much. Now that he thought about it, he realized how terrifying Su Yan was. The reason why a saint bloodline was called a saint was that if this person had only reached the saint realm after 100 years, he was no longer worthy of being feared. After all, if one could reach the saint realm after 100 years, his aptitude would be considered slow. Who knew how many years it would take for him to advance further in the future? Therefore, whether it was a saint or a celestial ruler, they were all signs of age. An ordinary person who entered the saint bloodline at the age of 30 was enough to be a proud son of heaven with outstanding qualifications. On the other hand, Su Yan was only in his early 20s, but he had already stepped into the legendary level and was only a step away from the saint level. His future achievements would naturally be feared. Elder Gu Jian had lived for hundreds of years. Although he had delayed a lot of time because of the Taotai blood beast, no matter what, he was only at the celestial phenomenon stage. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Su Yan's cultivation experience was. Elder Gu Jian's anger towards Su Yan for driving away the blood beast Taotai lessened significantly. However, his killing intent towards Su Yan did not lessen in the slightest. It only grew stronger. Since they were destined to be enemies, killing them in the cradle was the best choice. As Elder Gu Jian thought about it, his pupils shrank. Immediately, a strong killing intent surged out of him. He activated his cultivation method and leaped forward. Su Yan stepped on the sword dragon. His speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Even so, in front of Elder Gu Jian, who was a ruler, he was only like a gentle breeze and stopped moving. In an instant, Elder Gu Jian took a step forward and blocked in front of Su Yan. "Su Yan, do you think you can escape?" Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan and asked with a smile. Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he saw Elder Gu Jian's figure. However, he didn't say anything to Elder Gu Jian. Instead, he stood on the sword dragon and circulated the energy in his body before turning around and running in another direction. When Elder Gu Jian put away the heavenly demonic beast fire, Su Yan knew that the elder must have found out that he was not afraid of being burned by the fire. Therefore, Su Yan did not stop at all. He rode on the sword dragon and ran. Su Yan knew that perhaps this was just a meaningless struggle. Nevertheless, no matter what, Su Yan could not make Su Yan obediently wait for orders. Just like now, Su Yan still did not give up on escaping after being caught by Elder Gu Jian. Is it useful? Su Yan didn't want to give up, but in Elder Gu Jian's eyes, it was so funny. "Su Yan, stay here." With a wave of Elder Gu Jian's hand, an enormous amount of spiritual qi surged out. It was so fast that it surged out like a dragon. A gust of strong wind immediately swept past. Su Yan was fast, but there was a huge disparity in their strengths after all. Su Yan only felt his back shake. The sword dragon under his feet immediately tilted and fell to the ground. But Su Yan fell heavily to the ground. His white clothes, which he had just put on and had not tidied up properly, were stained with dust. He looked rather miserable. Even so, Su Yan's eyes continued to emit a resplendent light. His gaze was like a torch, and no fear could be seen on his face. Although Su Yan was not someone who was afraid of death, he was not someone who wanted to die. Reviving the Sword sect, the secret of the supreme demon ancient seal. There were countless things that Su Yan had yet to accomplish. How could Su Yan be willing to die like this? Su Yan was not afraid of death, but he was not willing to die like this. Even so, Su Yan knew that if he was really going to die, it was useless even if he was afraid. Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan's shining eyes and felt a surge of admiration. He secretly admired him. With this child's wisdom and strength, if he joins the Guiyue sect, even without the blood beast Taotai, the Guiyue sect will not have to fear the monster palace one day. Elder Gu Jian's eyes moved as he thought about it. The killing intent he had for Su Yan slowly weakened. He looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, you destroyed my 100 years of foundation. Today you will die without a doubt." Elder Gu Jian coldly shouted. Suddenly, he changed his tone and said, "However, I can see that you are still young and ignorant. Now I will give you a chance. Kneel down and beg me to spare your life. Perhaps I will be merciful and spare your life. Kneel down and beg me." When Su Yan heard Elder Gu Jian's words, he could not help but laugh. "You want me, Su, to kneel down and beg? Don't even think about it. You." Elder Gu Jian was hit by Su Yan's words, and the anger he had just suppressed surged again. However, thinking about Su Yan's aptitude, if he joined the Guiyue sect, the blood beast Taotai might be able to devour the blood beast Taotai. Perhaps it could really make up for the loss of the Taotai blood beast. Elder Gu Jian suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Su Yan, squeezing out a smile. "Very good, very fast. As expected, heroes come from the youth." Su Yan did not pay attention to Elder Gu Jian's words. He was secretly guessing what Elder Gu Jian was planning. Thinking that the worst result would be death, Su Yan suddenly understood. He could even see through life and death, so what was there to be afraid of? "Su Yan, I can ignore the matter of the blood beast Tao." Elder Gu Jian saw no reaction from Su Yan and did not talk nonsense. "Oh." When Su Yan heard Elder Gu Jian's words, without waiting for him to finish, a smile immediately appeared on the corner of his mouth and said, "If you don't want to bother with me, does that mean I can leave?" After Su Yan finished speaking, he did not wait for Elder Gu Jian's response and turned to leave. Before he could take a few steps, Elder Gu Jian stepped forward to stop him and shouted, "You can leave, but you have to make a blood oath to join my Guiyue sect. In the future, you can only serve my Guiyue sect and are not allowed to join other sects. If so, I can spare your life today. Make a blood oath." Su Yan frowned slightly. A blood oath was a kind of contract in the world of martial artists. If one made a blood oath, they must fulfill the blood oath, or they will be punished by the heavens. This blood oath could be said to be the most ruthless oath in the world of martial artists. Although Su Yan was not afraid of death, he did not want to die. Hearing that Elder Gu Jian was willing to let him go, Su Yan was tempted. No matter what, if he could escape today's calamity. If he joined the Guiyue sect, then so be it. At worst, he would withdraw in the future. But when he heard that Elder Gu Jian wanted him to make a blood oath, Su Yan immediately suppressed the excitement in his heart. Su Yan hated it when others forced him. Now, Elder Gu Jian wanted him to make a blood oath and not join other sects. Wasn't this a fantasy? Su Yan could not help but snort lightly. He looked at Elder Gu Jian and said with a slight smile, "You want me to join your Guiyue sect?" Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan's expression and nodded slightly. He stroked the beard under his chin with a calm expression. He was confident that Su Yan would definitely agree, so he wanted Su Yan to make a blood oath. But before he could speak, he saw Su Yan sneer. "Old man Gu Jian, you want me, Su, to join your Guiyue sect? You think too highly of your Guiyue sect." "What?" Elder Gu Jian suddenly became furious when he heard Su Yan's words. It must be known that within a few hundred miles of the Hidden Devil region, many people dreamed of joining the Guiyue sect. Now, he took the initiative to throw an olive branch to him. This kid actually refused. In particular, the disdain in Su Yan's eyes towards the Guiyue sect made Elder Gu Jian even angrier. The killing intent that took a long time to adjust erupted once again. "Su Yan, are you courting death?" Elder Gu Jian looked at Su Yan and said coldly. Suddenly, a powerful spirit force erupted and pressured Su Yan. This spirit force was not as powerful as the one that Elder Gu Jian wanted to take Su Yan's life. However, Such a majestic spirit force still made Su Yan's whole body tremble. Su Yan, I will ask you again, will you join my Guyue sect? Elder Gu Jian gritted his teeth and asked. The spirit force on his body faintly jumped, as if as long as Su Yan said no, he would immediately kill Su Yan. Su Yan looked at Elder Gu Jian's appearance without a trace of fear. Although he did not want to die, Su Yan knew that sometimes living was worse than death. As a man, as a peak sword saint, he must have his own pride. Even if he died, he could not disgrace this pride. This was the so-called "a scholar can be killed but not humiliated." Chapter 137. A small sect like my Guyu sect. When Elder Gujin heard Su Yan's words, his whole body trembled with anger. Although the Guyu sect was not as powerful as the Monster Palace, it was still a famous sect. Many people dreamed of joining the Guyu sect. However, at this moment, it was called a small sect by a brat. How could Elder Gujin not be angry? Suddenly, killing intent burst out from his eyes. Su Yan, you destroyed my 100 years of foundation. I will spare your life and let you join my Guyu sect. You dare to insult my sect like this. You really don't know what's good for you. Elder Gujin said angrily. Immediately, the cultivation method in his body was activated. The majestic spiritual energy instantly spread out and attacked Su Yan. The powerful spiritual energy swept out like a storm, shaking the surrounding vegetation. Su Yan saw such a powerful scene, but there was no fear in his heart. Since he was going to die today, why should he be afraid of such power? Not only was he not afraid, Su Yan laughed. Ha, a small sect is a small sect. With the cultivation of an emperor of heaven, you dare to bully a weak spirit realm cultivator like me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? If I, Su Yan, die here today, then so be it. But if I don't die, I will definitely kill the Guyu sect and destroy your Guyu sect in the future. Su Yan said these words. Under the pressure of the spiritual energy, his voice became a little hoarse. Even in the end, he was a little unable to speak. However, the majestic aura emitted from his eyes made Elder Gujin's heart tremble. Since this child doesn't want to join my sect, if he doesn't die today, he will definitely be a disaster. Elder Gujin murmured in his heart. He didn't care about the principles of bullying the weak. With a light shout, the invading spiritual energy suddenly increased several times. Pum! Su Yan's entire body immediately flew out under the pressure of this huge spiritual power. Su Yan, I will ask you one last time. Are you truly unwilling to join my Guyu sect? Elder Gu Jian's figure pressed forward, arriving in front of Su Yan as he stared at Su Yan and coldly asked. Under the pressure of that powerful spiritual energy, it was simply unbearable. Su Yan had just stood up when he felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Su Yan's expression did not change in the slightest. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, still wearing a disdainful expression as he mocked. I, Su, have already said that I will never join a small sect like your Guyu sect. Impudent. This time, Elder Gu Jian coldly snorted and waved his hand, directly slapping towards Su Yan's head. How dare a yellow-haired brat call my Guyu sect a small sect? Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. So what if the Guyu sect was a small sect compared to his Buddha sword sect, the ancestor of all sword sects in the world? Buddha sword sect? I'm afraid that I, Su Yan, have no hope of regaining its glory in this world. Although Su Yan was unwilling, he knew that there was a great disparity between their strengths. As he muttered, the cultivation method in his body suddenly circulated quickly. Invincible golden body. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped Su Yan's body. Although Su Yan knew that he would not be able to escape today, he still accepted his fate. Of course, he wouldn't accept it. Under such heavy injuries, Su Yan still used his final life-saving skill, the invincible golden body. Su Yan did not know if the invincible golden body could withstand Elder Gu Jian's palm, but no matter what, he had tried his best, and at least he did not let himself down. Bang! Elder Gu Jian's palm landed on Su Yan's invincible golden body, causing a powerful mist to rise. Elder Gu Jian's body was also shaken by the invincible golden body. What a powerful defense! Elder Gu Jian was slightly shocked, but he raised his palm again to slap Su Yan's body. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Su Yan, I can't deny that you're a great genius, but what can you do? You're still going to die here today. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan's invincible golden body fell, and he immediately coughed up another mouthful of blood. He completely ignored Elder Gujin's words and muttered to himself, it seems that this invincible golden body still can't withstand the attack of an Emperor Xianxia. If he hadn't used the invincible golden body, then Su Yan would definitely have died. Of course, Su Yan knew that although he had used the invincible golden body, Elder Gujin had not used his full strength. If Elder Gujin had used his full strength, then his invincible golden body would not have been able to withstand it. After all, he had used all the spirit force in his body to activate the invincible golden body, but he had still been injured by Elder Gujin's attack. Feeling the powerful palm, Su Yan was not afraid at all. He did not even raise his head. He only looked into the distance and muttered, "Is this the end?" As he spoke, Su Yan slowly closed his eyes. An Emperor Qianxiang dares to bully a spirit realm cultivator, yet you don't feel ashamed. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came from the horizon. Although this voice wasn't loud, it was like a thunderclap that was accompanied by a powerful spirit force. Elder Gujin couldn't help but be shocked and hurriedly retreat. Then, a person wearing black clothes and a bamboo hat appeared in front of Su Yan and Elder Gujin. When Su Yan heard the laughter, he opened his eyes. Looking at the person wearing black clothes and a bamboo hat, Su Yan seemed to see a ray of light. No matter what, Su Yan did not want to die. Who are you? Why are you meddling in the affairs of my Guyue sect? Elder Gujin looked at the person wearing a bamboo hat in front of him, and his face could not help but sink. He could tell at a glance that the spirit force of this person wearing a bamboo hat was at least a 3-star celestial stage cultivator. Moreover, this was the lowest. Because of the spirit force fluctuations of the person in black, the pressure brought about by it made Elder Gujin feel a sense of fear. Elder Gujin, you, an Emperor Qianxiang dares to bully a spirit realm cultivator, yet you do not feel ashamed. Do you think I am meddling in other people's business? The person in black looked at Elder Gujin and laughed disdainfully. What do you know? Elder Gujin immediately shouted angrily. Although he was startled when he saw the spiritual energy fluctuation on the black-clothed man, he quickly recovered. No matter what, this was the Hidden Devil region. Although it was not the territory of the Guyue sect, the Hidden Devil region was the closest to the Hidden Devil region. However, their Ancient Yu sect was the closest to the Hidden Devil region, and the people of the Ancient Yu sect had always regarded the Hidden Devil region as their territory. Elder Gujin did not believe that a 3-star celestial stage cultivator would be willing to offend the Guyue sect for Su Yan. I don't care who you are. I must kill this child today. If you meddle in other people's business, wait for my Guyue sect to hunt you down. Elder Gujin coldly said as he looked at the black-clothed man. Although Su Yan had described the Guyue sect as a small sect, it was still a reputable sect. Many people in the Hidden Devil region were unwilling to offend the Guyue sect. When Su Yan saw the person in black move, his heart immediately sank. Su Yan did not want to die. Since he did not want to die, the person in black who came out was obviously his biggest variable, his last straw of hope. Su Yan was really worried that the person in black would be afraid of the Guyue sect's strength and leave. Obviously, Su Yan's worry was unnecessary. When Elder Gujin's voice fell, the person in black laughed disdainfully. What a Guyue sect! I'm so scared. Thmph. While speaking, the person in black coldly snorted and immediately leaped out. He shouted, "Since your Guyue sect is so powerful, I will kill you today. Let's see how the Guyue sect will find trouble with me in the future." As he spoke, the man in black released all of his spiritual power. His body surged out like a sharp sword and directly attacked Elder Gujin. Elder Gujin was about to argue when he saw the person in black's swift and violent attack. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back, narrowly avoiding the person in black's attack. But before Elder Gujin could return to his senses, the black-clothed man's body spun in midair magnificently, and a long sword appeared in his hand. The long sword was completely black. Although it didn't have any color and didn't flash with any light, the moment the long sword attacked, it immediately let out a crisp sound. Obviously, this sword was not an ordinary item. At the moment that sword was unsheathed, it immediately shot toward Elder Gujin. When Elder Gujin saw this scene, he was shocked. However, he had lived for hundreds of years and had rich combat experience, so his reaction was fast. Immediately, he also took out his own sword. The Guyue sect was similar to the hidden sword tomb. They were both sword cultivation sections. At this moment, Elder Gujin also took out his sword. The moment the sword appeared, a burst of dazzling light surged out and shined in all directions. However, in contrast, it was not as good as the long sword in the hand of the person in black. Asterisk clang. Asterisk, the moment Elder Gujin took out his long sword, it immediately collided with the sword attack of the person in black, and a burst of bright light burst out in midair. The humming of the sword continued to resound. Because he blocked the sword attack, Elder Gujin took a breath of relief and said to the person in black, "Are you really not afraid of my Guyue sect's revenge?" "Stupid!" The black-clothed man sneered and waved the long sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy was emitted from the sword blade. It attacked like countless sharp blades. Elder Gujin's heart trembled when he saw this scene. He wanted to raise his sword to block, but the sword blade attacked him like a hurricane. It suddenly expanded, and Elder Gujin could not block it at all. Elder Gujin could only grit his teeth and quickly retreat. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow and his shoulder was hit by the sword. Immediately, blood spurted out from his shoulder. While Elder Gujin was in pain, anger immediately surged in his body. But when he raised his head, he saw the person in black holding the long sword and attacking his throat. When Elder Gujin saw this scene, the imposing manner he used to bully Su Yan just now disappeared, and his eyes suddenly shrank. Chapter 138. Hearing Su Yan's words, the black-clothed man's sword stopped when it was only half a centimeter away from Elder Gujin. Seeing this, Elder Gujin's tensed nerves relaxed at once, and his entire body went limp on the ground. The black-clothed man didn't care about Elder Gujin. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan. The black-clothed man was wearing a bamboo hat and his face was covered by a black veil. His expression couldn't be seen. Only a proud voice could be heard from under the bamboo hat. "This person wants to kill you. Are you going to save him?" When Su Yan heard the black-clothed man's words, he was slightly stunned. Then, a sinister smile appeared on his face. Although Su Yan wasn't an evil person, he wasn't a good person either. Elder Gujin had forced Su Yan to say something and had almost caused Su Yan to lose his life. How could Su Yan save him? Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground. He looked at Elder Gujin, who was limp on the ground, and said disdainfully, "Senior, I'm not trying to save him. I'll take his life myself." "What? You'll take his life yourself?" When the black-clothed man heard Su Yan's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he laughed mockingly. "Young man, it's good for martial artists to be arrogant, but you also need to know how to practice. I have to admit that you're an outstanding talent of the younger generation. However, with your current strength, taking Elder Gujin's life is a little, no." When Su Yan heard this, he knew that the black-clothed man had misunderstood him. He waved his hand and interrupted him. "Senior, I'm not going to take Elder Gujin's life now. I'm going to wait. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. That old bastard Gujin threatened me today. If Senior hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have died here. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. Although I, Su Yan, am not talented, I have always repaid kindness with kindness, and revenge with revenge. Today I, Su Yan, will definitely return the favor 100-fold for what that old bastard Gujin did to me." Su Yan's voice was not loud, but it was sonorous and powerful, faintly emitting a dignified aura. The black-clothed man looked at Su Yan and couldn't help but be stunned. He fell into a moment of silence. After a long time, he suddenly laughed out loud and said, "Heroes come from the young. Su Yan, you really have a good temper with this old man. Good, today I will spare this dog fart elder." "Thank you, Senior." Su Yan cupped his hands and thanked the man in black. Although this black-clothed man had saved him, no matter what, this world was dangerous. Su Yan did not know this black-clothed man, let alone understand him. Just now, seeing his silent appearance, Su Yan was really afraid that he would not agree. Now that he saw the black-clothed man agree, he was naturally overjoyed. After thanking the black-clothed man, he turned to look at Elder Gu Jian. Looking at Elder Gu Jian's slightly embarrassed figure at this moment, Su Yan's eyes suddenly condensed a bright light. He waved his hand and shouted, "Old bastard Gu Jian, Su, hate it when others force me. Today, you forced me to enter the Guyu sect. Although I, Su Yan, am not strong at the moment, I, Su Yan, swear that in 1 year, give me 1 year, and I will definitely step into the Guyu sect to take your dog life and wash away today's enmity." Although Elder Gu Jian was amazed by Su Yan's talent, he was disdainful of Su Yan's words. Su Yan was now only in the 13th layer of spirit realm. Given a year, he would at most be a saint, while Elder Gu Jian was a Tianxiang emperor. Even if Su Yan was given a year, Su Yan might not be able to hurt him, not to mention the Guyu sect behind him. Therefore, Elder Gu Jian didn't care about Su Yan's words at all. If it weren't for the black-clothed man standing next to Su Yan, Elder Gu Jian would have already made a move on Su Yan. Due to the black-clothed man standing next to Su Yan, although Elder Gu Jian was disdainful of Su Yan, he didn't dare to say anything. When the black-clothed man heard Su Yan's words, he didn't say anything. He just waved his hand at Elder Gu Jian and shouted, "Old bastard Gu Jian, since this young man said that your life is his and I won't interfere, scram." Elder Gu Jian slowly stood up from the ground when he heard the black-clothed man's words. Although the black-clothed man told him to leave, Elder Gu Jian still didn't feel at ease. His eyes were still cautiously looking at the black-clothed man. When the black-clothed man saw Elder Gu Jian's appearance, he smiled disdainfully. "Gu Jian, if this old man wants to kill you, do you think you can escape? Since you're so afraid, why haven't you scrammed yet?" As the black-clothed man spoke, he waved his hand and suddenly, a majestic spirit force surged out. Elder Gu Jian's body shook and his whole body jumped a few meters away. Although this spirit force was huge, the black-clothed man didn't want to hurt Elder Gu Jian. The moment the spirit force attacked, he left a whirlwind force. Although Elder Gu Jian flew away, he wasn't injured. Taking advantage of the situation, Elder Gu Jian operated his cultivation method and his body quickly rushed forward. When Elder Gu Jian flew a few meters away, he thought that he was safe. Elder Gu Jian turned his head and shouted at Su Yan and the black-clothed man, "Su Yan and you, I don't care who you are. Since you dared to ruin my Guyu sect's matter today, you too will be hunted down by my Guyu sect." After Elder Gu Jian finished speaking, he jumped and left. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. Only his words echoed in the Hengduan mountain. Hearing Elder Gu Jian's words, the black-clothed man and Su Yan showed a look of disdain. Su Yan secretly clenched his fists and secretly vowed in his heart, 1 year, I will definitely step into the Guyu sect and wash away today's injustice. Su Yan had always hated others oppressing him. Xiang Tianba couldn't do it in the past, so Elder Gu Jian couldn't do it. People living in the world should have pride, and this was Su Yan's pride. Su Yan looked at the direction Elder Gu Jian left. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and looked at the black-clothed man. He cupped his hands again and said, "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life. Although this junior is not talented, this junior will definitely remember today's kindness. If Senior needs anything in the future, this junior will definitely do his best to help." When the black-clothed man heard Su Yan's words, he smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he turned and said, "Come with me." Su Yan was taken aback, but he still followed the black-clothed man. Su Yan had always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Although he didn't know the identity of the black-clothed man and even had some doubts about it, when he thought of the black-clothed man's kindness for saving him today, Su Yan didn't hesitate to follow the black-clothed man. With the black-clothed man in front and Su Yan behind, the two of them didn't walk very fast. When the black-clothed man asked Su Yan to follow him, Su Yan thought that the black-clothed man would take him out of Hengduan Mountain. However, after taking a few steps, Su Yan knew that he was wrong. The black-clothed man didn't take him out of Hengduan Mountain. Instead, he walked into the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Hengduan Mountain was vast. Although no one knew how vast Hengduan Mountain was and no one had ever passed through it, everyone knew that the deeper one went into Hengduan Mountain, the more dangerous it was. It was rumored that there were even divine beasts comparable to emperors in Hengduan Mountain. At this moment, although Su Yan knew that his eyes had a magical suppressive effect on some monster beasts, he didn't dare to belittle himself. He believed that his eyes could suppress all monster beasts. Therefore, Su Yan was still quite afraid of the rumored monster beasts in the depths of Hengduan Mountain. However, seeing the black-clothed man's leisurely appearance, Su Yan didn't hesitate and followed him into the depths of Hengduan Mountain. Along the way, the black-clothed man didn't say a word. Su Yan wasn't a talkative person, so the two of them didn't say a word along the way. The black-clothed man walked in front while Su Yan followed behind. The further they went, the more cautious Su Yan became. However, after walking for nearly half an hour, Su Yan discovered a strange phenomenon in the black-clothed man's path. This was because the two of them didn't encounter a single monster beast along the way. In Hengduan Mountain, monster beasts ran rampant. It could be said that they were everywhere. Except for the monster beasts at the edge of Hengduan Mountain, which were often killed by people, there were no other monster beasts. However, there were very few people who ventured deeper into the mountain range. Since the Hengduan Mountain was a paradise for demonic beasts, one would definitely encounter demonic beasts after walking for such a long distance. Unfortunately, the two of them walked for such a long time, but they didn't encounter a single monster beast. They didn't even encounter the lowest level monster beast. This made Su Yan feel strange. When he looked up and looked ahead, he didn't find anything. This made Su Yan wonder about the purpose of the black-clothed man. "We're here." Just when Su Yan wanted to ask, the black-clothed man, who hadn't said a word along the way, suddenly stopped and said to Su Yan. Su Yan was stunned and looked around. Except for the unchanged ancient trees and the crisscrossing shrubs, there was nothing else. However, the black-clothed man said that they were here. Su Yan didn't understand what he meant. Just when he was about to speak, he saw the black-clothed man waving his hand. A huge shrub sitting next to him suddenly dispersed. A huge stone cave appeared in front of Su Yan. Looking at the stone cave that suddenly appeared in front of him, Su Yan's body suddenly shook. He never thought that there would be such a huge stone cave in Hengduan Mountain. "Let's go." The black-clothed man didn't care about Su Yan's surprised expression. He said and walked into the stone cave. Su Yan didn't know where this place was, but when he saw the black-clothed man walking into the stone cave, he hurriedly followed. Just now outside the cave, Su Yan couldn't see the situation inside the cave. At this moment, after entering the cave, Su Yan was amazed by the huge size of the cave, and the depth of the cave couldn't be seen. Under such circumstances, there should be no light in the cave. As the black-clothed man and Su Yan walked in, the originally dark cave was as bright as day. Su Yan became more and more curious about this. Su Yan couldn't help but ask the black-clothed man at this moment, "Where is this place?" The black-clothed man smiled but did not say anything. He continued to walk forward. Su Yan found it boring and did not ask any more. He followed the black-clothed man and walked forward. The two of them walked for about half an hour. Other than the huge cave they saw earlier, there was nothing else new in the cave. Su Yan wanted to walk, but he felt bored. The black-clothed man didn't say a word. Su Yan was almost sleepy. Chapter 139. Swoosh swoosh. The sword was originally formless, but this formless object emitted a whistling sound at this moment. The powerful sword even caused Su Yan's body to tremble. Such a powerful sword could only be felt by Su Yan at the sword well in the hidden sword tomb on the day the heaven-destroying divine sword was unearthed. The sword well was where the sword tomb was located, the tomb of the heaven-destroying divine sword. There were tens of thousands of spiritual swords there, which was why such a powerful sword could be condensed. Could it be that this is another sword? Su Yan's body trembled. He could not believe that the idea in his mind was real. Puff! Right at this moment, a soft sound rang out. The stone wall that was originally monotonous suddenly opened up, and a magnificent scene came into view. It was still a huge stone cave, surrounded by countless rocks. However, under the cover of the rocks, there were countless spiritual swords in the middle. In the middle of the countless spiritual swords, there was a huge copper furnace. In the furnace, the red magma was boiling and bubbling. In the magma, there was a long sword. This sword was completely red. It stood in the magma of the copper furnace, constantly emitting a dazzling light, forcing out a powerful sword will. This caused Su Yan's entire body to tremble. Looking at the long sword in the copper cauldron, his heart stopped beating. His eyes stared fixedly at the red long sword, revealing a look of greed. Yes, it was a greedy look. His whole body unconsciously leaned towards the copper furnace. Even though the copper furnace constantly emitted a strong sense of heat, it still could not stop Su Yan's footsteps. Swords. The person who did not lack swords in the world was Su Yan. Su Yan had obtained the red fire sword case left by his late father in the sword well, including all the spiritual swords in the sword well. At the same time, he had suppressed the outstanding talents in the hidden sword tomb and obtained the heaven-destroying divine sword. He also had the two powerful weapons, Ghost Howl and Buddha. Towards ordinary spirit swords, Su Yan could not even arouse the slightest interest. However, when he saw this sword, Su Yan was completely attracted. That powerful sword could only be compared to the heaven-destroying divine sword. Divine sword. Su Yan slowly leaned forward, feeling the powerful sword will. His whole body trembled with excitement, and the Vairocana glaze sword scripture involuntarily rotated. A powerful spiritual chi burst out, directly surging towards Su Yan's arm. Su Yan's arm suddenly, he reached for the spiritual sword in the copper furnace. Right at this moment, a powerful force blocked Su Yan. Following that, the black-clothed man's slightly aged voice could be heard. When the divine sword is unearthed, it will definitely produce demonic images. Although this scorching sun has the will of the divine sword, it does not have the splendor of the divine sword. The black-clothed man said, shaking his head. Su Yan's whole body was shaken, and he returned to the place where he was standing. The greed in Su Yan's eyes dimmed, and his mind also recovered. Signora. Su Yan woke up, and when he looked at the black-clothed man, his face could not help but blush. The black-clothed man had led Su Yan to this place. Obviously, everything here belonged to the black-clothed man, and Su Yan's action just now was obviously to take someone else's item. If this item was someone else's, it would be fine, but it was the black-clothed man's. The black-clothed man had just saved Su Yan's life, and now he wanted to take his item. This was obviously not Su Yan's style. Looking at the black-clothed man, Su Yan's face was full of guilt. The black-clothed man looked at Su Yan's expression, but laughed and said, "Who in the world is not greedy? Although the scorching sun does not have the brilliance of the divine sword, it has the divine sword's will. You can't be blamed for being greedy." Although he could not hear the slightest trace of blame from the black-clothed man's words, Su Yan felt even more ashamed. His face flushed, but when he looked at the spiritual sword in the copper cauldron, a bright light still shot out from his eyes. Just as the black-clothed man said, how many people were not greedy for the divine sword in the world? If it were other divine weapons, it would be fine, but this divine sword was Su Yan's lifelong love, and it would be fine if he did not let Su Yan encounter it. Now that he had encountered it, how could Su Yan not be moved? If this sword belonged to someone else, Su Yan would definitely have snatched it. However, this divine sword belonged to his benefactor, which made Su Yan feel conflicted. Looking at the divine sword, the burning desire in his heart collided with the belief of repaying kindness that constantly spread in his heart. The two constantly clashed. Su Yan's entire body became hot and dry, and the spiritual chi in his body also began to run amok with his blood vessels. His eyes moved, and a scarlet light burst out. The two beliefs constantly clashed, and Su Yan's body became more and more violent, burning Su Yan to the point that he could not help but let out a low growl. When this sound spread out, it was like a clap of thunder in the stone cave. On the other hand, the black-clothed man standing beside Su Yan did not move at all. He only looked at Su Yan's increasingly violent appearance and said slightly, "More haste, less speed. If you control the sword, you must control the heart. If the heart is unable to control the sword, How can you control the sword? Su Yan, you should properly reflect on yourself in this sword cave. After the black-clothed man finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a gorgeous screen of light spread out. Su Yan's entire body, the scorching sun sword in the copper cauldron, and the countless spiritual swords on the ground surrounded the stone cave. The moment the black-clothed man left, Su Yan's fanaticism slowly began to cool down in front of the magnificent light screen erected by the towering barrier. More haste, less speed. If you control the sword, you must control the heart. The moment he calmed down, the black-clothed man's words immediately appeared in Su Yan's mind. He muttered to himself, feeling the sword essence that was constantly spreading from the surroundings. Su Yan's entire body suddenly froze, and his eyes condensed, shooting out a bright light, as if he had an epiphany. Controlling the sword, first control the heart. Su Yan kept muttering, then sat down and closed his eyes. Thinking of the various things in the past, thinking of the things that had happened since he came to this world, Su Yan's face alternated between smiling and worrying. He sat quietly like this for a long time, a long time. Suddenly, Su Yan opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth revealed an excited smile. I understand, I understand. Outside the barrier, the man in black who had been monitoring Su Yan's situation nodded in satisfaction when he saw the smile on Su Yan's face. This child is worth teaching. More haste, less speed. If you control the sword, you must control the heart. Su Yan was a peak sword saint in his previous life. He believed that his understanding of the sword was not inferior to anyone, so the moment Su Yan was reborn, he embarked on a wrong path. He blindly pursued the highest realm of the sword, blindly pursued the fastest speed of the sword. However, it made Su Yan forget the sword essence, sword heart, and sword path that he had once comprehended. In this short period of thinking, Su Yan understood everything. A sword in your hand can't be as powerful as you are. Instead, you must understand the integration of the sword and yourself. Only when you achieve the unity of the sword and man can you exert the greatest power of a good sword. Once upon a time, Su Yan had understood this principle. However, after coming to this world, Su Yan only pursued strength blindly and neglected his comprehension of the sword. When he encountered the divine sword, he was stunned. When he encountered the divine sword, there was only greed, but he did not think about building a bridge with the divine sword. Only when a bridge was built, the divine sword would be a divine sword. Otherwise, no matter how good the sword was, it would just be a piece of scrap iron. At this moment, Su Yan understood everything. A bright light condensed in his eyes. He looked at the spiritual sword in the bronze cauldron, and there was no longer any greed. Without the blinding greed, Su Yan looked at the spiritual sword, felt the flowing veins on its body, and looked at the sword essence that was bursting out of it. Su Yan's body suddenly froze. Sword will was a formless object. However, Su Yan could see that the sword will was continuously condensing in the void, forming numerous veins. Holy vein, this is the holy vein. Su Yan looked at the veins formed by the sword essence and immediately realized that this was the holy vein that he had been looking for, the holy vein that he had been longing to condense. On the path of cultivation, when one reached the peak of each stage, it was useless to just absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. One must comprehend it. Comprehend, although it was easy, it was an insurmountable gap. At the peak of life soul, one had to comprehend the holy vein and condense the holy vein. Many people could not find their holy vein, and could only stay at the peak of life soul for their entire life, unable to cross over. Su Yan was also looking for his own holy vein in the demon-subduing region. However, because of the lack of spiritual stones, Su Yan was not in a hurry. Instead, he came to the Hengduan mountain to earn some spiritual stones. Who would have thought that he would not only not earn spiritual stones, but also find his own holy vein? Holy vein, this was not something that could be exchanged with spiritual stones. Su Yan looked at the veins formed by the surging sword essence, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and suddenly operated the cultivation method in his body. The spiritual energy that had settled in his dantian was released along the veins in his body. As the countless veins collided, a sharp pain attacked him. In this sharp pain, Su Yan did not frown. Instead, he became more excited, because he knew that this was the sign of a holy vein. After this moment, he was no longer in the spirit channeling realm, but a saint, the leader of the younger generation in the world. As Su Yan operated the cultivation method in his body, the constantly flowing sword essence in the surroundings poured into Su Yan's body, forming a huge vortex. Puff! Outside the cave, the originally clear blue sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. Countless muffled thunder exploded from the horizon, bombarding the flashing light. The black-clothed man outside the barrier heard the sound of thunder outside, but did not panic at all. It was as if he had already known that there would be such a strange movement. With a wave of his hand, a majestic spiritual energy suddenly surged up, directly protecting the cave. The huge lightning fell on the cave and was quickly absorbed by the spiritual energy. Only at the foot of the Hengduan mountain, everyone did not understand what was happening. Looking at the sudden lightning, countless people cursed, "Damn, why is there thunder all of a sudden?" In contrast to these people's confusion, not far from the hidden demon region, many elders stood on the martial arts platform of the ancient Yu sect, watching the scene in the Hengduan mountain. Although Elder Gujian was arrogant outside, at this moment, standing among the crowd, he did not dare to breathe loudly. In front of the many elders, an elder in purple-brown clothes watched for a while, then slowly turned to Elder Gujian and said, "Gujian, this matter started because of you, and it will end because of you. This boy is not even 20 years old, but he is already a saint. His future achievements are immeasurable." Chapter 140. Although the ancient Yu sect couldn't compare to the large sects of the Monster Palace, it was still a sect that couldn't be underestimated within the 5 counties. Moreover, the ancient Yu sect was located at the edge of the hidden devil region, occupying the largest golden area within the 5 counties. After such a long time, the ancient Yu sect had accumulated an unimaginable amount of wealth. When Elder Gujian gave the order, the ancient Yu sect's red wanted notice, which had never been activated since its founding, was activated. The target of the wanted notice was none other than Su Yan and the black-clothed man who had saved Su Yan's life. The entire hidden devil region boiled over. Some people were happy, while others were sad. Of course, amidst this joy, there was still shock. Although Su Yan wasn't a native of the hidden devil region, Su Yan had accepted Lu Shang and Pang Chen's mission that day, causing Su Yan to become the topic of the entire hidden devil region. Of course, what made Su Yan famous in the entire hidden demon region was Su Yan. That day in the Hengduan mountains, everyone had seen Su Yan with their own eyes. He was only in the spirit channeling realm, but he had killed an expert in the fate soul realm with one strike of his sword. This scene caused the entire hidden devil region to boil over. Countless people came to the foot of the Hengduan mountains, wanting to see Su Yan's glory. Unfortunately, at that time, Elder Gujian wanted the blood beast Taotai to devour Su Yan, so he turned off the mission mirror, disappointing countless people. However, this didn't affect their determination to see Su Yan's glory. Everyone gathered at the foot of the Hengduan mountains, wanting to wait for Su Yan's return. They all hoped that Su Yan would be able to break Lu Shang and Pang Chen's mission. Unfortunately, they waited for several hours, but Su Yan still hadn't come out. This caused them to lose confidence in Su Yan. After all, in their eyes, no matter how strong Su Yan was, he was only in the spirit realm. For a spirit realm expert to be able to kill a fate soul expert was already an anomaly. Moreover, this mission had been set up by the 2 saints, Lu Shang and Pang Chen. If a spirit channeling realm cultivator wanted to take advantage of a saint, it would be impossible. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. Before they saw Su Yan come out, everyone thought that Su Yan was dead. Because of the short gap in time, although no one had forgotten about Su Yan, he had only become a topic of conversation. In their eyes, Su Yan was already a dead man. The Guyu sect's red wanted notice once again made Su Yan a celebrity in the entire hidden devil region. That Su Yan didn't die, he actually didn't die. How is this possible? He's only in the spirit channeling realm. That's right. Even a saint expert couldn't escape unscathed after falling into the trap set up by Pang Chen and Lu Shang. How did Su Yan do it? And, not only that, How did the Su Yen offend the Guyu sect? They actually issued a red wanted notice that hadn't been used for hundreds of years. Because of the Guyu sect's wanted notice, Su Yen was suddenly pushed into the limelight and became a big celebrity in the Hidden Devil region. This made Su Yen a person that everyone took delight in talking about. And just as everyone was talking about it, another shocking piece of news came from the Guyu sect. A bounty notice. A bounty notice. No matter who it is, as long as they bring Su Yan's head to the Guyu sect, they will be able to exchange it for 1,000,000 spirit stones. 1,000,000 spirit stones was a huge fortune in anyone's eyes. Even a saint expert, or even an Emperor Xianxia, might not have so much wealth. Once this bounty notice was released, it once again set off a huge wave in the Hidden Devil region. The moment the huge waves surged, countless people scrambled to rush into the Hengduan mountain. Perhaps before this, everyone only had the attitude of watching the show. Under the temptation of 1,000,000 spirit stones, everything changed. Everyone wanted to get Su Yan's head, including some saints and even emperors. And when countless people were frantically trying to kill Su Yan, only one person did not have any evil thoughts because of the 1,000,000 spirit stones. He even faintly worried for Su Yan. This person was none other than Buttface, who had only met Su Yan once. 1,000,000 spirit stones. If it were anyone else, Buttface would definitely fight for 1,000,000 spirit stones, because as long as he had these spirit stones, he would be able to buy 1,000,000 spirit stones. With these spirit stones, he would be able to buy the best pills and the best spirit weapons. He would also be able to get rid of his daily poverty. Unfortunately, for some reason, whenever Buttface thought of Su Yan's handsome face and the fact that so many people wanted to kill Su Yan, he would feel worried. A burst of worry welled up in Buttface's heart. Buttface and Su Yan had only met once, and they were not friends. They could not even be compared to many of Buttface's friends in the Hidden Devil region. Buttface did not know why, but he was worried about Su Yan, as if there was some kind of connection between the two. Looking at the continuous stream of people entering the Hengduan mountain, Buttface, who was originally excited about the news that Su Yan was not dead, was now left with only worry. Looking at the boiling Hengduan mountain, Buttface frowned and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he stood up and snorted coldly. "No, I have to enter the Hengduan mountain to inform the senior and let him know." After Buttface finished speaking, he stepped into the Hengduan mountain. Of course, no one paid attention to him. They all thought that he was just someone who wanted a piece of the pie for the 1,000,000 spirit stones. The Guyu sect's bounty order undoubtedly made the Hengduan mountain the liveliest moment. It also became a disaster for countless demonic beasts in the Hengduan mountain. Of course, accompanied by this disaster, it brought some high-level demonic beasts a sumptuous feast. At this moment, Su Yan could be said to be the most leisurely person. When the great pain disappeared, suddenly a majestic spiritual energy erupted from Su Yan's body. How? A comfortable feeling came from all over his body, and Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. Bang! Su Yan waved his hand, and a majestic spiritual energy immediately surged out and hit the surrounding stone walls. In an instant, there was a loud bang, and a huge pit was blown out of the stone wall, and a burst of fog burst out. The stone wall was as hard as iron, but at this moment, it was blown up by Su Yan. Looking at this scene, Su Yan was stunned, and then he licked his lips. Is this the power of a saint? Su Yan smiled slightly, and the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture quickly followed. At this moment, although his dantian had not changed, at the moment of the cultivation method's operation, countless spiritual energy was emitted and flowed in a meridian in Su Yan's body. This was the holy meridian, the symbol of a saint. And it was just this meridian, but Su Yan could feel that his spiritual energy was dozens of times stronger than before when he was at spirit channeling level 13. At this time, Su Yan was confident that if he were to face Pang Chen and Lu Shang, he would definitely be able to kill the two of them without any effort. Su Yan, congratulations. Just as Su Yan was still immersed in the excitement of the saint's world, the black-robed man opened the barrier he had set up and walked in. Senior. When Su Yan saw the black-robed man, he immediately felt a surge of gratitude. Su Yan did not forget that if it had not been for the black-robed man's last reminder, Su Yan might not have been able to condense a holy meridian, and he might have even lost his life here. It was the black-robed man's words and the comfortable feeling of the barrier he had set up that had prevented Su Yan from going crazy. At this time, the person Su Yan was most grateful to was naturally the black-robed man. The black-robed man looked at Su Yan, but still maintained his indifferent appearance. However, when he looked at the scorching sun sword in the copper cauldron, his pupils suddenly shrank. With a wave of his hand, the scorching sun sword suddenly leaped up and flew in the direction of Su Yan, stopping in front of Su Yan. "I will pass on this incomplete scorching sun sword to you today." The black-clothed man looked at the scorching sun god's sword and a hint of reluctance flowed out from his eyes. After a moment of silence, he looked at Su Yan and said slowly, "Pass it on to me?" Although Su Yan suppressed the greed in his heart for the scorching sun sword, the burning desire in his heart did not dissipate in front of the scorching sun sword. Although this sword might not be comparable to the heaven-destroying sword, Su Yan knew that this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. Now that the black-robed man had given it to him so easily, how could Su Yan not feel flattered? The black-robed man had saved him twice, and Su Yan did not say anything. After all, saving him was a piece of cake for the black-robed man. However, now that he wanted to give such a valuable item to him, this action was not something that could be compared to a piece of cake. "Senior, as the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort. This sword is so valuable I cannot accept it." Su Yan rejected the black-robed man's good intentions, although his heart was bleeding. However, Su Yan did not regret it, because Su Yan understood that in this world, what could a man do and what could not do. The black-robed man seemed to have expected Su Yan's rejection. He smiled slightly and said, "Although this sword is valuable, if no one can control it, it is just a piece of scrap metal." Sigh. As he said that, the black-robed man seemed to have thought of something sad. He lowered his head and sighed. He stared blankly at the stone wall beside the cave for a long time. After a long time, he suddenly opened his mouth, as if he was talking to Su Yan, but also as if he was talking to himself. "My life was a sword, but my life was ruined by the sword. In the end, I was unable to forge a scorching sun sword. What a pity, what a pity." The black-robed man roared to the sky. Then, he turned his head and said to Su Yan, "Su Yan, although this scorching sun has the shape of a scorching sun, it does not have the brilliance of a scorching Sunday. It is just a piece of scrap metal. And I want to give you this sword because I want you to forge it in the future and let the scorching sun show its brilliance. Although it has the shape of a scorching sun, it does not have the brilliance of a scorching Sunday." Su Yan frowned and looked at the black-robed man in confusion. "You are still young, so there are some things that you do not know. When you become a master swordsmith in the future, you will naturally understand the meaning of my words today." As the black-robed man spoke, his voice suddenly deepened. He looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, today I want to give you the way of swordsmithing. Do you accept it?" The Way of Swordsmithing. Chapter 141. Su Yan was a peak sword saint in his previous life. Su Yan believed that his knowledge of the sword was not inferior to any master. But this was only his knowledge of the sword. He could not know the essence of the sword itself. If he wanted to know the essence of the sword, he had to understand the way of the sword, which was to become a swordsmith. In his previous life, Su Yan had traveled between the north and south of the river countless times in order to find a way to forge a sword. Unfortunately, in the end, Su Yan reincarnated into this world and still could not fulfill the regret in his heart. After coming to this world, Su Yan pursued strength wholeheartedly, but buried the way of the sword in the bottom of his heart. However, this obsession was always buried in the bottom of his heart and was not erased. At this moment, when he heard the black-clothed man mention the way of the sword, Su Yan's heavy heart suddenly surged. Looking at the black-clothed man's eyes, at the same time, a fanatical light involuntarily flowed out. He only saw the black-clothed man's face under the bamboo hat. This fanaticism was suddenly suppressed by Su Yan. If Su Yan had not experienced the chi deviation of the scorching sun sword, Perhaps Su Yan would have agreed without hesitation. After all, this was Su Yan's unfulfilled wish. And it was after experiencing the qi deviation that Su Yan's mind grew again. Even if he wanted to, he could still control the fanaticism in his heart. He had doubts about the black-clothed man's identity. This black-clothed man had not revealed his identity, but he had saved him several times and had given him such a precious item. Now, he wanted to teach him the way of the sword. As the saying goes, one does not receive rewards without pains. How could Su Yan not be suspicious? The black-clothed man looked at Su Yan's hesitation and seemed to understand something. He smiled slightly and said, "Su Yan, are you wondering why I am so good to you?" Su Yan did not hide the thoughts in his heart. He nodded and said, "Senior, to be honest, I do have some doubts about your identity. After all, the two of us have never met before. There has never been any friendship between the two of us." Speaking of this, Su Yan glanced at the black-clothed man. Seeing that he did not express his opinion, he continued, "And you have saved me several times between life and death. This is already a great kindness. Now, you have given me such a precious scorching sun sword." As he spoke, Su Yan glanced at the scorching sun sword that he hadn't put away and said, "I'm already unable to repay such a precious gift. Now, you've even granted me the Tao of sword forging. How can I dare accept it?" After saying that, Su Yan politely cupped his hands towards the black-clothed man and stared at him without blinking. In fact, the reason why Su Yan said so much was because he wanted the black-clothed man to reveal his identity. How could the black-clothed man not know Su Yan's intention? He glanced at Su Yan and laughed. "Su Yan, actually, this is not the first time we have met." Su Yan could not help but frown when he heard the black-clothed man's words. Although he could not see the real face hidden under the bamboo hat, Su Yan knew very well that he did not know any friends of Emperor Tianxiang. If he did, it would be some elders in the sword collection tomb. Su Yan had never had any friendship with those elders. Now that Su Yan had been expelled from the sword collection tomb, those elders would definitely not come all the way here to save him. Moreover, Su Yan had stayed in the sword collection tomb for a long time. He knew that there was no master swordsmith in the sword collection tomb. After listening to the black-clothed man's words, Su Yan already knew that the scorching sun sword came from this black-clothed man. With the scorching sun sword as a weapon, Su Yan was confident that there were no more than 3 people in the world who could forge this sword, not to mention the sword collection tomb. It would be fine if Su Yan did not meet such a master swordsmith. If he did, Su Yan would definitely remember. Su Yan, I guess you can't remember. I'll let you see my real face." The black-clothed man knew that Su Yan would definitely not be able to guess who he was. He laughed and said, with a wave of his hand, he took off the bamboo hat on his head. An extremely ugly face was instantly revealed. His entire head was densely covered with countless lumps. There was not a single patch of smooth skin on his face. His entire face was twisted together, his eyes were rolled up, and his nose was blocked by countless lumps. Only his 2 large nostrils could be seen. Su Yan looked and his heart suddenly trembled. However, Su Yan was, after all, extraordinarily intelligent. He quickly calmed down and looked at the extremely ugly face. Suddenly, a face that he had seen before appeared in his mind. "Ugly uncle?" Su Yan asked with uncertainty. "Looks like you still have some memory." The black-clothed man smiled slightly, obviously admitting his identity. It turned out that this person was not someone else. He was a swordsmith from Heaven Shuang City. Su Yan still remembered that the shocking celestial sword he was using now came from this person. Although the shocking celestial sword was not a divine weapon, it was still an extraordinary item. Before obtaining other swords, Su Yan had always relied on the shocking celestial sword to reach where he was today. Naturally, he was grateful to the ugly uncle. In Su Yan's impression, this ugly uncle was someone from Heaven Shuang City. Now that he was in hidden demon region's Hengduan Mountain, it could be said that he had met an old friend in a foreign land. Although the ugly uncle's face was extremely ugly and would cause fear in others, Su Yan still felt a sense of familiarity when he looked at him. He looked at the ugly uncle a few more times and frowned slightly. "Ugly uncle, I remember that you weren't so When Su Yan said this, he felt that it was a little inappropriate. However, the ugly uncle smiled indifferently and said on behalf of Su Yan, "I'm not that ugly, right?" Su Yan nodded awkwardly. Calling someone ugly was obviously extremely disrespectful. Su Yan wanted to apologize, but the ugly uncle did not take it to heart. Before Su Yan could speak, the ugly uncle spoke first. "I spent my entire life forging swords, using my body to forge swords. How could I not be injured by swords? I only destroyed my face. I'm lucky that I didn't lose my life." Su Yan frowned slightly. He clearly did not understand the meaning of the ugly uncle's words. Without waiting for Su Yan to ask, the ugly uncle suddenly turned his head. His ugly face suddenly exuded a stern expression. He looked at Su Yan and said, "Su Yan, now that you know my identity, are you willing to accept my path of forging swords?" Su Yan was naturally willing. However, even so, Su Yan still had many doubts in his heart. Just now, the ugly uncle's face was hidden under the bamboo hat. Su Yan was suspicious of his identity. Now that Su Yan knew the ugly uncle's identity, he became even more suspicious. In Su Yan's impression, the ugly uncle was only a blacksmith in Shuang City. Yes, that's right, he only knew how to forge swords. He could not be considered a master. Not only that, Su Yan also remembered that the ugly uncle was only at the peak of the spirit realm. How could he have the strength of an Emperor Xianxia? An Emperor Xianxia with such sword forging skills. No matter which sect he was in, he would definitely be a famous elder. Why would he come here? Countless doubts filled Su Yan's mind, making it impossible for Su Yan to agree. The ugly uncle looked at Su Yan's constantly changing expression and sighed slightly. "Sigh, looks like you won't ask clearly and won't accept." But Su Yan felt awkward again. After all, the ugly uncle was his benefactor, and what he did was completely for his own good. However, he was suspicious of the ugly uncle. How could Su Yan feel awkward? The ugly uncle smiled and waved his hand. "It's fine. These things are not shameful. It's good to talk about them. It will be helpful for your future." After the ugly uncle finished speaking, he raised his head and looked outside, as if he was sorting out his memories. After a while, he turned his head and spoke to Su Yan. "Su Yan, I'm actually also from the hidden sword tomb." And it was this first sentence that made Su Yan's entire body tremble. The ugly uncle was also from the hidden sword tomb, and he had stayed in the hidden sword tomb for so long. Why didn't he know? While Su Yan was puzzled, he saw the ugly uncle speak again, so he didn't interrupt him. "I've spent my entire life as a sword. I only hope to be able to forge a divine sword in this life, but how could a divine sword be so easy to forge? In order to forge a divine sword, I traveled the world in hopes of forging a divine sword. Unfortunately, in the end, it was all in vain." As he spoke, the ugly uncle looked at the scorching sun divine sword with a slightly dejected expression. He sighed ruefully and continued. Perhaps the ugly uncle had traveled the world alone for so many years. Now that he was talking about his experiences with Su Yan, he couldn't control his chatterbox and spoke one by one for Su Yan. Su Yan was confused as he listened. After listening to the ugly uncle's experiences, when he looked at the ugly uncle again, his eyes were filled with reverence. This was reverence that came from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't just the feelings of gratitude just now. Of course, Su Yan also understood the ugly uncle's identity at the same time. Although the ugly uncle didn't tell Su Yan his name, Su Yan knew that this ugly uncle was definitely not his real name. The reason why he had the title of ugly uncle was because he was forging a sword and was devoured by the sword, causing him to become what he was now. Not only that, the ugly uncle was also the sword forging elder of the hidden sword tomb. His status in the hidden sword tomb was even higher than the sect master of the hidden sword tomb, Taoist Master Heaven Sword. It was just that the ugly uncle was dedicated to the sword and didn't have the heart to manage the hidden sword tomb. Therefore, not many people in the hidden sword tomb knew of the ugly uncle's existence. After listening to this, Su Yan had a general understanding of the ugly uncle. Of course, this understanding was accompanied by more doubts. Because of the ugly uncle's tone, He was actually not from the Hidden Sword Tomb and only came here later. It could be said that the Hidden Sword Tomb was only a place for him to travel. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yan asked about the ugly uncle's true identity, the ugly uncle didn't say anything. He only told Su Yan, "When you grow to a certain point, you will naturally know." Seeing the ugly uncle's firm attitude, Su Yan didn't ask anymore. In the end, the ugly uncle changed the topic to the most important one. "Su Yan, to be honest, the reason why I saved you is not only because you are a disciple of the Hidden Sword Tomb, but also not because you are from the Heaven Twin City. The reason why I saved you is because I hope that one day, you will be able to make up for my regret." "Your regret?" Su Yan frowned. Although the ugly uncle didn't say what his regret was, Su Yan knew that his regret was definitely related to sword forging.